think that's a good idea, sir.
Well, for once, Commander Cole and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir. I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
Come on, you ape! You want to live forever?
Stop! Oh! I can't. Stop! Stop! I can't breathe. Stop!
No. Oh,
boy,
dear.
I think she's actually hurt.
No,
there.
I think she is.
Yeah, she's
Ouch.
hurt. She took a hard fall.
Boredom is the disease, and we are the cure. Guys, it's Wednesday, February 22nd. Stallone made Cobra after Rambo 1 and 2 and a few Rockies. It's a bit of a departure from the quality that we saw there, but welcome in the gentlemen here. I got to take these things off. Jonathan, Jetty, Jericho, great. How you doing tonight?
Great. Good to be here.
That's how I feel about this. How
Boy,
you
oh
feeling,
boy.
Sean?
I'm feeling fantastic. I've got my voice back. I'm ready to do my thing, whatever the hell that is, which I think is die every stream. I think I figured out my shtick. You two kill me every stream. I'm like the Kenny of this show. Like, oh my God.
But you're back the following week, man. That's the important part. You're back.
That's Kenny's secret,
Well, you got it from our great commander-in-chief, the great Joseph Robinette Biden. You fall down and you get back up again, Sean.
And then you fall down again.
Is to fall back down.
Right. He did fall down. Was that him falling down Air Force One the other day? Because I saw a crazy video.
Falling up. No, somebody else. One of his staff members fell down. He did his trademark falling up. When he was leaving Poland, he fell going up the stairs, getting into Air Force.
I'm sure nobody noticed.
Nah, probably not. Yeah,
usually the whole world's not watching that guy.
Yeah, it's like
to get a good laugh.
Oh, that reminds me of this gem that you put together, Sean. Let's play this real quick. America's Hat, our neighbors to the north, their problems with gravity.
He did.
Economic policy
well,
this
party
government,
plan.
if reelected, would move forward. You'll forgive me.
I never get tired of it.
Damn.
Yeah. So thank you for putting that together.
Damn.
What's with that little mustache he has in that video? What is that?
I don't know. I think it's a tribute to his father, Fidel Castro.
Fidel, yeah.
I think it was too wide on the sides if we're talking about his father.
Did you see he tripped over a potted plant or some kind of little statue thing the other day? He totally didn't see it, and he almost ate shit.
What a guy. Oh, my goodness.
Yep,
Our neighbor.
Yep, he accidentally tripped over something and then came right down on everybody's civil liberties. God bless him.
Justin Trudeau.
Yes. Like if you ever wondered what a 6-foot vagina looks like, look to America's Hat because they have them.
Right. And if you haven't wondered that because you've seen one, I'm sorry. Like, I hope you guys are all right, man. You know, it's great to see you guys, and thank you guys for all being here in the chat on this fine Wednesday, man. Love it. We got fun coming for you.
How does the time fly by? It's always like it's Wednesday night. We're doing this, and it's so much fun, guys. Everyone is here. Mouse C, Aruma Faye, Rodwell, Random, Mick Randerson, Choice Stevenson, all kinds of great bro. Mom Ranger 2010, Fenrir Fire, Paul Rouleau, all kinds of great people here. And Plush 5 getting us started with the great Fist of the North Star in his avatar. I saw the Fist of the North Star anime. Oh, if I'm going to be a nerd, I have to say anime and I have to say manga instead of manga.
Never say that.
When I was like 14 or 15 years old. And if you haven't seen Fist of the North Star, the movie, it's insane. It's everything Double Impact aspires to be. It's blood and guts and brains exploding. And there was even boobies in it at one point. Ooh. So it was cool.
Favorite part.
Yeah.
It's a B-Flaw roadmap. That's what it is.
Let me read this real quick. He says, Double Impact Wednesday with the homies. Rocky vs. Shao Kahn. Thank you very much. Very generous. $2. Thank you very much, sir.
I remember when I saw Fist of the North Star the first time, and that scene where he's just walking and the building falls, and it just I'm talking a skyscraper. Not not like outhouse or something or a home, a skyscraper. It falls over, and it hits him on the head, and it just cracks in half. I was like, wait a minute, what's this guy doing?
It was over the top action. So
I loved it.
Yeah, wasn't the code.
Yeah, that was
seen it in a long time.
Yeah, my favorite. We got to review it on here sometime. We've never done animation on this channel, but my favorite anime movie is Akira. I know that's kind of maybe a cliche. A lot of people love Akira, but my goodness, that is
never seen that one.
Yep.
Well, I'll say this: Akira is to me the best, but not only the best movie for anime. I think it's the best comic book ever made. I think it's better than Watchmen. I think it's better than The Dark Knight Returns. I think when you want that verisimilitude that we talk about, with the artwork and the pacing and the characterization and the plot and everything and the promise of the premise, oh my God, like harmony, like pure, like a chromatic. It's so good. Akira. It's 8 400-page volumes. It's just amazing. It's just
8 400 pages.
Yeah.
I love that some cat built that motorcycle in real life too. Now that's commitment, man, because that is a cool looking bike.
Right.
How long is the movie?
The movie's like 2 hours or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Michael Coulter says, "Hey Gabe, no relation to Ann Coulter. Hey Gabe, I saw Ghost in the Shell, dude. Both Japanese and English versions, and they are both awesome. So, love Ghost in the Shell. Holy crap! The manga and the anime, the magazines and the movies, amazing. Just gorgeous artwork in that. Yeah. So absolutely gorgeous. Yes, and Akira is iconic. The manga art, even the rubble is gorgeous. When you talk about that building, Jericho falling and breaking on a dude's head, there's just in Akira, there's page after page of Tokyo destroyed with just buildings everywhere, and they're drawn every window, like thousands and thousands, and there's a stretch of like 5-6 pages of just full page of destroyed city. It's really amazing stuff. So absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I've always heard of that. Talking to people about anime and stuff, you definitely hear Akira, Fist of the North Star, Crying Freeman, a lot of those usual suspects. But I've never seen that one, but I definitely want to. And haven't seen Fist of the North Star. Got to be 15 years at least. So that'll be like watching it again. And of course, Ninja Scroll. That's my favorite anime right there.
Hell yeah.
That movie is just ridiculous. It's
I got that movie.
ridiculous. Oh man, just everything, every turn. There's something going on. Those damn the bad guys that were chasing him. When he finds when he faces the main bad guy, was it Jima? At the end, I mean,
yeah,
that one was top to bottom. That was a great one too. But Akira,
Yeah.
I'm excited to see.
Plush 5 for 2 does not want Ghost in the Shell and no Matrix. Whoa.
There you have it. Well, I'll
Or
tell you
no
this,
Ghost in
man.
the Shell, no Matrix. So without that, I think he means
I
like
see
without
what he's
that.
saying. Thank you. I thought he was telling us.
He was
that we
taking
were
a
not-
stand.
Don't you guys dare talk about those on here. So okay.
No.
Where the fuck
Ghost
were
in the
you when we
Shell.
were doing the Marine? You
Right.
know?
Oh man. You
Plus,
talk
we
about
needed you as our designated driver, but no, I hear you. No Ghost in the Shell, there wouldn't be a Matrix. You're absolutely right, particularly with all the jacks they had in the back of their heads. But it was funny. I was watching frame by frame of Ninja Scroll the other day, and that sequence where Gemma kicks him against the wall and then throws like a combination of like 40 punches to him. Man, if you've ever gotten your ass kicked, and I'm not saying I have, but I'm not saying I haven't. Holy shit. When you think there's more than one guy hitting you.
he whooped his ass, man.
Yeah, he did.
He took a good beating. He took a good, like, if he would have died after that beating, it's understandable. As badass as he was, if he died after that beating, you'd be like, I understand. Because, Gemma,
I don't know what it's about, but there's a movie from the early 90s, late 80s called Pat Labor 2, and YouTube has been suggesting clips of it to me, and the animation it is freaking amazing. I haven't watched the movie, but I've watched like 5-minute clips, and I'm gonna have to sit down and watch this movie because it looks amazing. It's military. There's a lot of military vehicles stuff, but then there's also big robots that are people riding around. And what the hell are those called? There's a word for that. Mechas. Yeah, there's mechas that some of the police or soldiers are going around in. So you guys didn't know I was into nerdy shit like Robotech and all that. I
kind of figured. You know,
I am.
I kind of figured.
Hey, here, listen, friend. I kind of figured you're into all that Japanimation when I saw you.
I liked that word. I missed that word. In the 80s, we called it Japanimation instead
You
of.
can't say that anymore?
No,
it's probably
anti-woke. It's like saying.
I used to always call it Japanimation because it's from Japan, right?
It's like you can say it, but it's like when Strom Thurmond was talking to Anita Hill and he said, "Man, please speak into the machine." Like, it just shows that you're from another century. That's all.
But you still know what he means, right?
You still
know what he means. Japanimation, you know exactly what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I get it. I feel you.
Oh my goodness. Someone in the chat just mentioned Street Fighter 2, the animated movie, and Fatal Fury, the motion picture, were great ones. I haven't seen either of those. I've seen some of Street Fighter, but I haven't seen all. But when you said that, it reminded me of one of my favorite video games. I have to share this real quick. Present, share screen. Come on. This game right here, Final Fight. You guys ever play Final Fight in the arcade?
Oh yeah. I remember Final Fight. Hell yeah.
They steal the mayor's daughter. And the mayor is this guy, Hagar, who's the shirtless mayor that's like 6'8". And
ripped.
Yeah, you know.
Oh. Yeah, and you know my next comic after Truth, Justice, American Way, Beef Law, it's basically going to be like Final Fight and Street Fighter, Van Damme, Steven Seagal. It's that 1980s punk rock villains in the street, but with Street Fighter superpowers and stuff. So God, I love this stuff so much. I really do.
Yeah, people in the chat, the great thing about being on this crew that I love is that we send all this crazy stuff back and forth of what we're working on and what we're scheming about and everything like that, and we get to see some really cool advanced stuff. So for those of you cats out there who have backed Truth, Justice, and American Way, and for those of you guys who are eagerly awaiting Beef Law, I will tell you this: the artwork I'm seeing from Truth, Justice is next level shit for Gabe. Is just when artists have a breakthrough, when you're doing it and you're when your back's against the wall and you're creating, that's what happens. So if you, all I can say is when I look at that stuff, all I can think about is how awesome Beef Law is going to be. Beef Law is going to be outrageous, man.
Yeah.
Outrageous, because that's epic, dude.
I was talking to my wife. I was geeking out about inking yesterday and how much inking I'm doing. And I told her this is a very technical thing about drawing, but like, I'm big, I'm 6'4", I'm very strong, I lift weights, my arms are heavier than most. So I crush the tips of these poor little pens, and I'm really feel like I'm ice skating now with the pen. Like I'm just kissing the paper, and I'm able to throw these lines more bravely than I've ever thrown them before. And it's really, like you said, like a breakthrough. Like I've always been a professional illustrator, obviously, but something has happened. You know what I mean? Something has happened. Something has awakened. So
yeah,
man.
Drawing every day, that constant
Yeah.
pressure, constant pressure makes diamonds. So
right. Oh,
Can't
and
deny that.
Tammy A, good to see Shanth back on the living side of things.
well, enjoy him while you can. He's already
That's
made
right.
peace with his demise this evening. So
right.
enjoy Shanth while you can, because he's going to leave us again.
And I've left them instructions in the event of my passing.
Right.
That whenever whatever family member of mine reads the eulogy, I don't care what they say. I want my two boys to go up there to the mic and say, "That was it." I don't care what they say. I just want it to really be awkward. Okay,
hey,
that's my wish.
Just so we're clear, if you go, that box in the back left of your closet, the one I'm supposed to throw out, not let anyone see. Okay.
Okay. You're going
Burn
to
it
see
immediately.
You're going to see a collection of dolls that may trouble you, but you need to dispose of them before others see the dolls.
And don't look them in the eye.
I know. I know.
Look those dolls in the eye.
It's all fun and games around here, but like I got to get real serious for a second because I got a serious question in the chat. Gabe, does Skynut ever interfere with your work? I didn't want to talk about this, but I have to. This is a public forum. I'm a public person, and you guys deserve the truth. So, Skynut. Oh, what a topic, guys. I'm able to avoid the distraction. I'll leave it at that. But I know Jericho, Sean, you guys have reached out to me, how Skynut has affected your lives. Is there anything you wanted to share with it's a safe space to share. Is there anything you needed to get off your chests?
Well, I mean, it's a safe space, but it's a family-oriented show, so I can't get into the deep details of it.
Okay.
But Skynut's constantly there.
Okay.
It's always looking over your shoulder, on your shoulder. It's everywhere, all the time. It's omnipresent.
You all right? You dealing with it? Making it through?
So, sorry, was I having that faraway look again?
Oh, boy.
Come back to us, man.
Stay here.
I can't.
Stay here.
Yeah.
All
Sean stares off. Poppy!
It's okay.
Let him go. Let him go.
All right. So we did First Blood. We did First Blood Part 2. Stallone proves right out the gate he's got acting chops. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He's not just some muscle-bound meathead boxer. He's got it. Cobra, that's a whole different kettle of fish, as they say. Cobra is, as Jericho put it, I'll edit it for content. It's a 90-minute giggle fest. It's a 90-minute sneeze. Is what this movie is. It's a 90 minutes. Actually, it's 89 minutes, but it's something. If you listen, here's how I can put Cobra to you. If you don't do this, if you're on the freeway and you put the pedal down for 89 minutes, that's what this movie's like. Okay, it's complete insanity. This movie, and I like it
from the beginning.
Yeah, it's totally nuts
from the get-go. Yeah, it was. How about this? It was a 90-minute money shot.
Yes.
There you go. All right.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, guys, it was sitting right in front of us the whole time. It's 90-minute Skynut. There you go.
That's right.
Imagine that. Yeah, it was. I mentioned this on my live today. If you gave the budget that they spent on this movie to my 7-year-old son and his best friends, this is what they would give you. He has glasses and a cool car and a gun, but he keeps it in his waistband. I mean, this is what, and the guy has an axe and they bang them together. Yeah, this is what, a class of elementary school kids would come up with. But this is also what you get at the height of hubris.
Oh, yeah.
With Sylvester Stallone. Like you said, he's coming off of Rocky IV and Rambo Part 2 in the same year. I mean, he's marrying Swedish models. He's, doing this ridiculous action movie with all the tropes, all the time, every scene. You see, look at the picture. Look at the background of Gabe. Look behind him. You got the laser sight. You got the weird foreign gun. You got the glasses and the wooden match.
Well, look at it this way. Here is what he had just come off of in the previous years. Cobra came out. I'm looking at his filmography online right now. Before Cobra, his movie before that was Rocky 4. Before that was First Blood 2. Some movie, Rhinestone, Staying Alive. Then First Blood, Rocky 3, Nighthawks, Rocky 2. Like, he is just killing, and he's already won an Oscar for the first Rocky, right? So he'd been killing for like almost a decade at this point, right? Rocky is what, 76, and Cobra is 86.
Yep.
Right?
10 years.
So, so he is, as you said, Sean, you put it so well. He's at the height of hubris. He can do no wrong. You know what I mean? He can do anything he wants. He is Godzilla. He is a 5'6" Italian Godzilla.
Dang, is he that short?
I don't know. I always like to make them shorter than they really are, just because it's funnier to me. So
I mean, and he looks big for a 5'4" guy. But this is the thing I often tell people. I say, when you look at the little stallion. No, but when you
the Italian
tiny stallion.
The tiny little stallion is Arnold.
I don't see what's so funny about that.
Hey, look at little stallion.
My last words, people will ask, it's going to be like Rosebud. People will say, well, why were Sean's last words Muggsy Bogues?
Muggsy.
It was a message to Jericho. But guys, this is the thing about it, right? I would definitely say there is the newlywed starring in this, or I'm in this with my girl quality that was probably affecting some of the story.
What do you mean?
And I do think that the thing about this movie that is cool is that when you think about these kinds of action tropes, my son was down there, we watched it together, and he looked over at me and he goes, this is like if GTA was a movie.
Yep.
Right.
And I went, you summed it up, man. It's Grand Theft Auto the movie. It's freaking genius.
And
it's in Long Beach too. Like literally the chase scene where the Studebaker's flying. There was a part where he goes around a corner and I saw the sign that said Seaside. So I just got on Google Maps and I'm like, where's Seaside in LA? And Seaside Avenue. Sure enough, it was near the Port of Long Beach. So and Grand Theft Auto was right there. Part of it's in Long Beach and LA. And I'll let you go, Jericho, but here's a weird experience for Southern Californians or anyone that goes to Los Angeles. I think I may have mentioned this before. If you played Grand Theft Auto 5, which I did 8 years ago when it came out, if you played it enough driving around town and then you go to Hollywood and LA and Long Beach, you have deja vu. You're like, there are places I went to in LA. My daughter moved there to do stand-up comedy and all that stuff. And I would go up to Hollywood and all these places. I'm like, I've been here. Like, I know where I am because the map in GTA is really good. So that's a weird one, man. That's a really weird one.
Yeah, and GTA, if the person going around doing all the stuff, like the person you're following is a cop. That's the only difference. It's like some regular citizen. You're what is he, lieutenant? I think he's Lieutenant Marlon Cabretti.
No, Marion, because that's
Marion Cabretti. That's what it is, Marion.
Yeah, well, it's the same first name as John Wayne, because John Wayne's real name is Marion whatever. So, yeah.
Oh wow, and his car that had to be one of his cars.
Yeah,
obviously not that they must. I don't know how many cars they went through in that chase scene. They must have just had kit cars for that. But I'm sure the one he was driving around, normally had to be his, because when he pulls up, and this is part of the Stallone, the bulletproof Teflon movie done at the time, is he pulls up and the license plate gets a close up.
Right.
What is it? Awesome 50 or some shit.
Awesome 50.
The car, the license plate gets a close up. So I think he probably brought this out of his collection.
Hey, hold on now. Yeah, that's out of bounds. That car is a good friend of mine. Don't be insulting that car. It's a very good friend of mine.
Cars are not. They're not real. They're not real. They're not.
I mean, we're friends. Maybe you're not friends with your car.
I mean, but, I don't doubt that you talk to the car. I'm just saying, does the car?
He talks to me. You know what I'm saying?
Herbie Herbie
says,
the
"Hey,
Love Bug kind of thing.
Hey, Sly, you're looking real fine today." That's what he says. You know,
Opens the door and hits you on your butt.
Yeah, he says, get in here and put that Italian keister right on my leather.
Stop touching my ass.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
get
I
it.
mean, there was a sense I felt that the car did work on the script a little. There was a sense that it may have been participating. But you know what's crazy is that, and I think about this a lot too. You talk about this as, I mean, I don't think we've ever topped the Charger, just because, I mean, you go with the Charger in Dukes of Hazzard, but then you get the Charger in Blade, and it's like, it's a done deal. But our hero having a badass vehicle is something that I love, man.
Yeah,
You know, like,
and it's
that's
always
the
an older
thing
car. It's always a
Yeah.
classic car, a muscle car. It's never, you know, even if it's contemporary, you know, like Blade or this one for the time, it was a new movie. It took place in present day, but they always have some classic badass muscle car. And I love it.
He had a great one.
Works every time.
Blade had a great car. You know what I mean?
Seagal in Mark for Death. Mark for Death, I
Right.
think that's 70
Right.
Mach 1 that he had.
Right.
That thing was
And
cold.
then who's the blonde action guy? Guy Fieri. He's got that Chevy SS.
Action.
So
Please
We're
let that
rolling
be let that be the next movie we do. Is a
Right,
Guy Fieri action.
dude, I
film.
would fucking love a Guy
Oh.
Fieri 80s style action movie. He's like, he owns a restaurant, his kids and family, they're there. Terrorists come in and take over the restaurant for some reason. And he, like Casey Ryback, has to work his way from chef to deadly killer, Guy Fieri
Mhm.
Food Network host. You're welcome,
right.
Guy. You can call my
But
name.
wait a minute. Is it going to be R for violence, or is he going to have to use? He can't use foul language, or
Oh,
that,
it's
that
a
tarnishes.
hard. Well, it's not an R. You're right, because it was NC-17 and they had to edit it down to an R. It
But
was
I mean,
violent.
is Guy Fieri cursing, because that will tarnish the image of the?
Oh, he's cursing. It's,
You know,
it's
that we
every
have-
other word. He's like a machine gun of curse words, and the way he kills people is like Mortal Kombat gimmicky with all his cooking utensils. He's
Yeah,
sticking
yeah.
knives in the oven, and you know. So
is he like
I gotta tell you.
Is he like
I
just an
came up-
all around grumpy kind of guy, or is he nice and this completely makes him do an emotional 180 and he just becomes a savage?
well,
Or is he
he's
kind of?
he's a jaded restaurateur and TV host. You know, he's seen it all. He's conquered everything. He's got to the top of the mountain, and he's really looking for meaning in life now because it's so much wealth and fame. And what's it all mean?
Oh, so he's rich. He's like Guy Fieri.
Right. This is
Yep.
current Guy Fieri. This
Okay,
is
not like a greasy spoon kind of.
No, this is
It's meta.
56-year-old 2023 Guy Fieri.
Oh man,
And he just is
we're
lost
rolling out.
direction. Yeah, that's
Dude, let me say too, you know, like you can do this with anybody though, because I've had this idea and it's not good. I'm gonna try to stop myself from making it. You guys know. Sometimes I make things and I go, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. But it was a idea for a horror trailer where the Jason Voorhees-esque killer was Bob Ross. And it used
Damn.
Bob Ross audio clips. So you don't realize how often he says things like, of course, you know, beat the devil out of it, but how often he goes, now for this kind of work, I like to get out the little knife. Now, he's talking about a palette knife. However,
Wait, wow.
out of context,
That's
that'd
right.
be amazing.
it can be
Oh.
terrifying.
He was in the service.
That's right, he was.
Oh.
You never know.
Rest in
Yeah,
peace,
Guy Fieri. There'd be a scene where he's like on top of a dude, like the grounding pound. He has a full mount, and he takes a rolling pin and like rolls the guy's
Right.
face,
And he
We're
says,
rolling
"We're
out."
There
like
you go.
crushes the guy's head.
Right. Oh,
You know, Cobra was gonna be. It was rated X, and they had to edit it down to an R because of the extreme
Really?
violence. Because it was supposed to be way more gory than it was.
Really?
It
I'm
turned out
making
to
this
be.
trailer, guys. I can.
And it was
Yeah.
and it was over 2 hours. The original version, they cut a lot of it.
How the hell they get 2 hours out of this script?
It was close to 2.5.
I'm on my way to Flavortown. This is Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives.
Dude, I could just see it. He's there with 2 SMGs. He's like, I'll take you to town. Flavor Town.
Flavor Town.
You know what Oh, he's our next action star, Guy Fieri. We love you guys.
We're gonna have him
Diners,
on there, man.
drive-ins, and dives, motherfucker. Yeah.
Yeah, it's you know, and the thing about this too is, and because this is the thing about this movie, man, and we got to get into this insanity. This movie, had something that was odd for its time. Like it had because in 1986, it's not like 1982, 81, not 79. It had its central criminal group was a ideological gang of axe murderers, essentially, like that would clang their axes together.
They all had 2 axes. Everybody had 2.
These folks were working for Bane. Okay, this was some League of Shadows stuff going on in this movie, man. Woo!
Wait, I have one more Guy Fieri part for the movie.
Please.
Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives there has to be a scene where he opens some kind of case and there are these 3 knives in there. Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives.
Ooh.
Those are his 3 knives. And when he busts those out, it's time to go to work. You know, something
right.
3 of something that have to be named, you know.
Diners, I got it. He opens
Triple D.
Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dynamite. And he pulls out the stick and, you know, blows up the bad guy, shoves it in his mouth or something.
Or he has like 3 dicks. Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives.
That's right.
I don't know, just spitballing.
Yeah. No. That's a great screen name there. Hello. 89-minute movie, 5-hour long convo about it. You know how we do.
That's what we do.
Don't play with me.
It was 87 minutes.
Was
it? Didn't even. Yeah, it was an hour and 27 minutes.
Oh, you know, it was originally 2 hours, but we had to cut it down. Way too violent. We went on too long with the car. The love scene with the car, that was too much.
Definitely.
The test audiences, they didn't get it, but you know, I'm a visionary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Banging the gas hole, the gas tank.
There it is, man.
Gas hole?
Yeah, where you put the nozzle in.
Right. Is that what that's called? It can't
I don't know.
be called a gas hole.
Hey, touch nice gas hole. I don't know. That's what I'm calling it from now on.
All right. Give Sean the chance, Jericho. Give him an effing chance.
No, he's had enough chances. Sean's had enough opportunities.
No, you don't even know how true that is.
All right. Tammy with the correction. 89-minute movie. 89-minute movie. 30-minute review. 5 hours of laughter. Yes, that's more like.
That's definitely more accurate.
All right. So yeah, we get this cool intro. He's coming in.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
There's like a sun blazing behind him. He's in silhouette, and of course Brigitte Nielsen, gorgeous model, is in this.
She got second billing on this.
Was she his wife at the time?
Yeah, they got married the year before.
Right.
She was in Rocky 4 with him.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This again, the height of hubris. He has his wife in there with him. He's like, hey, she gonna be my lover. She's in the movie. You know?
Yeah, who knows? What if she insisted on it? She was one of those women that like, no, you can't kiss someone else on screen. Like, I'm the love interest. What if it was that? I like to imagine that. I like the crazy woman.
And she's like 6 foot, 6'1". So she probably, had him up against the wall or something. He couldn't move.
This was, when I just have to say this. First of all, this is what my basement looks like, so don't judge. But second of all, and this is an important thing.
Hey, copycats.
Yeah, copycats. I mean, hello, copyright, trademark. But this is the thing about it is you talked about when we were talking about, Jingle All the Way, that you need an explanation for Arnold in that movie. You can't just say mattress salesman. And even as a model, okay, you have to explain her better. Because there's this giant blonde woman who suddenly you cannot, it's a very strange thing when people are like going, we got to find her and kill her. I'm like, how could you miss her?
Yeah,
look at her.
She's like a foot taller than everybody.
Right.
And they gave her like a Swedish name because when she's in the hospital after her incident, his partner says I can't remember what it was, but he tried to pronounce it. He's like, it's something, right? She's like, yes. And he looked at him like, I told you I could pronounce it or some shit like that. So they gave her like a foreign last name. So I guess that was their attempt at explaining it, Sean. Maybe they figured, hey, that's good enough. Sylvester Stallone, this movie sucks. Let's get the fuck out of here. And
now she Brigitte Nielsen, she has got a lot of range because she went with Sly right here. Yeah. But she's also with Flavor Flav. Now I need that explained to me. I need that.
Who can explain that? Who can explain
Flavor Flav.
Brigitte Nielsen with Flavor Flav? I mean, can he explain it? Can he articulate the words? Holy hell.
Flavor Flav opened a chicken restaurant once. I ate at it. It was terrible. So, I hope you enjoyed it, Brigitte.
Yeah, I bet it was bad. That's what happens when you have a crackhead who owns the business. That was a dark moment in history. But Brigitte, I guess, Sean, that was their attempt at explaining that, was giving her a foreign last name. But other than that, no, there was no explanation. This, big old tall Amazon woman is just running around with a very tiny,
wait a minute,
trinket size stallion.
Was she Red Sonja? Was she?
She's in Red Sonja. She had an affair with Arnie.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me, Arnold? You laid hands on my wife?
No. Listen to me.
No,
listen.
Don't you
listen to me.
Arnie.
Listen to me. Give me your ear. Give me your ear.
All right.
It was before.
Nibbling on her ear.
It was before you, Sly Sylvester. It was before you. I had it first.
Oh,
I didn't have it.
That makes it a lot better,
Yeah, I had it first. That's why you didn't fit in there.
Why can't I?
That's why it was like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. Because I was in there. I was in there first.
I'm gonna take the high road right now because she's with Flavor Flav, so I feel like I won that exchange. And I'm with what the hell's my wife's name?
I love this, dude.
What is her name?
I don't even know.
I want to say something. Is it Jennifer Flavin or is that someone else's wife?
Flavin? I don't know. No, Brigitte. She's not with Flavor Flav anymore. She's with some. I think she's with some guy who's younger than her. She just had a kid like 5 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
Here's what I need from you, right? I need one Arnold saying, "I hit it and then I quit it."
I did what they always do. I hit it and then I quit it. I was out of there. I was in there and then I was out of there.
Maybe you weren't man enough to put a ring on it. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't commit. You commit to your frumpy maid, but you can't commit to a beautiful Scandinavian model. Was you intimidated?
No, why would I commit to her? I was starting to court Maria Shriver, starting to formulate my political career. Why would I be locked down with a giant Amazon woman? She had a huge vagina.
How could you get elected to be the governor of a state you can't even pronounce, my man?
California. I don't know. I'm the American dream. I come from another country. I can't talk good. To this day, I can't talk good. And then I'm a movie star. And there is the politics and all there. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm looking at my clock over here. It's 7:47. We have not started this movie. So I think
nope.
I really think I should break character and we should get back to the show now, guys.
Yeah, guys.
Here's your Arnold. As always, thank you, Arnold.
Yeah, of course.
This is your look right now, right? This is your look at what it was like or what we were coming out of in the late 70s. And my son was looking at this and he said, "Man, that looks like America now." And I said, "Yep. Like that's a pretty good look at what our major cities started to look like." And it's amazing how much we have this kind of, echo of the bureaucracy trying to tell you, like, you get this first scene, which we're going to see, where you've got a, how do I put this? You don't have a subtle criminal in this. You have a universally easily despised human being.
Yeah, pick him out of a lineup real easy.
Real quick, right before we get to the King grocery store, we're in, of course, the deliciousness of the 80s action movie trope, a dark, with spotlights and shafts of light and steam and all that. And it's a cult of murderers, and they each have two giant axes, not hand axes, like full chop a tree down axe, and they clang them together and they chant
together. It's like clank, clank,
clank, clank, clank, clank. What do we have here? If you quickly count 1, 2, 3, 4, you got about 15 cult members. It's a cult of axe murders. We see them clanging and chanting, and then we go to the grocery store, right where
15 murderers, 30 axes.
Right.
And also the torn, what is that? Like curtains or something
like
hanging from.
Something is hanging.
Like they were cutting them up with their axes or some shit. I mean, everything is the volume is cranked up and the knob is broken off.
Like if nowadays these people would be like internet nerds, like just cringy. Look at this. They spray painted "kill" on the wall right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might as well have sprayed like they should have sprayed like "bad boy" or something like that. Or,
I like
Naughty
it, man.
guys.
Man, hey Steve, what was that thing that kind of brought us all together? Dude, it's on the wall, right? It's just kill.
Kill.
We all love killing, man.
So in case the audience didn't get it, in case the audience can't put together, what are these guys all about? What's their
MO?
Hey,
yeah, what's their MO?
Steve, thanks.
What's
Steve.
their
I have a question, Steve.
What's
You
their
let
mission
me into the
statement?
murder gang. Is there any way we could get better lighting in our warehouse? I think the red light, while kind of scary and dramatic, would it be nice if we had normal, like warm light in here or something like that? Is there a reason it has to be so dark with these red lights? Anybody?
Hey,
Steve?
I'm not trying to be a dick in here or anything like that, but I mean, I'm looking across the way and I'm noticing some people have 2 axes. Am I the only one who's got an issue with this? I'm sitting here with my 1 axe looking like a jerk off, and those guys over there have got 2 axes.
Yeah, you
Maybe
can't
we should
clank,
form
clank.
some kind of union. Oh shit!
All right. And that's how they went from 14 members to 13. That's how.
Yep, that's right. Sort
So
of.
you gotta have 2 axes so you can do the clank, clank, clank.
I love the cringy skull with 2 axes going to it.
Just in case you forgot their weapon of choice. And then the next scene, the grocery store scene, you can see outside it says Happy Holidays. So this is winter time, Southern
Christmas
California.
Christmas
And
movie.
now, your son said it looks like America does today, but would you gladly jump back to 1986? Yeah, I would.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
I mean, the fact that, listen, man, I've gotten up and gone to the grocery store not looking my best. But what you got right here is a man who's putting in some effort to look like he's there for a mass murder. It's pretty simple. Like they say, dress for the job that you want. And this man right here has dressed for the job he's about to do.
Right.
The long coat, sunglasses.
Yeah.
And he shoots. The first thing he shoots is a bunch of produce.
Yep.
He just blasts the
Unacceptable.
the bell peppers and shit for some reason. I was trying to catch a glimpse of some of the prices in there, but
don't do it.
Seriously.
Don't do it. I'm not even kidding, Jericho, because this is the thing, right? If you think about the prices of these things during 70s inflation, it's gonna make you cry.
Man.
You're gonna go, oh my lord.
I know.
But yeah, I mean, look, guys, this is the great thing about this flick.
Wait
we
a
are
minute.
not confused. No, it's not Edward James almost.
No, this is the chat. I love you guys. You're so brilliant. Is that Edward James Olmos?
Yes.
Edward James Olmos.
Same
bravo.
face, same skin, but not the same person. Yeah, great work on the miser.
All right,
Great
go
work.
ahead. That was just too beautiful to ignore.
No, it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. But you really, I mean, there's this aspect of this that is almost like Nighthawks, weirdly.
Yeah.
Like it's an odd action flick. Like this group is like they're somewhere between a gang and a terrorist group. Like they're not.
I was 1986. I was a third grader, second grade, third grade, 7, 8 years old. So I have very vague memories of it, but I know there was like the whole Satanic Panic, Dungeons and Dragons. Yes. There's a Batman graphic novel from them that's very famous called The Cult.
The Cult,
like The Cult was all over the news, and Satanists were all over the news, and you got Kiss and all those bands scaring parents. So I think the villains in this being a kill cult, I think that was in the zeitgeist around then, but I'm a little too young to know for sure if I'm getting my timing right. I know that was a thing, like Ozzy Osbourne bit the head off of a bat, in 1980X. I don't know what year, but all that evil cultish stuff was kind of brewing in the early 80s. So I think that influenced this probably. So
there was the aspect of it. I mean, the thing that I think about the most is the height of the cult. I think it's almost like a delayed reaction. Because the height of the cult in culture was the late 70s. You know what I mean? In the 60s. It was like in, that period, right? That's when you had the boom in serial killers. You had that boom in, when people talk about this kind of stuff, whenever you have a generation come up, and it's unfortunate that this is so predictable, But whenever you have a generation come up where there is overemphasis on the kids and making sure that the kids are always the center of everything, you get a crop of serial killers. So the baby boomer, it's the baby boomer generation grew up to produce the Ted Bundys and the Zodiac killers and all of these cats, right? But by this time it was dying out, but it started to work its way into the 80s. So you had the serial killers of the 80s movies were all based off of the 70s serial killers in those horror movies. Like, without them, we don't get Leatherface, we don't get Jason Voorhees, we don't get Freddy Krueger, who was, the child killer, we'll put in quotes, and many more. And so these guys, like, they worked into the action movie. What was weird about this is there's this horror movie cult aspect of this. Like, it is a horror. There's horror movie sequences in this, man. It's a cool flick.
Yeah, we watched this as a family. Me and my wife and my two kids. My kids are adults.
Please tell me the granddaughter was not in there.
But yeah, we watched it, and my wife turned to me and said, "You didn't tell me this was like a horror movie." I'm like, "It's got elements of jump scare and tension."
Yeah,
but you're totally right on that, man. So this guy who totally doesn't look exactly like a criminal comes in.
Yeah, I mean, he might be.
Yeah,
I'm not here to profile anybody.
He just really hated broccoli, and he wasn't going to have any more.
And I promised myself next time I come in here with a sawed-off shotgun, I was going to shoot the broccoli first.
Amen.
And
talk about product placement,
right?
There's Pepsi and 7-Up, Lay's chips, everything.
Real quick, Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Tear for Canadian $5. Now, guys, I don't know the exchange rates. Canadian $5, guys, I might be a billionaire right now. Okay, I might be. Who knows? Who knows what Canadian money is worth? What is the super sticker? It is the little punching doggy. So thank you. So it's like a ninja dog. I think he has a Japanese headband or something like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the Canadian $1 billion.
Thank you for your sticker.
Oh goodness. Right. So he goes around the shop. He's
$1 billion here. Thank you.
It's a Shiba Inu. I don't know what that means, but I suppose it's that type of dog or it's that type of ninja dog.
Shiba
Inu. You have to clarify that for me. So yes.
Two Shiba Inu here.
All right. Jericho has transformed.
Again.
All right. Right. So then outside you have the cops with the standoff. It's a classic trope. About
all the cops pointing their guns.
Oh, God. And what was striking to me here is the cop. He's got a 6-shooter revolver. I wonder when they generally switched over to the semi-automatic, like the Glocks and all that. I wonder.
Late 90s or late 80s, I mean. Late 80s, early 90s through like all the way to like the 2000s was the Beretta, the M92, same as the military, and then got in the Glocks.
No. Would like to stick up for our facially challenged friend and say the dude is worth protecting us from seed oils, the real serial killer. There you go.
Amen. And I will tell you this, man. They had to retire the revolver because nobody could fire a revolver better than Al Powell in Die Hard at the end.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Out our man. That is one of the best shots of a revolver in any movie. I will say it's better than Lethal Weapon. God bless Danny Glover.
Oh man, that's saying a lot.
But Al Powell with that rack focus to him off the barrel of the gun to his eyes. Freaking greatest shot in one of the movie's history. It's
when
really
you talk about that fake out kill at the end, the Al Powell, then it reminds me of Stone Cold with Bosworth. They have the exact same moment. Yep. And then also Bosworth has the exact same moment of Cobra where he starts off with the crime in the grocery store too.
Yes, right? He does.
So
his was pretty wild as well.
Like wine left open in your trunk gets worse by the day. Stone Cold. It just ages like milk. You know what I mean? It just, Stone Cold. The Marine or Stone Cold? I think I like Stone Cold. It's more fun.
I'd rather watch Stone Cold again. The Marine was dog shit.
This is John Triton.
They have a hostage. It's my wife.
The Marine ages like Indian food in a diaper. It is
No.
insane as shit, man.
Ew.
And I'm gonna tell you this, dude. I was looking at that. I was thinking about that movie the other day. To say there is no, like, when I watch a movie like this, it's balls to the walls action, right? It's craziness, and you're like, okay, everybody's lost the plot here. In the Marine, I just wanted to die. Like, when I was watching it, I was like, I can't handle any of it. Like, the comedy bit with the guy he works with, working security.
That was so
I was like,
stupid.
shit, that movie dropped so many threads, man. It's ridiculous.
Or the guy always talking about the weird camp count, or somebody with the weird rock candy.
Yeah.
Like a weird joke about.
Yeah.
Woo. Woo.
Yeah, that was
All right.
that was something. And
Back
by
to
the way,
Oh, man.
to get back to Cobra, if you want to know who these actors are in Cobra, and if you're watching this, please look away. But all of these actors who are playing these side characters in Cobra are the stunt doubles for the actors who would typically play these in finer movies. I'm convinced. It's
Guy's
like
Captain No
Yeah.
Lips.
Yeah.
On the left there. Jeez.
I recognize him, but I don't know where I recognize him from.
How does he keep his food in his mouth when he eats?
He
He
doesn't
has
need
no
to.
lips.
He has
Let me tell you
everything.
something.
Yeah.
He has everything.
So
to
let's
smooth-
just say you're hanging out in your house. When all of a sudden, you take a look and you see some turpentine and you say to yourself, this isn't stowed properly. So you open up the top and you pour it all over yourself and you say to yourself, it's dark in this room because the power's gone out. So you light yourself a match. Let me show you something!
Dude, torch. Love
Did
it.
you know in 1994,
Yeah, Captain No Lips.
In
What's that?
1990, you want to talk about big? Jim Carrey, 1994, Ace Ventura, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber.
Yes.
All 1994. Holy
And
crap!
Liar Liar had to be like 95, like right after
That's
that.
getting 3 home runs in 3 at bats in a row or something. That's insane.
Jeez.
That's insane.
And then
but anyway,
the Grinch in 2000.
right?
He had a nice little stretch.
Yeah, he sure did. And then he's changed in recent
Oh,
years.
yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
Weirdo.
So right here we got the standoff with our friend in the store. He's shooting watermelons, shooting cantaloupe, he's shooting melons, all kinds of melons, this guy. And you got the cops outside that tried to decide what to do. And I love the line here. I'm not sure which of the two says it, but he goes, "Get the Cobra." You know what I mean?
The guy on the left, because the guy on the right hates him. He don't like Cobra.
Oh, that's right. That's
So
right.
the guy on the left, the captain,
Right.
not get Cobra, get the Cobra.
Get the Cobra.
And you hear this awkward, kind of slow unzipping, and he goes, "No,
No,
ready."
hey, I'm not gonna tell you again. Go ready.
No. He says, "Not right now."
Later. Look at me. Later.
I mean, look at Stallone here at the height of coolness. You know?
Yes.
He's so cool it hurts. In this,
You couldn't put any more cool in
No.
this scene. His face,
No.
he's just so, it's fucking cool.
Well, I would tell Arnold, when have you ever been even half this cool? Because I don't think it's possible for you being Austrian and everything.
I'm cooler than you when I'm sleeping. I'm so cool. You think you're cool in your little movie? I put my gun in my waistband.
I think,
I'm Cobra.
I think you're cooler than me when you're sleeping because you're dreaming you're cooler than me. But it ain't reality, baby.
No, really. In real life, I'm way cooler than you. When I'm sleeping in my bed doing nothing, I'm cooler than you. Sly.
I love the concept of Stallone getting bullied by Arnold.
Oh my God! Yes.
Yeah, this is what the movie he made instead of, because he couldn't make
Beverly
things
Hills.
line up with Beverly Hills Cop.
Right.
He wanted to change the script. He wanted to take some of the comedy, a lot of the comedy out. And it was going to go over budget and all this other stuff. So he said, fuck it, I'm not going to do it. And so he went off to do this. And then, Beverly Hills Cop thankfully turned out the way it did.
Right.
And wow, which one would you rather see?
Dude.
Yeah.
I mean, Beverly Hills Cop is a massive touchstone movie because I grew up for a short spell. One of the happiest times of my childhood, interestingly enough, was growing up outside of Detroit in the 80s, which not a lot of people would say that, but you can't fall out of the basement, and after that it was pretty rough. But I will say this is that for me it was like a little bit of home, and so seeing all of those little touchstones, those shots they did of Detroit and all of that kind of thing, But the writing in that movie was so smooth. Cinematography was so smooth. And this movie, in a lot of ways, like people were talking about this in terms of, things like Death Wish and things like that. And I think it is. It's almost like a Death Wish movie a little too late. You know what I mean? In a weird sense. It's just way more gritty than the mid-'80s were, you know?
Oh. Well, you speaking of Beverly Hills Cop in Detroit and how seeing some of the locales that you were familiar with, the weirdest experience I ever had just like that, it must have been weird for you to see it or interesting. The weirdest experience I ever had was watching the movie Savages. It came out like 6-7 years ago. It was
with Blake Lively and Selma Hayek and those two dudes.
Yeah. So there's a part where they're driving from like LA to Tijuana. So you go down the 5 freeway. That's right. That's the coastal freeway. And I'm at the La Jolla AMC 12 movie theater. And the exit is La Jolla Village Drive. When they're driving in the movie, they show that sign. And I'm like, I'm 100 yards away from where the movie is happening, like on the screen.
Yeah.
That was very weird to see. I don't know. You don't see where you are typically in a movie.
Yeah.
So,
and,
it was very weird.
This is the character aspect of this too, right? Because you've got this guy, sitting here wearing one of these 1920s caps. You've got this 1950s car. You've got all of this kind of these over-the-top character elements. And one of the things that's always tricky about doing those kinds of things is you have to have the other characters, like, how do I put it? You can't invent these quirky characters and have them hold a movie together. So you've got to have, like, they've got to work. So Mr. Joshua is the perfect amount of crazy in Lethal Weapon, right?
Right.
So is the creepy South African, not diplomatic immunity, God love him. May he rest in peace. But the dude who takes out, it's like, imagine my surprise when I pulled her head back, like that creepy assassin dude who throws the knife to his leg. And when you see this flick, it's almost like it's hard to describe. Like there's these quirky characters who almost feel like they could be put into a different movie and it would have a little bit more cohesion. Because it's like, Cobra next to that dude is a weird mix.
Yeah.
Let me talk about this guy who I don't remember his name. I just call him Raul
Gonzalez.
He looks okay. I was halfway there. He looks like he's gonna be on Sesame Street and giving a kid a life lesson on the step.
Yeah.
Well, Billy, you've got to share your ice cream with your sister. You can't just hit her when she asks. He looks like that's what he should be saying with that grandpa hat and that vest and all that. Real quick though, Brian McCormick. Howdy, big Jericho Green fan. Enjoy his daily stream. Here for that reason. I love these type of movies. Well, Brian, I would implore you to hit the subscribe button. We have a lot of fun here laughing and going over these great 80s and 90s.
Do.
We have a great time. And the rest of you, if you're loving it and you're having fun, share this out and hit the like and all that. Make sure you're subscribed. And check out our links in the description where you can follow Sean, you can follow Jericho, and check me out on Instagram too. But back to the show.
And thanks for being here, Brian. Appreciate that, man.
Absolutely.
But they even have the fucking SWAT bread truck in the background. Everything. Like I said, all tropes, all action movie tropes, all the time. You got him. He's, of course, the badass main character, his partner who's nothing like him, the yelling captain, the guy who doesn't like him because he's too unorthodox. He doesn't follow the rules. Everything is in the rules, Cobra. Everything all the time. So he somehow sneaks in here, and this is the dumbest shit ever. If you have a hostage situation where this guy, he's already killed one person. He showed a propensity to kill. There was a kid. He told him, go, you're free, get out of here. And so the kid tries to run. He shoots him in the back, right? So he's already murdered somebody. You're a police officer. You go in there. You got the drop on him. You could walk up behind him and blow this dude's brains out and be done with it. But he sneaks up behind the guy. He's behind him. And then he sneaks around and goes in front of him. Oh,
I thought it was a little much when he took a swig of the Coors Light there or whatever.
Yeah.
And then he looked in the camera like, Coors goes great when you're making an arrest, Like,
the bake with beer. Even when I'm on the clock, a Coors is always great,
But only have only one Coors.
Whether you're driving or you're at the beach with your kids, Coors. It's
Pepsi, because Coke wouldn't touch this movie. No, right? When you're looking at this too, and you hit the nail on the head, man. It's like you see this sort of stuff and you go, okay, we know this is a bad guy. The thing that cracked me up about it so much, or cracks me up about it, is this guy is in here, he's ready to die, he's a psychopath, and you're right, he's like, let's have a conversation.
Right.
Listen, gotta be honest with you, I don't like what you're doing with your life. The guy's like strapped with explosives.
The guy says he's gonna blow up the whole grocery store, right?
Yeah, he has a little bomb.
And then
kill them all. I'm gonna kill you.
Paul Rouleau has a great line. Stallone's like, I don't shop here.
Yeah, hey, I don't care. I don't shop here, so fuck these people. No, I like the deli at Vaughn's better. You know, they got better lunch meat.
But everything.
Remember that line?
He
says, go ahead. I don't shop here.
Yeah.
So whenever somebody in an action movie says "go ahead," all you hear is it gonna? What's gonna do better than make my day? And he goes, I don't shop here. I was like,
this is showing how
it's like, go ahead. I don't shop here. You know, it's
I don't know her.
I don't have my coupons.
You want to kill her? Kill her. I don't know her. Kill her.
That's the one.
This is, at every turn is a product. So he's like, oh, hey, shit. Hey, I like Pepsi over here. Hey, Coors and banquet beer. Oh, hey, Lay's potato chips. There's like every time he stops, there's prominent product placement. Everything's turned right. They got the right light shining down on it. The angle, the package is puffed out. Everything. This is fucking great. But when he says that to him, that's to show he's fucking crazy. This guy's not a regular cop. He's on the edge, man. He doesn't care if you don't care if he kills these people, but you're a cop. And so he has a chance to shoot this dude in the back of the head. He does not. Instead, he comes around and gets on the PA system. Let's fuck around on the PA system in a hostage situation. All you hear is people are sniveling and crying. And he's like, hey, fucking, hey, all the shoppers, on the fucking intercom. I'm like,
right now we have 8 pieces of dark meat chicken for $6.99.
Hey, if you go to the meat counter, you can see half off a fucking asshole.
Can we see, by the way, can we get None the Miser on this script?
What?
Paging Edward James almost. We get you to the furthest store. Come on, that would have been some stone cold shit right there.
Oh my goodness.
Man.
Look at that.
Yeah.
He's drinking a Coors beer. I love it, man. Thank you, 1980s. Thank you.
Yeah. If he had hung on to that beer and gotten to that confrontation where the guy goes, you can't kill me, you're a cop, and he could have said something like, do I look like I care if I'm on duty? I'm drinking a Coors. Like, right now.
Hey, do I look like a cop who'd be drinking this delicious Mountain Coors beer made from the waters of Colorado? Straight from the Rocky Mountains to you. from the Rocky Mountains, where I be drinking this delicious ice cold beer.
Oh my goodness!
Love it, man.
It's the perfect drink to wash down some of these Lay's potato chips. Now in barbecue. Hey, oh, me? Yeah, I'm just drinking this Coors beer with these brand new sour cream and onion Lay's potato chips.
Again, I thank you. I thank you, 1980s. This
guys.
is terrible and beautiful.
Guys, I started channel memberships. I kind of don't know what I'm doing, but I went over it. And we got Tammy A, I think, is our first member.
Excellent. Welcome,
All
Tammy.
Hey, Tammy was also my first.
Okay,
member.
Arnold.
Oh, so
No.
First you had Brigitte before me, and now you got Tammy before me.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that's how good of a person she really is. She was mine first on there. Now she's first on here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, I thought you were saying what you were saying before, and I'm not.
Calm
cool.
down. Everything's
Tammy.
so crazy with you, Sly. Calm down. Listen to me. Calm
Tammy, I don't have
down.
the heart to tell both of these guys. No.
Ooh.
Hey, Arumave joined now, too.
There you
Oh,
go.
There you go.
Look
Well,
what you
thank
done
ladies.
started.
I
Look what you done started.
sincerely appreciate that. We do our best here to have fun. We do our best to be an hour and 15 into the show and be 3 minutes into the movie. That's what
Yes.
we do.
That's
Right. Guys, you don't get that anywhere else, guys. You don't get 3 men goofing off and taking this long to describe an 87-minute movie to you.
Yeah. If you want
87
this
minutes.
level of efficiency, you're going to have to go to the United States government. It's the only level of efficiency that comes closer to that. We put the Q in rapid response.
Here's.
So,
Go ahead, man.
So yeah, these two have a standoff, and I have a little video,
Which is ridiculous.
I made a video promo for YouTube and Instagram, so I'll play that promo because it's only 20 seconds long. I don't think they'll take my ad money away for that. But yeah, they're going back and forth, and I'll kill him, I'll shoot him all, and he snuck up on him. He's got the drop on him. But he puts his gun down.
Yeah.
And,
he puts his gun down. Hold on, he has the drop on this dude. Number one, he could have shot this dude. Problem solved. Because remember, he's already killed one person. He's already crossed the point of no return. Right. He gets the drop on him again. Puts his gun down. Opts for the knife he keeps in the sleeve of his leather jacket. Height of hubris. Everything.
Let's see how this goes real quick. I got a short one here. It was an ad, so there's a little bit of me talking at first, but it's like 20 seconds.
Hey, it's me, Sly. Check me out Wednesday on W.
I'm the cure.
Drop it!
What the fuck?
There's the twirl. I love it.
I love the twirl. I love the ivory handle with the Cobra painted on his 1911.
Come on.
I did some research. John, our great mod in the chat, he showed us all a website called not Internet Movie Database, but Internet Movie Firearm Database.com. And I went there and looked at the different weapons in this movie. That gun was custom made. That it's a 9mm 1911, which is weird because our 1911 is usually 45.
Yeah.
But it was a custom made 9mm just for this movie. So this movie's so indulgent for Stallone, and I, as the kids say, am here for it.
Yeah, but it certainly sounded more like a 45 when he shoots like boom, 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 boom. Like a 9mm does not sound like that. So he opts for the knife up his sleeve. I'm telling you, this is a bunch of 8-year-old boys who came up with this movie. He has a knife in his sleeve. He takes it out, drop it. So you throw the knife in the dude's chest. You threw the knife, like 6-inch blade, into this dude's sternum. Then you tell him, drop it, after you throw a knife in his chest. You didn't throw it in his leg. You didn't throw it in his hand. You didn't throw it in his ear and nail him to the wall. You throw it in his chest. Then you say, drop it. And, of course, he doesn't. And then boom, 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 boom with this fucking hand cannon and lay him out on top of today's.
And then he says, clean up on aisle 7.
No, he doesn't say that. But it'd be nice if he did. But
it would have went perfectly. It would have went perfectly with that scene.
Guys, later you're gonna see way near the end of this movie has a one-liner that is not what it needs to be. They just swing and a miss on this one-liner. It has a couple. Like there, he tells the guy that
you're the disease and I'm the cure.
I'm the cure.
So yeah, but there's a one-liner in this that is one of the biggest oofs I've ever heard in a movie. So
again, look at this sunglasses, the 5 o'clock shadow. Like he's so about his job that he doesn't even shave. He's just like I'm all about the job.
Right. Intergalactic Transmitter says my favorite part was the ballet he did after getting capped. Yeah, that guy gets shot. And he twirls beautifully, gracefully onto the meat.
He said, "Hey, pirouette." Yeah.
Right. That Sean told me that's how he wants to go. He wants to gracefully pirouette onto a ribeye roast. Right. That's what you told me, Sean.
Yeah, so that's different people have different dreams.
That sounds good to me too.
Yeah,
think out the pirouette, but landing on a piece of steak. That sounds good.
Right. Arumafe, wow, you are being generous tonight. Thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate it. Arumafe for $20, not Canadian. These are American dollars. I just joined Jericho Club now, so I'm in all 3 of your clubs. Beat that, Tammy.
Hold on fire.
Tammy,
throw down the golden.
Her ass just came off, Tammy, when she laughed. It just came off. What are you going to do about it? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to describe this flick, and that is a very difficult task. I want to be clear about that. But if I were to try to explain it, and people in the 80s might remember these types of things. I don't know for sure if they will. But let me see if I can to share this real quick, because this is important here to me. I had a sticker from this time period when they made prism stickers in the 80s.
Yeah, the machine.
That holographic like sheen on it or whatever it was.
Yep.
Yeah, man. This movie is like a Cobra prism sticker from the 80s, man. It's on 11. You stick that to something for life. You understand?
Everything.
You find that girl, you put that sticker on her forehead. You go, you're mine. Just like that.
That's right.
Too soon.
That's how I met my wife, actually.
Yeah, you're not getting a ring. You're getting a sticker.
Yeah.
This means you're mine.
That's how you gotta do it.
Yeah. Everything is cranked up, top volume, handle broken, knob broken off, so you can't turn it down all the time in this movie. Everything is over the top. Where he's coming out of the fucking supermarket right here, there's like press all around, and he's some kind of celebrity. Hey, Cobra, Cobra, hey, Cobra, Cobra. Yeah, what's up? And then the guy like asks him something, and then the reporter is giving him shit.
Right.
You're destroying the city. You're supposed to be, even the bad guy has rights, and you're destroying and violating and all this shit. And so he grabs the reporter in classic 80s fashion and goes over. They just happen to have the psycho kills. And you hear that, like, psycho. This guy's a psycho. And so the kid's still laying on the gurney dead under the sheet, and he grabs the reporter and pulls him over there. Pulls back the sheet for this dead teenage boy, and you tell that to his parents. Like, fucking, let me show you. This is what I do with a piece of shit.
Yeah, because the reporter's a bleeding heart liberal, like defending the criminal. Like, he has rights too. I like in the 80s, the cop movies, all that. The cops could get pretty rough with people, and there's no repercussions.
Nobody said shit.
Right.
No cameras were going off or nothing.
It'd be being filmed with like 5 cell phones right now, and he'd have to give some fake ass apology 2 days
he's
later.
fired. He's fired.
Yeah.
He's out of here.
Yeah, I mean that reporter had that punchable quality. Only, the apex predator of that would be, of course, the dude in Predator 2, right? Hey, Harrington, more deaths, more mutilations. Then he punches him in the face.
Yeah, he had that German word, Backpfeifengeist. It's a face in good need of a punch. So,
yeah, and that dude, remember he had a fucking TV show. That reporter from Predator 2, he had a real TV show. He used to come on Fox 35, hella late at night. What's that guy's name? Harry something or something Connick. Oh man, that guy he was like that in real life on his TV show. He's fucking crazy. He was Jerry Springer before Jerry Springer.
Oh, that was wasn't it Morton Downey?
Morton Downey Jr.
Yep.
Yeah, dude, he would smoke cigarettes on the show. Oh man, if you want to put the 80s into a TV show, that was Morton Downey Jr. Man.
That's right.
That dude was fucking crazy.
Tony Pope. Yeah.
Hell yeah. This scene right here. So this is again everything, the stereotypes, everything cranked up. So of course these little Mexican cholo kids are in an Impala, and he's pulling up. He wants his parking spot, and there's like a 72 Nova behind him. So we got all the classic cars in here. So he's pulling up, and they're kind of in 2 spots at once, not enough room for him to get in. So this is where he lives. So he honks the horn, and of course, they're little punks, so they don't listen to him. So he pulls up and ends up pushing their car out of the way with his car, and then he backs into his spot.
Hey, we got a problem here, fucker.
Hey, what's up, Holmes? What's up, Bessie?
Hey,
So he gets out.
Right now?
He's like, what's up, Bessie? And then he goes, what's up, Pinche? And Pinche, that's like, you say something after, like, you pinche pendejo, you pinche mamon, pinche something. Yeah, it's not just, what's up, pinche? Like, what were you going to say after that? But of course, terrible cholos. They couldn't find real cholos in Southern California. Okay. In the 80s.
Yeah, right. You're filming in Long Beach, and you can't throw a burrito and not hit a Mexican in Long Beach.
You can't find a cholo in Southern California, in Long Beach in the 80s. Well, good job, guys.
Yeah. Okay.
And
so
he drove
Stallone,
right into their Raiders sticker too, which was the worst. Their Raiders sticker.
Hey, fucking Raiders!
Hey, Raider Nation, fucker. So he pushes their car. I can't remember what he said to him, but after he said, "What's up, pinche?" Can't remember what Stallone said. And he's like, "Hey, get your act together." And he rips the guy has a wife beater t-shirt on, and he rips it down, and you can see the microphone taped to the guy's chest. I'm like, so you either just blew this dude's cover and he's about to get shot when he gets back in the car, or this guy was mic'd up for sound in the scene and they weren't expecting you to do that. He just rips his shirt like that. The guy just looks at him and you can see the microphone taped to his chest. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And so he's like, "Hey, well, pinche maricon." Like after he crosses the street, they're getting all brave and shit. And they're like, "Yeah, you told him, man. You told him, ese." Oh, it was awful.
We did not cover ourselves in glory with this moment. We did not.
Yeah,
you sure didn't, fucker.
Yeah. You can just see it. You can just see it right there. And he's got the hairnet. He's got
That's right, the fucking hairnet.
Yo, I got my new hairnets coming the mail, essay.
The fucking hairnet.
My Highness, she likes them.
She likes the hairnet.
Yep. Oh, goodness. Goodness
fool. Sean, I went to school with those kids. I went to school with
them. So then a police officer does have a beachfront home.
Yeah. Look at that in the background. Look at that background.
Right.
That's the beach.
I live in Southern
West
California.
Coast.
Boys and girls, I live in Southern California. I live in San Diego. I'm not going to disclose my location. I live very close to the beach. The median home price here in San Diego, I think, is like 700, 800,000 is a median home price. If you're in front of the effing beach, you're a millionaire, literally. If you're
something million dollars.
Yeah.
For that house, because you open your window, you could smell the ocean. Yeah, in Southern California, you're paying whatever $1 million for that particular home. But hey, he's on the Zombie Squad, LAPD, the 80s, life is good, plenty of murder and crime, lots of overtime. So he is in what quite literally could be a multi-million-dollar flat loft,
right?
Whatever you want to call it. But that doesn't matter to him. All the money, the glitz, and the glamour. I'm still going to eat pizza like an asshole and cut it in half, and then
with scissors.
I thought, man, did I miss a scene? Does he have like a pet iguana? Because in the 80s, you're going to see the shit. Sometimes they got a weird pet, some kind of monitor lizard or some shit, or a dog, that they share their human food with. And so I'm thinking, is he going to feed this to like a big ass lizard or something? Hell no. So number one, you cut a piece of pizza in half. It's not hot. You cut a piece of pizza in half with scissors. That's strike one. Strike two, you grab the smaller piece to eat. You didn't even grab the bigger piece of pizza. What kind of man are you? Strike three, you still have your sunglasses on in your fucking house. Get him out of here now.
He's too cool. He's too cool to take the glasses off. Too cool to use a knife or just bite the pizza. My goodness. Like, what are you cutting it for?
He got it out of the fridge. Just eat that shit.
Oh my gosh, Brian Knapp was that. He even uses remote control. Cool. Yeah. He sits down, he bites a pizza, and he's gonna do some paperwork or some research on those weird computers you have. And he grabs the remote and he's like he does it. Like he's all cool, and he turns on his little
and just drops it. He's like, yeah, fuck it.
His Hitachi, his 13-inch Hitachi over here.
Dude, he had his sunglasses on in his own home. No one's there. Take them off.
We got Jericho. Is Arnold still back there? Is he too busy with Brigitte?
No. I'm right here. That's old news.
Okay,
I don't even like hearing.
John says, I bet Arnie would have grabbed a bigger piece. Is that true?
Of course I would. You know why? Because I'm a man. I would have grabbed the biggest piece because I'm a man. That's what we do here. We don't cut it in half with our scissors. They were probably like the kind of scissors you give to little kids so they don't stab themselves. Those are like the rounded tips.
Left-handed safety scissors. That's what they were.
Yeah. Don't run with those, Sly. Make sure you don't run with the scissors. I take the whole piece of pizza. Matter of fact, I take the whole pizza. I fold it in half and I eat it like a fucking man does. And then I tell my frumpy dumping housekeeper, come here.
Well, when I was a little boy growing up in Sicily, that's how they ate their pizza. We cut it with scissors over there, with Sicilian scissors. So it goes to show what you know about real Italian.
Hey, Sly, guess what? Guess what you're not anymore? You're not in Sicily. You're here. You're living on the
I'm
beach in
not?
Southern California. Pick up the pizza and eat it. That's how we do it here.
All right. Well, I got to get back to changing my TV remote really cool. So
Yeah, I didn't like the way that looked. That was crazy. Don't ever do that again. Okay. Bye.
I want to see an action movie where the guy turns on the TV by just throwing the remote at the power button.
He's like,
old school.
And stay on.
And of course, turning on the TV, it's right where it needs to be to fill in any holes in the plot thus far. The reporter, body was found, and blah, 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 blah. All right, everybody's all caught up. Got everything. We're good. All right, let's take another step and advance this plot.
Right.
Yeah,
So
when we
yeah, there's
got
a
on
mysterious murder.
That TV though, can we talk about that for a minute? Because somebody put thought into that.
Yeah, bull on top of the TV.
We got a statue of a bull on top of our television set.
That's how masculine he is.
He is manly.
I want everyone to remember what a macho man I am. That's why I have this macho matchstick. I have a macho car. I talk to the cholos like I'm their boss. I drink a beer before I arrest a guy. It's all part of the package, you know.
Yeah, those guys are like if Taco Bell made cholos. Like that's just ridiculous.
Hey, what's up, Pinche? Dude, that's the
You
best.
finish
thing.
that?
Yeah, finish it. That's like what was that? I think it was an episode of Scrubs where they were torturing somebody, and Ted and his musical group, they were just singing, I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. And they never said Chili's. They never finished. The guy was like, finish it. I want my baby back, baby. That's the same thing. Pinche what, fool? You can't say, what's up, Pinche? That makes no sense. But I guess that's the beauty of it. I love it where in a movie where a cop chugs a beer before he engages the criminal. And it was totally fine. I love it, man. This is
It would have been what I really had written into the script, and the insurance company wouldn't let me do it, is I was drinking the beer while I was shooting the criminal. And the people at Coors, they were not happy about that. So I didn't do it.
That sucks.
But
That would've been great.
It did look cool because I drank the beer, I shot him, and then I twirled my gun, you know. And then I crushed the can on my forehead.
Duh. No, he threw the can in the air and shot the can.
Pew, yeah. Dude, and the dumb thing, it's a semi-automatic weapon. So unless you drop the magazine and clear the chamber, and unless you keep firing until the slide stays back, you're not going to twirl that with your finger and then stick it down your pants, because it's a very real possibility that while you're twirling out of your finger, the gun is going to go off and potentially shoot somebody.
I did not
even
think about that.
A 3-minute action movie, all right? Just hear me out. 3-minute action movie. And it's just the credits, the guy getting ready, and it ends when he shoves the pistol in the front. The screen goes dark, you're on fire, and that's it.
Dude, now you got a mess to clean up. It's over in there.
It's over.
Boom. You ever see the video of that guy? He's an ATF agent or some shit, and he's in front of a classroom, and he's like, I'm probably the only person in here who's qualified to handle this firearm. And he's doing something with it, and it goes off, and he shoots himself in the leg in front of the classroom. Man, it's fucking beautiful. But that's something similar to that would happen if you're twirling around a loaded gun like that. Not only is it loaded, but it's like cocked as a round in the chamber, like it's ready to go, and you're twirling it around like an idiot in a room full of people.
I like Spike and Madness summing up Sean's movie. The guy gears up, the end. Gear up,
that was there's a scene like that. I'm gonna get you, sucker. Like he's 5 minutes putting guns everywhere. He's loaded with guns.
He falls down.
He takes a step and he slips on a bullet and he falls, and all of the guns he just put in his pockets go off. That's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. Dude, like 100 guns just boom, 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 boom. Oh my God.
So I played for my wife for the first time. Chris Rock going in and ordering one rib. She had never seen it before. And my friends and I used to look at each other all the time and go, fuck the cup, pour it in my hand for a dime.
Dude, that scene is infuriating.
It drives you mad.
Lucas Letterly notes the 80s fashion faux pas. She's going to play football with those shoulder pads. Funny you ask. This is Carla Jacobson. She actually made the LA Rams practice squad. She played a little bit of fullback, and then they moved her over to linebacker. She was killed she was killed in her NFL debut. It turns out a woman couldn't put up with the hits from a 300-pound D lineman. But, she was a pioneer for women's equality. So
could you imagine? You could take the biggest woman you could find, the biggest, strongest
you could.
woman you could find.
How big is she?
I mean, some Nordic or, Pacific Islander woman who's, 6'5", maybe
Bridget Nielsen,
300 plus pounds. Big
out
woman. Big.
Yeah.
And maybe athletic. Maybe wants some of these powerlifting women or something like that. And if you put her out on that football field, she's going to pass away. Because not only is she not physically built for it, but you got every dude on that field who it's legal for them to hit you is going to make a point. Right. You're not gonna make me look stupid. You're not gonna, put me on a highlight reel. I'm gonna show you what this is. We've been working for this our whole life, and you just trot your token ass out here. Man, that girl would get fucking torched.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing about boxing. That's the thing about MMA. That's the thing about all of this stuff. These guys are trained to take out normal people. They're trained to take down other human tanks.
Right.
Like, they're not like... You're kind of like, there are certain cars I wouldn't put on the field with these guys. Like, they're a different breed. They're human locomotives. Like, it's it. Like, they could just run through a bus.
Oh, my goodness.
Could you imagine? Yeah. It's crazy.
Some female receiver, and she just goes over the middle.
Oh,
catches that ball.
And 1997 Steve Atwater.
Oh, and just gets trucked.
No. Ronnie fucking Lott is there from 1982.
Yeah, Ronnie Lott, 1982.
Oh, my
1984, Ronnie Lott, who just had the tip of his pinky cut off so he could come back in the game.
Right.
He would owe that woman's family some flowers.
Fridge.
And man, and an explanation, because that young lady would get fucking annihilated over the middle of that field. Oh my goodness gracious!
Yeah, they move you off the field with Ziploc. Yeah.
Brian Knapp says his father-in-law, rest in peace, was cleaning his 1911 once and failed to clear the chamber. Ended up shooting part of his thumb off.
Yep.
Oh,
I got a family member who that happened to.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, man, them guns ain't no joke. Our bodies, we're just soft bags of meat with bones inside. We ain't shit for no bullets, especially a 45.
No.
Yeah.
That'll make short work of your body.
You're right. So the Colt gets introduced here. Guys, I got a little something in my left eye. I'm gonna go rinse it. I'll be back in 3 seconds.
Man.
Can you get through this sequence here with the nylon, the pantyhose on the face?
We will still be working
the
on
pantyhose
when
sequence.
we get back.
Yeah, the pantyhose murder. I'll be back. I really something got in my eye, some dust. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we can get through the pantyhose escapades. So this lady's leaving work. She looks like a waitress. She's leaving a restaurant, and she's going to walk out the back of the restaurant in the dark alley, the dimly lit dark alley. And she notices a van there, and then when she walks past it, the back door opens up, and these guys come out. And, of course, barely makes it to her car, and she can't get it started, and the guys are trying to get in the car. You can see the silhouette of the axe outside the window, because remember the crazy double, tapping axe guys would kill on the wall. This is the part where they do their killing, and they're trying to get this woman, and it gets pretty savage. I mean, they don't show you the super gory details, but there's some blood. But they smash her window out and grab her out of the car, and the guy stabs her with a knife. I mean, these dudes are just maniacs.
And would you say, too, that she made, A, some of the mistakes that you don't want to make, B, most of the mistakes you don't want to make in this scene, or C, all of the mistakes that you don't want to make in this scene, man? 1, leaving the building. 2, getting in the car. And 1, you see the van. And this is this is the part in the movie where if you watch this movie, you have to come to Cobra completely cold. You can't bring Rambo in with you. You can't bring Rocky. You can't bring in typical 80s action movies because this is almost like you've got a pack of Michael Myers that he's fighting in this movie. This is like The Shining. This is like Halloween. That's what this hit is. And they are, you think about those cats, think about the, quote, Hillside Strangler that was really two people. All of those serial killers in the 70s. This is what you've got. They're looking for one guy. They've got one name attached to this person. But in reality, it's like a crew. It's a crew of murderers.
It's just a pack of wild beasts going around committing heinous murders. And lady, if you're going to get in the car, if you're going to break, the first two rules, and you're going to get inside your car, be ready. Have your keys ready. Hop in that car, turn it on, put it in drive, and pedal to the floor. If they're hanging on to your car and they're reaching in the window, guess what? You're coming with me. And I'm about to drive way too close to something and peel your ass right off of my car. So, of course, but, it wouldn't have given us this beautiful Oscar-worthy scene that we got.
When they're being pursued and they trip or the car won't start or whatever. My poor daughter, like a year or two ago, she was at the beach, Pacific Beach, and there was like a weird looking homeless guy, like kind of off the parking lot, sort of in the bushes. And she like said, and like kind of backed away to go to the car. And she told me he started sort of following her. And when she got in the car, she turned the key like twice and it wouldn't start. And he was like getting and then she turned it like a third time and it started. It was just there was nothing wrong with the car. It's never done it before or since, but it was, he didn't end up doing anything, but he was, here's why she freaked out. He was like in the bushes or whatever, and she walked by, and he was like, he like did one of these, like, "Hey, come here,"
Oh man!
And,
damn.
Yeah. So
well, glad it ended the way it did.
Yeah.
There's scary shit that happens, guys. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I was walking up to this woman, carrying an axe, and then I caught it on a street sign, slipped, and hit the back of my head. When you're out there, guys, we ask that you be careful.
Please.
Whatever side of this coin you fall on, I mean, they're both, tomato. Just make sure you're being careful, and remember, that sometimes the perpetrators are victims too.
Yeah, be smart. Be smart.
Two comments directed at me, but thank you always for the safety tips, Sean. We love that about you. Gabe, I remember when Steve Atwater knocked out my favorite Seahawk, Steve Largent, one of the greatest wide receivers ever, Steve Largent. Later that season, he did get Atwater back when Largent blindsided him after he picked off Dave Craig. And then one more for me, Old Dirty Fatty. I thought for sure Gabe was coming back with some pantyhose on his head. No, I don't want to. I don't want to take them off. They're keeping my legs really warm, and it's got that nice control.
Like the way they feel, the texture.
Top. It's got the control top to give me the slim tummy look. So no, I'll be keeping those on. So
it's a texture thing. It feels good against the skin. I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
And Arnold, what are your favorite type of pantyhose to wear? Like you told me you wear them all the time. So what do you like?
I never said that before in my life. Don't you ever say that in public again. I don't wear pantyhose now. If you ask me what kind of pantyhose do I like to take off with my teeth, I'll tell you the ones that come in the little egg there. They look like an egg, and you pop them open, and there's pantyhose in there.
So have you eaten a lot of pantyhose in your day?
I eat however many it takes. However many my frumpy dumpy housekeeper is wearing, that's how many I eat. Sometimes I'm full. I can't eat anything the whole next day because I have a stomach full of pantyhose.
That sounds horrifying.
Not really. You should see when I have to take a shit. 24 hours after that, when I have to shit them out. That's where you don't want to be.
No, I do not want to be there. I wouldn't want to hear it either. I can imagine the kind of scream you would put out.
But what if I asked you to? What if I call you? Sly, help me. Hold me.
We do go back a ways. I will hold your hand, but I'm not going to look in your eyes this time.
Ha! I got you. I would never ask you to do that because I'm a man. I shit by myself. I grab the towel rack and I scream and cry and leave claw marks in the wall in there.
Oh, wait a minute. Home run out of the park. Eating all those pantyhose gives Arnold the run. Thank you, None the Miser.
Well,
I wanted
deserved.
I wanted to
Well
use
deserved.
that little Horatio, whatever his name is, from CSI.
Hey, we don't just pull that out for
best.
nothing.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
right.
you for pulling us back onto the road.
That's right.
So anyway,
So this
we're
poor
all-
lady,
yeah.
this poor lady, she don't make it. She's another victim of the Night Stalker slasher crew. Now, I know they were doing this to make him look creepy, but it really just looked silly because they gave him like the pig nose and shit, and it looked pretty silly.
The guy that plays the main killer villain that ends up facing off with Stallone, he looks like a alternate universe Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, his name's like Brian Thompson or something like that.
Passed away not long.
He was
ago.
in. He did. R.I.P.
Yeah, he was. I could be wrong. I could have sworn I saw it because he was on the show The Orville. He was on Star Trek. He was in several different incarnations of Star Trek, playing aliens. He was, of course, in Leon or Lionheart. Right as the right hand man.
Yeah, the right hand man of that bitch.
I know him
Yeah,
from
of
the
that-
I know him from the X-Files.
And he was in
Yeah, he's
Terminator.
Great.
Oh, I just looked him up on Instagram and look what clip pops up first.
Wow.
That was the first thing that
God.
pops up. Is Stallone cutting the pizza with the scissors from this
That's just
movie.
ridiculous.
But yeah,
Dear
Brian
Lord.
Thompson looks like he could be like a
Is he
I
still
don't
with
know,
us?
alternate universe Arnold. You know.
Yeah, he was in Terminator. Arnold is the one who killed him. He picked him up. He's the one whose clothes he stole. When he put his hand through his chest and picked him up in the beginning, that was him.
No, I stand corrected. He's still with us. 63 years old.
Good.
Who it was I'd heard. So
I
yeah,
hope
thank
none
God.
of his family, none of his like, what are they all?
Oh, yeah,
But I hope none of his
watching.
family heard that you said he was dead.
No, I just want to say, you
And
know,
they called him.
63 years. Yeah, 63 years going strong. He will be missed. No, you know what? I can't. I gotta work on myself, folks. Sorry.
Yeah, and this guy looks like he's still selling newspapers in 1925 America.
Extra, read all about it.
New motorized car. The horses are a thing of the past.
Oh,
Have you got your motor horse yet?
oh.
Jesus Christ.
Just a nickel, you get a hotel room, a free dinner, and movie show tickets.
Oh, all for a nickel, huh? What a
All
deal.
for a nickel.
Jeez.
Maybe a little HJ after.
Hey.
Hey.
you know how we do.
Yeah, I want that guy to be like, you know, going up to him going, do you want to get Capone? If you want to get Capone, you've got
We're going to be in a lot of
radical all the
danger.
way. Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
You
trash
send one
that.
of his to the morgue.
He points out.
One of his to the morgue.
And then you have some pussy galore.
Miss Money Penny.
I wasn't around when Pussy Galore came out, but I am astounded that in an age as old as, was that the 70s or the 60s? I don't know.
Late
But I'm
70s. That was Roger Moore.
Okay.
Was
I'm
it?
just
Oh, was that-
astounded
no,
that
Pussy
there's a
Galore was
movie.
No,
Sean
Pussy
Connery.
Galore was Sean Connery. I was thinking of
Yeah,
Octopus. No, not Octopussy. Which one was Roger Moore? Was in Octopussy, right?
Yeah, he was an Octopussy, man.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
I mean, there was all kinds
Push
of.
her,
but
push
no,
her
the
along.
point, the thing about it was, I just love the part where he goes, she goes, "My name is Pussy Galore," and he goes, "I must be dreaming." It's so beautiful.
Pussy Galore.
Yes.
How did
God
someone
bless.
someone like Sean Connery, one of the greatest stars of all time,
Telling you.
end his acting career in the horrible dog shit League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? That was his final movie.
Dude, that was
dare
just
you?
like,
How dare you put him in that movie?
that was just to fatten his you know, what he left his family. That was just a cash grab. That was like, you know, I'm already done. You know, I got money's in the bank, but let me fatten it up just a little bit more. I think that was one for the family because it
Yeah,
had to be, because that movie was terrible.
Yeah, we have to do, gentlemen. I was thinking about this. I don't know when we're gonna fit this movie in, but you know, we've got time, hopefully. Which is, I want us to review at some point Untouchables, because
Oh yeah,
not only
great
was
movie.
Costner amazing in this, you know, Garcia was great, and all the side characters in that were fantastic cast, but Sean Connery and De Niro ran away with that movie.
Right.
I mean, those guys were
Yeah, that shit
incredible
was-
in that.
Yeah, old. Oh, it was a tough part, tough scene to watch.
Yep, it was.
But yeah, but
What are you prepared to do?
Oh, and the
It's
dude,
not
what was his name?
Intergalactic. Oh, sorry. Intergalactic Transmitter brings up when Sean Connery was in that interview with Barbara Walters, and he was talking about slapping women that
Oh
get out
yeah.
of line because sometimes they're just mouthing off, and it really helps calm them down. It's like,
He's a good
it
man.
really was a different time,
Oh man. She's like, wait. He said, she asked, like, do you want to take that back? He was like, no, a little slap. You're like a little mouth.
Why, you want to slap? No, but that's just the
Yeah,
thing
he's
about it, right?
like you
Charles
shot
Martin
one neck.
Smith as Oscar Wallace. Is that the guy you're talking about in terms of the hit in Untouchables?
Yeah, the guy who killed. No, the character's name.
Which one? Oh, Sean Connery's character's name?
No, the guy who killed him.
Oh God, Frank Nitti.
Frank Nitti. Yeah. That piece of shit.
He is a real Billy Drago, man. He's in some. He
looks like a bad dude.
He does, man. He was great.
character
Oh,
actor,
here it
yeah.
is. Let's have it. Yeah, that's Sean Connery.
Love it, Sean Connery.
Oh, you're muted, Gabe.
Yesterday, my friend Drunk 3PO taught me why when I share the screen, it isn't giving the sound. So he showed me that. And there we go. So the sound should come through here if I followed his instructions.
No, I'm not hearing it.
I don't think it's that bad. He's like, sometimes you can't get through to him. So you gotta fucking... Greatest James Bond. No question.
Yep. Broke the mold.
No question. I mean, Roger Moore, he did what he could.
She looked right there like she was having the thought. Do I want to get the last word in right now, or do I want to just
she
let
has a
her
little
finish?
follow-up question, but maybe she's just
She's
gonna
like,
let it go.
let me save that one. I don't want to get slapped on TV.
Oh, there was no audio. Gosh damn it! I didn't do it.
Nope.
Okay, well, good job, Gabe. Good job. So,
But we were filling in for it. So
Yeah, we know how that one went.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Anyway,
We're not slap.
your friend failed. No, I failed him by not remembering his instructions yesterday. So anyway, there's a little button you can click that says play audio from tab, but I must have done something wrong. So
yeah.
Anyway, back to the police station.
Back to Newsies.
Right.
Yeah.
So, what are we gonna do about this crazy killer that's out there?
Extra, read all about it. Who was the president back then? Was it Coolidge?
And then we get a great. I don't have a shot of it, but they go into the shooting range at the police station.
Yep.
Wait.
And Stallone, he laces like 6 shots right through the same hole.
They go
on the target.
They go to the shooting range, like right from the police. It's like in the middle of the police station. He's talking to his captain and walks through this glass door into this glass box, and then just starts shooting. Like usually, isn't the shooting range like in the basement somewhere, or not like in the middle of the precinct? But yeah, he goes in there and just boom, 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 and like basically shoots them all through the same hole in the paper. I mean, hey, there are people who are great marksmen out there. I don't know how far away that target was, from a certain distance. We can all look that good, but he just pulled out and, boom, 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 shoots it. And then cut to the next scene, just letting you know, I'm not about the bullshit.
Yeah, I just wanted once, though, for them to cut, like have a close-up of him. He fires the gun and it shows it all going through the same hole. Then they zoom out and it's right in front of him.
Yeah, like he's almost touching the paper with it. That's what I mean. How far away was that paper?
You're right.
It's like arm's reach. Boom, 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 boom.
Did you guys do the same thing when you were a boy as I did when you would get frustrated and things weren't working out in a duck hunt, and just put the light gun right on the screen?
Yeah,
of the stupid duck.
Oh, Duck Hunt. That movie was great. The game. That
But
game.
yeah.
Once you figured out where to put the gun or where to aim the gun, it was fun. But it can get a little frustrating. The ducks start talking shit, and the dog. Oh man.
Yeah, I didn't understand that game. I grabbed a 1911 and broke my TV. Just shot it to pieces. I was just...
Tammy A has a question that I think Arnold would be best to field this one. Is he still there, Jericho? Is it impossible to shoot into the same hole?
Oh boy, I'll try to handle this one delicately. I'm assuming you're talking about shooting your gun into the target like Sly was doing in the movie there. It is possible to do that. And of course, if you're talking about the other hole, If you're talking about that hole, yeah, you can shoot inside the same hole. That hole, all the holes, you can shoot inside of them multiple times over and over. Skynet everywhere.
Okay. Thank you, Arnold, for that expert clarification. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, you really are just a fount of knowledge. It's remarkable. Thank you.
When you're talking about holes, I know everything about that there.
All right. So we cut to it's just so grimy and horrible looking. You got this little wagon here and this.
The van.
If you're going to join a murder axe cult, and I would tell you all not to. Don't ever murder anyone. That's from your Uncle Gabe. Don't murder anyone. But if you happen to be in a murder cult in Los Angeles in the 80s, don't buy a van like this. You are broadcasting to everyone what you're up to when you drive a van.
Perverts in here. Excuse us. Perverts.
Yeah, you're not like doing crown molding at someone's house and you got your supplies in the back. When you're stalking slowly in this it's a Chevy Econo line like van or whatever it is. So they rear end a lady at the light. And oh my gosh, I'm so sorry we hit you. This lady with total blown out 80s hair. And I think it's Rizzo from Grease, but I don't know. I think it is.
Really?
And oh, we're sorry we rear-ended you. Is everything okay? Surprise! And they're gonna kill her, instead.
But it's like dark. So in this isolated, desolate part of town, there's no one around. In the middle of the night, who would pull over? Like, no, you got to follow me to a damn, some well-lit place or something. I'm not pulling over in this dark, lonely street. Why is she even driving there? Where are you going?
Right.
Ugh.
Goodness. Yeah. So they give her the old axe to the throat. And he is
he's sick looking.
Yeah,
he played his part. He played his part for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
I think they really could have got obviously not with the people. Oh, and the production company that was behind Warner Brothers was Canon.
Right.
So Canon Films in the 80s, they gave us a lot of turds.
Oh yeah.
This really could have been like a pre Seven kind of thing, because he was really that sick, crazed psycho, as they kept calling him in the movie. So I think it could have really been could have been something better.
Right. Yeah. Cannon is responsible for Bloodsport, Kickboxer, Cyborg, the early Van Damme movies,
Masters of the Universe, Breakin', Electric Boogaloo.
Right.
This
Cyborg,
they had some they had some bangers, and they had some that weren't so good like this, but that's the company behind Warner Brothers who did this movie. And then here's the gorgeous Swedish model, in her brand new Jeep and her fancy clothes.
Nielsen.
Yeah, his Stallone's wife in real life at the time. And here she is driving under a deserted bridge in a dark, crime-ridden section of Los Angeles.
Honey, I'll be back. I'm going to drive down to the industrial sector near the dock. I'll be back by 3 a.m. Don't worry about me.
Where all the psycho homeless are? Yeah, that's the one.
Not the psycho homeless, the murdering homeless, right next to him. The next block.
I love that place. Yeah. Have fun.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a cell phone or anything like that. I'll be back by 3 a.m. though.
No, and I'm almost on E.
Okay, I'm just going to take a walk down there under the bridge.
Perfect. Yeah,
and I'm going to be careful.
It's quiet at night.
I can think.
I'm going to put a toe tag on before I go out, not filled out, just to kind of do them a solid.
And I'm going to put a Walkman on, and I'm going to turn it all the way up so I can't hear anything.
That guy's sweating Skynet.
Now this guy, so what happens is they murder this lady, right? They murder the brunette here in the car, and they're like fooling around, like getting her body and stuff, and then
staging her body.
Yeah, they're putting her on like a bus stop or something, and then Brigitte Nielsen drives by and kind of sees commotion and this and that, and she drives just within feet of this guy, and he looks like he's doing a Joe Biden strength sniff, like I can just see it on his face, but his psycho
Biden sniff.
Yeah, if you ever see
no one's that good.
If you ever see this look in the dark while you're driving, this person doesn't like you. That's what it communicates to me.
Hey, it's the pedal on the right. Push it to the floor.
Right. Yeah.
And get the fuck out of there quickly.
It reminds me, quick scary story. I was driving to Disney World from San Diego. So that's across the entire country. Me and my wife leave at 5 a.m, and we're going to stay in Arizona or New Mexico the first night. We're going to go like, 10 hours. I don't know. It's like 5:30 in the morning, and we're just almost to Arizona from California. We stop in some tiny little town, and we're getting a burrito at a Mexican restaurant that happened to be open at 5 a.m., the breakfast burrito. And I'm in the parking lot, and a weird guy like this comes up to like a foot away, like a window of our car. And I can see his right pocket has about 2 inches of cash hanging out of it. And he's got his hands like in his hoodie pocket or something. Like he's kind of like hiding his hands. And I don't roll down the window. I'm like, the fuck? This guy goes like, hey, can you give me a ride to the bus station? But it's like, I could just, the way he was giving me these kinds of eyes. He was giving me, open this fucking door so I can rob you. He wasn't talking about the bus station, nothing. He was saying it, but I could just, I'm like, I can't hear you. And I just gassed and got the hell out of it. It was so creepy. You could feel it. Like you could feel it on the back of your neck when someone is like got those eyes and just acting bizarre. So we just got the fuck out of there.
Yeah,
no, you're supposed to pop the lock.
Short.
Yeah.
Gabe did not give me that ride to the bus station. So
right.
I'll never forgive you.
Life,
Yeah. It was really weird, man. It was pitch black. It was 5 a.m, and this guy just comes right up to the glass.
You're supposed to
rubbed olive oil into his face and hair.
No, come on in. We're headed that way. We're headed that way, buddy. Get in.
And Mousy points out it's scary how many chance circumstances we narrowly avoid in life. Yeah. You have no, guys, I was thinking about it one time recently. You've walked by like a murderer or a criminal and you didn't even know it. Probably all of us, right? Like a horrible
I did,
criminal.
man. I've told you that story.
Which one?
I spent an evening smoking cigars with a murderer on the run, and who was a friend of an acquaintance of one of my friends in college. And he got into some stuff with some people, oddly as they do, and then I was kind of the cooler, weirdly, so I just sat out with this guy and smoked cigars. And he's a pretty famous murderer. Wow. And he's in prison right now. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, and he was, dude, let me tell you, the look that these people have is something, right? It is something. And this guy, he was on the run, and he was a part of a mother-son grifter pair that started out in the Bahamas, where my friend was that I met him. And the second, you know how when you know people, like you've been around serious people, took one look at this dude, I knew what the fuck he was about. And I was like, and I remember some guys tried to get in his face, and he was looking at him with that look. I'm sure you guys have seen it when you see hardcore people, where he wasn't thinking, can I kill this person? He was thinking, what are the ramifications for me on the run if I do something? Not could I, not should I, but he was reasoning it out. It was like watching a great white shark nose to nose with somebody. If you are curious who the person was that I was smoking cigars with, it was a gentleman by the name of Kenny Kimes, and his mother, Sante Kimes, and Kenny Kimes. I spent like about an hour or two chatting with the dude, and he just killed someone.
At the time,
sounds familiar.
At the time, you didn't know he was any criminal, right?
I got the call that he had from my friend that he had been arrested. And if you Google, let me see if I can find this guy. If
Kenny
you Google
Kimes.
him, Kenny Kimes, he's the son of Sante Kimes, and they were a mother-son grifter pair. And if you see this dude, he was big, he was strong, like a brick shithouse.
He looks totally normal to me.
Looks totally fine. Yeah, if you look him up, that's him right there. That's his mother, Sante, and she passed away in prison. But if you see him in that picture where they're younger, you see it right below the first two, where he's in the suit with the tie on right there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
You see that one right down there? Right. Where is it? That one right there. That is what he looked like when I was hanging out with him.
Huh. And he asked you to hide that big. He asked you to hide that big chest, right?
Yeah, and he didn't even notice we were sitting on a stack of 3 bodies that I had just done. Long story short, it's weird how you meet people when you're in the same career. Yeah.
My
Scary.
Take care of this, whatever's wrapped up in this towel for me.
One more little creepy-ish one. It's a super short, but I always thought it was such a creepy story. My great grandfather Eduardo Duran, he was riding from somewhere to somewhere late at night in the dark on horseback. This is like 1910 or whatever in Colorado, and he stops under a tree to like catch his breath and rest. And he's like, tells the horse that he's riding, "Oh, that was some ride we have." And then a voice out of the darkness said, "Not like the one you're about to have." And he just shot out of there like a bat out of hell.
Oh no!
Yeah, isn't that awful? That is,
Yeah, it's time to go, man.
There are just some unhinged people out there, and it's really weird, animalistic,
Yeah, it's
very bizarre. So, yeah. Anyway, they take off, or she takes off because she's terrified of him. Look, he gives her the heebies, and guys, he gave her the jeebies too. Not just the heat.
Gave her the GBs first. That was the crazy part.
Yeah, that's what threw her off.
She's expecting the heebies.
Get her license plate. So these guys have that eidetic memory or whatever. They memorize it. So, and there you go. And then that body of that lady, you see, poor thing. You see her legs there on that blue bench that says Los Angeles. And she was murdered severely.
Yeah, and they staged her body there. And so because you're thinking, well, just because they have the license plate number,
right?
How are they going to find out where she lives? Boom. One of them is a cop.
This one right here is this lady leaning in with the big hair, the lady outside the car, is a cop. Twist. Twist.
So she is able to put in the license plate number and find out exactly what her address is so they know where to go to kill her.
Right. Right. Oh.
Before she IDs them, can't be pointing us out, ladies. So we're gonna have to come and find you and do our double act shit to you.
Right. Oh. So then Stallone and Raul, the Sesame Street grandpa, they're talking about how they're going to go into the seedy underbelly of Los Angeles, which is basically all of Los Angeles, and go try and find.
LA is an underbelly. All of it's underbelly.
That's all it is the seedy underbelly. The entire thing. Guys, as a San Diegan, I thumb my nose at LA. It's like two sisters, and LA's the ugly sister. Sorry if you're a Los Angelino out there. I hate your city. I really do. It's
the ugly crackhead sister.
Oh, it's the worst. I do. Yep. Yeah. Orange County is beautiful right before LA, but once you get to LA, not good.
Yeah, LA wears too much eye makeup.
Right.
My sister wears too much eye makeup. People think she's a whore.
So yeah, you get the 80s tropes. The 80s tropes of like the neon sign that says live, nude girls, peep show, and just was it like this that there were just hookers on the street in the 80s?
Yeah.
If you watch these movies, it makes it seem like it was that way.
It was the Wild Wild West, man. It was the Wild Wild West. All that shit. Tons of drugs and shit going on. Hell yeah, man. Everybody's having a good time. And of course, they hit the streets, start talking to the whores, because they know what's going on in the streets and talking about, hey, you see this? You see this fucking shit? And so, they're hitting the streets trying to get some information.
You seen that sort of retarded looking guy carrying two axes around town anywhere, sweetheart?
Yeah, dude. There were two big axes and he looked super retarded.
Yep, that's him. Where the fuck you see him?
He was like super retarded looking, right?
Like, yeah. You fucking retarded. You all fucked up.
So they go through the seedy underbelly looking around, and they don't gather too much information. But then we smash.
Hold on, wait. When they go around, whatever he's doing, whenever there's no talking, because this is the part where they have the song over it, and they're just like you just see them talking, you can't hear them. So it's always the song is always saying what they're doing. So we're walking on the street and we're talking to the hookers. Like it's so literal. It's so literal. And there's a scene where he's driving out somewhere else and it's, can you feel the heat? The heat. They were like trying to set up the romance, and man.
Nice hat. What decade do you think you're in?
How great were those theme songs in the 80s in these action adventures? Like the Karate Kid, best, you're the best. And Van Damme has fight for your life or whatever, is it kickboxer or bloodsport?
So it has to have saxophone. In the 80s, it better have sax, heavy sax.
Yeah, that blaring sax when they get to the bridge. But absolutely. Yeah, walking in front
Karate
of the
Kid for
porno
me
theater
is
and they're
still
just
the movie,
blaring
though,
you
man.
with facts, you know?
Yeah, because he's hitting the streets, man.
That's right.
Yep.
At a certain point, we got to get out there and talk to the people and find out what's going on in the streets. Because I like to go in the streets
When
and
you're
hear what the streets
talking
say.
to a fallen angel.
Yeah, that bullshit.
Right.
So, yeah, this is the
power ballad by Poison.
Yeah, this is what's
cut,
going
by
on.
the way, please cut Belle Biv DeVoe's Poison into this.
Oh.
I'm just telling you, it would have been perfect, man. Never trust a big button to smile. That's what I mean, man.
The new ballad by Rat.
Oh, no, don't do it.
You know, everybody, and then the 80s, everybody had to make a ballad. I don't care who you are.
Right.
I don't care how hardcore you were. If you wanted to go mainstream or if you were mainstream, you had a ballad, and that was that.
You had to.
If you went to college, you saw this guy at the party after the song came out in 91. Extreme.
Oh,
More Than
man.
Words. There
Acapella.
would be a guy eventually get a guitar out at the party trying to seduce some ladies with More Than Words. And did not like that guy. Did not like
Yeah, Extreme. The two brothers, weren't they?
Yeah. Some great hair on those guys. My goodness, that was great hair.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yep.
When you're talking to a fallen angel.
Come on, man.
Oh,
So,
that's a little
Jericho
Michael
and Gabe,
McDonald there.
Are you guys going to be announcing when we're dropping our album on this stream, or is that next stream? I didn't know.
No.
Next
Don't
stream,
let the cat out of the bag. Don't let
Yeah,
the
that's right. Wait till you guys see us, do our cover of Motown Philly. It's gonna blow your effing minds.
Kevin Mize says even GNR had ballots. Yeah,
That's
Cold
right.
November Rain. Yeah,
Everybody, dude, you had to give it up.
Yeah,
that was the flavor of the day. Everybody had to have a ballad.
Kenny G.
Oh man.
Versus
Kenny G's
Michael
the shit.
Bolton in a nerd off. These are nerds that made it big, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was number one for 7 weeks on 102.3 The Meat, also known as WKIELBASA, WKIELBASA, The Meat. That's our station identification.
Come on, like we can mix this up with music.
It's time for the ladies' hour on 102.3 The Meat. Hitting the stage are hot patties.
Hey, have you seen this sweaty weird guy carrying 2 axes? I just wanted to know. Angel Face.
Everybody out there.
Sorry.
Everybody
Sorry,
in Los Angeles, you be careful from 102.3 The Meat.
Sorry, hon. The only guy I saw had 1 axe on him, and he wouldn't stop bitching about it.
No, we're only looking for guys with 2 axes. What?
Can you imagine cops that incompetent? They're looking for a murderer, but they're not interested in the guy because he has 1 axe.
Help me! Hey, excuse me. Oh my God, the guy, he has an axe. Was it 1 or 2? I think it was 1. That's not who we're looking for. Good luck, lady.
Stay safe out there.
So
Hey,
anyway,
be careful.
we smash cut this scene that's so painfully 80s. It's like a Phil Collins MTV, and Phil Collins is my favorite artist, by the way. That's why if you're getting me a CD for Christmas, don't bother because I have all his music.
Got all that shit.
So get him an original vinyl. That's what I'm saying.
Phil Collins. And his daughter was in one of the worst movies I've ever seen. I don't know, saying Lily Collins or some shit. She was in that movie Abduction with Taylor Lautner. Bad. I'm talking the Marine bad.
There's a kidnapping, and the victim is how does he say? I fucked up the line. What does he say about his wife?
They have a hostage. It's my wife.
That's right.
Oh, so fucking corny.
So anyway,
hey, that's no hostage. That's my wife.
That's my wife.
John Triton here. Like they're gonna know him. John Triton, some random Marine. Like how are they gonna know? Ooh, John Triton. This is John Triton.
John Triton's on the phone. John Triton's on the phone.
Shit would have gone down like that if it was New England, you know. Hi, yes, this is John Triton. Hey, good for you, pal. Click. It would have been just the shortest
Hey, wait, I'm John Triton. We have a hostage. It's
Oh.
my wife. Then he shifts.
Yeah. Oh. And that was after
Yeah.
he left that cop who got shot in the neck
Exactly.
to bleed
Yeah.
out at the gas
Put some
station.
pressure on it. Later, fucker. Hops in his car.
Yeah, man.
Peels out, spits gravel in his face as he's peeling because the guy's laying on the ground. Just peels out, spitting gravel in the poor cop's face as he dies.
Yeah,
So he
man.
doesn't
All I
have the
got are
strength.
these couple of Q-tips here. You hold on. I'll see you later.
You already lost a lot of blood, so you obviously don't have the strength to hold enough pressure on here. But since the cameras are here, hold some pressure. Takes off. It's my wife.
So we go from the fallen angels to this angel who has not yet fallen, and she's a
No.
model doing a photo shoot, and it's so 80s. There's
Ingrid.
these- yeah,
Her
there's
name's
these
Ingrid.
like welded steel like robots. It's a really artsy kind of photo shoot. She's
Yeah.
changing wigs and outfits every 2 minutes, and what a stunning woman. You know, there's this rare thing when a woman can be like masculine and feature someone like, look at that jawbone, and yet still just beautiful, and she has that. She's that rare exception where they got that jaw, but somehow it still works. I don't know.
You sure
Very
got a
good.
nice jawline, girl.
Yeah.
Thank
I'll tell you, the guy taking the pictures of her, of course, is another amazing actor who I wish had had a bigger role in this flick, but he was on that TV show Sledgehammer as the main cop character. But he was also in he's been in a ton of stuff. He's in God, what is that? Burn After Reading. He plays the guy who fires Osborne Cox in that by the Coen brothers. But he's a great character actor. I wish he was going to be in this more. Terrific guy.
Yeah, maybe would have saved it. And maybe he was. Maybe he was cut from the hour of footage that they trimmed off of this movie. So
no kidding.
Who
man.
knows?
Sorry, I'm just looking through the comments here. Someone said, as long as she doesn't have an Adam's apple to go with that jaw. Yes. We don't
Double
want
check.
it.
Double check.
We do not need the prominent hyoid bone. No.
Check and double check.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Rarefied beauty. Agree. Yeah. Very beautiful woman. Not my type, but I think she's beautiful. I like the Latinas. That's my style. So
right on.
Not the tone.
Brian Knapp. Now you're talking. Studio. That's the.
Oh,
that
dude,
is
Phil
the-
Collins was the man in the 80s.
Love him. Love him.
Even when he was lead singing for
Genesis. Come on.
Genesis, they were like, "Oh
Invisible
man, they lost their lead singer," and then they're looking around for another lead singer, and then he's like, "Oh, I can do it. I can fucking sing," and they let Phil Collins do it. And they're like, "Oh shit, you're great." So
I like to imagine that they had a search for a new singer, and he showed up in a disguise. And then they gave him the job, and then he took it off, and they all went, "Oh, Phil, you're so crazy."
Hey, it's me, guy. I told you I was just fucking with you over
I
there,
was just having
dude.
Just having a laugh.
I don't think Phil Collins talks like that. I think he's like one of those kind of British dudes. Is he?
No.
He talks like this. He's like, "Hi, my name's Phil Collins." That's right. Just like Michael Collins. You know, like
Hey,
that's-
my
he's-
name's Phil Collins. I play the drum there.
I feel like your Phil Collins is about to say "fee fi fo fum" or something like that. You know?
That's right.
Fee fi fo fum. I'm the guy who played the drum.
There you go.
Oh no!
I'm the guy
Holy
that played the
shit,
drum for you there.
So yeah,
Well,
so
Phil
she's doing
Collins.
a crazy photo shoot.
Johnny
And,
Shrimp Boat.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's all you gotta
Sounds
say,
good.
man.
Late night spot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And what's? Oh yeah, okay. So then we get this scene here. So the bad guys, they're tracking her because the police officer lady knows her
Yeah.
address, knows what she's up to. So they know she's going to be doing this photo shoot. She's going to be coming out of there because they've been tailing her, and they're going to murder her when they get a chance. So in the parking garage, this guy here, he was the photographer, and it's the weirdest dialogue. He's telling her to sleep with him, like literally.
He's
not
begging for
hinting. He says it'll be great for your career.
Yeah.
So this is very 1980. Sean Connery would approve of this dialogue, I think.
Yeah.
And
Sure doesn't
and-
give it up to you. Give it a little slap.
right, but he's telling her a slap. But he's telling her he's not like trying to marry her or nothing, you know. He's just, hey, I'm just trying to hit it and quit it, you know, is basically what he's telling her.
One thing we all know, women love when you beg and plead. Oh, turns them on. So that's what he's
Right.
doing. He's like, oh, come
Yeah.
on. Hey, come on. Oh, come on.
The smell of desperation just
Ugh.
makes women, makes their knees get wobbly, you know. When you look like
Dude.
you're inept and you're incompetent and you have to beg to get things
Please.
in life, women just start floating. They just start floating.
Please.
Oh
Say
my
that
God.
again. My nipples are getting hard.
Oh,
Say
they
it
just
again.
start fanning themselves.
Come on.
Just like, ooh, I'm gonna have
I'm
to
telling
open
you,
a
baby,
window.
I can please you. I just read women are from Mars, men are from Mars, women are from Venus.
Please, come on, please.
Dude, that dude's pathetic, man.
Chicks
It's
love it.
rough.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
advice to all the young men out there:
Never.
Yeah, if you beg you're
Anybody
gonna end up
for
in an axe
anything.
holster. Yeah,
Don't
seriously.
beg anybody for anything ever.
Yeah. Amen.
Ever. Words to live by,
anyway,
you
so
little-
he's
you little
trying.
shit.
He's trying in a way, in the way that will guarantee that he stays dry this evening to get her.
Yeah.
And out of the shadows, the murder axe death cult comes out. But
Son of
these
a
guys, they don't see too good because they keep swinging their axes into like pipes and into brick
Clang,
walls and
clang.
clang, hitting everything. And but she's barely dodging and they're getting away. But it's a terrifying scene. It's a good jump scare. Real quick, Joe Mello for $10. Thank you,
Hail.
Joe. Hey gang, and good evening. I finished First Blood on Audible the other day. I didn't know the author David Morrell got Rambo's name from a variety of apple, the Rambo apple. Yeah, he got it from the apple and the author Rambo, the French author Rambo. Yeah, great. I hope you liked it, Joe. It was a great book. That was one of the fans of this channel, Hunch the Dirty Roofer, suggested the book, and I just loved it. I thought it was amazing. So, yeah. So, and yeah, guys, real quick, if you are having fun, make sure you're subscribed, hit the like and all that, and check out the links. You can follow Jericho, you can follow Shanth on YouTube, and we have a lot of fun on here. Thank you all for being
fucker.
here. Yeah. Hey, hit the fucking like, fuckers.
Hit it, fucker.
Now, I feel sorry for this guy because these two were coming out of the elevator. He's trying to get laid. The murderers jump out, start going crazy and attacking. And this poor guy, he's just a 1980s businessman going home to his wife and 2.3 children. And he's just like, hey, what's going on over here?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey, fellow, what are you doing with that?
The optometrist told me these glasses said alpha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alpha is you're the first one to die.
A bit much.
So he takes an
Yeah.
axe to the chest.
Before-
That's no good.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of his glasses, to add insult to injury, they kill this guy. They axe him to death. And as they run after Brigitte, they step on his glasses and break them.
I know.
So
Dicks.
yeah.
Yep.
Gotta
Well, it wasn't
ruin
like he
his
was gonna wake up and pick him up and put him on. So
How hard do you think it'd be for him to get a prescription as a ghost? Like he's gonna
That's
need
right.
glasses when he's a ghost.
no, I
And
think
now
it might be easier as a
You won't
ghost.
be seeing shit in the afterlife. I'm sorry if your glasses die when you die. You just
Yeah,
don't
that's
get
it.
them in the
I
afterlife.
forgot about that.
Everything's
That's a rule.
fuzzy. Everything's
Sorry,
fuzzy
fool.
and unclear in the afterlife for
Mhm.
him.
Ugh.
Poor guy.
Well,
Poor
I'm
thing.
sad. He couldn't even see he was in hell.
He has to hold everything close to his face. He's like, oh,
Man,
what is
heaven's
that?
hot.
It feels-
wait a minute. We take it all back. We don't feel sorry for this guy because he sells reverse mortgages. He rips off the elderly
Piece of
with
shit.
reverse amortization.
Kill him. Kill him.
Gonna start clanging axe.
he deserves an axe to the chest for that fucker.
Yeah, how dare you rip off the elderly? They've saved their whole lives for that. How
Kill
dare you.
him.
Oh.
Oh
So,
my god, please.
so this
Yep.
looks like a cousin of Bob Odenkirk, the Better Call Saul guy, I believe,
Yeah.
comes out of the elevator. He's a security guard. You know, this guy at the time, he's probably making $6.30 an hour. He doesn't need this shit.
Balling.
She
He's like, I
runs
don't
up,
need this
she's
shit.
like, you know, help me. And oh man.
Yeah.
They jump in the van, pantyhose face,
Yep.
and they floor it, and he's shooting into the glass, and I'm glad my daughter got this photo.
It was
So-
tough too because he's racing down there because she forgets her bag, and he's
Right.
reaching. He's just about to grab his van-proof vest, and
Right at his fingertips.
Right.
I mean, it's just painful, tantalizingly close.
Like, why didn't they just open the elevator and get in it? They couldn't like drive in the elevator. Why do you leave the door closed?
Yeah.
I'd be like, hey,
No, he
open that
stepped
door.
3 feet out of it. He's just like
Yeah,
me,
dude, shoot
standing
from
in
the
front
elevator.
of the window.
Shoot from the elevator. They can't get the van inside there. I know it's one of those spacious elevators, but they're not going to fit a van inside of there. So I think you're good. But you know, he was thrown off by her beauty. He's like, "Oh, why is this hot chick talking to me?" Boom, boom, boom.
Right. That's what it was. He saw this gorgeous model, and he couldn't even hear a word she was saying.
No,
he is like, "Daryl, your ship has come in." You know what I mean?
It was silent. He could like people were moving and talking, but he didn't hear anything.
He's been seeing her come back and forth to modeling agency for weeks, and he has a secret crush on her, and he's trying to get the nerve to talk to her. And finally, she runs up to him desperate for something, and he is just like, yes.
Yeah, it's like Saving Private Ryan.
I know how this
it was just fucking
go.
It was just that ringing in his ear with total carnage going on around him.
Paul Rouleau points out, Paul Rouleau, thank you. This was on the DVD extras. His van-proof vest had a money-back guarantee.
So good. I hope his wife,
his widow, will collect $38.95.
Widow and his kids can collect on that and get the.
Yeah. No. There's no wife, guys. There's no wife. There's no kids. This is the part that they cut out of this movie. Was the sequence where they cut it like where he's standing, gets hit by the van, but he actually saw that his lover on the ground. He was like, "Oh my God, David, you monsters! You stepped on his glasses." And then, they took him down.
So who's going to redeem his 4 easy payments of $19.95?
His mother Clarice will do it. They haven't been on speaking terms, but she'll get the telegram. But this is what he heard when he came out. It was quite crazy.
Help me!
It was a flashback sound effect. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rouleau, for the insight.
He didn't hear none of that.
Right. So
he's dead.
Oh, this guy. Yuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why hide his face now? They're stalking the woman that has seen their face. Why are they covering their faces now? And they killed everybody else who was there.
If she sees us twice, then she could remember who I is.
Yeah.
But aren't we gonna kill her when we find her?
But what if her ghost remembers my face?
Oh, good point. That's why you the leader.
That's why I'm the boss.
That's why you the leader. Holy hell.
Right.
I mean, she did play the super scared damsel in distress very well. The screaming and the running and looking behind her and falling and shit. She did all of that well. You know?
Intergalactic Transfer wants to know what's with the 80s and the grape van. Well, they ran out of 70s grape vans, so we had to go with the 80s. So
you get the brand new one. Much more space. Comes with anchors on the wall and the floor.
Can you imagine this guy? He shows up to the Chevy dealership to buy his murder van, and he shows up with the pantyhose on.
Yeah.
I'm in the market for a new large van. I don't need the back seats. What do you have anything in stock? Maybe a rusty, a little bit of blue paint, a little bit of rust, a little bit of primer. Got anything like that?
No windows, please. No windows.
How many people can it accommodate? No, if you stack them.
Yeah. We ripped the seats out.
What do you guys, can you put soundproofing in the walls, or do I got to get that somewhere else?
Do I got to do that? Do you guys cover that, or I got to do that on my own?
Yeah. So anyway, she watches as they run over the cop and they kill Glass's reverse amortization loan man. But she survives, and her photographer, come lover, he met his end as well too.
Yeah,
so
poor guy.
Yeah.
They all got diced up.
Yeah.
So here, she says there's a nurse. Do you have a picture with the nurse? Or is this after? It's after, because the next scene, there's a nurse in there, right? And so the nurse, she goes, he asks, how long is it going to take for this stuff to kick in? Because they want to know how long they have to question her. And before she, the drugs kick in, and she goes, I don't want to sleep. And she's like, it's not going to make you sleep. It's just going to help you relax. And she like throws her hand back. The nurse was like, I watched it like 3 times. She was like, it's not going to put you to sleep. It's just going to make you relax. Like, you fucking idiot. Like, don't you go to the hospital every week? Don't you know what these drugs do?
Don't you have a medical degree like me? Isn't that annoying in life when someone has a specialty and you don't know like the fine details of their specialty, and then they're all impatient? Like, okay, well, I can tell you all kinds of stuff about drawing and inking and all that, and you wouldn't know. Like
I don't know.
It's a weird thing when people are hostile like that. I don't know.
Oh man, my favorite moments ever though is when, and I listen to all my nurses out there. I love you. Depending on what movie you're in, I really love you. But here's the thing I want you to understand about this sort of stuff is that I always love when you go see either a resident or any medical professional. They go to draw blood and they say, which arm is the one that you typically get blood in? You show it to them clearly, and they go, you know what? I think this other arm is going to be better. And then 15 minutes and about 9 holes later, when they can't get a fucking vein, they come back, they go, I guess you're right. This arm is better. It's like, was that a point of pride with you? That you just couldn't go with the damn arm that works? So you had to treat me like a fucking pincushion? Fucking ridiculous.
At my expense, you dick.
Yeah.
But she like throws her arm back at her like, hey, you fucking jerk, I'll be back. And so that's when he asked how to pronounce her last name. Her first name is Ingrid. And he goes, and that intense gentleman behind you is Lieutenant Cobretti. Hey, how you doing? He's just like hanging out in the background and shit, lurking. Right, and Gonzalez, he's asking her the questions and shit like that. I don't know. I don't remember nothing. So she's useless.
All right. They're talking to her about how she's going to be safe and what did she see and this and that. And she doesn't know much. She doesn't know much. She's terrified.
When can I go home? No, you only witness. You got to stay with us till it's over. You can't go nowhere.
Yeah, so I do wonder why she want to go home. They know where her home is. Is she not? I guess she's not aware of that clearly. So
or maybe she is. Who knows?
Yeah,
she's totally dumb.
Maybe she
Head full of rocks.
Yeah.
So she starts talking to him about how he's failed and he's got to go make up for. He's got to go get her and find her and stuff. She's kind of like sadistically encouraging him, and you can tell he's like low IQ. He's just,
he's like, sharpening his knife. He's sharpening his knife on a wet stone. And she's like Jason's mom in the first couple movies.
Yeah, it's erotic in all the wrong ways,
Yeah, she's like she's the battery in his back telling him, you got to let that happen. You failed. You must make them pay. The New World Order and all this shit. So he's like,
most make them pay. You're right.
Yeah,
just like he's a mess, breather. Man. When she comes in, he's sharpening that knife on a marble. And she has to take the marble out of his hand and then give him an actual thing to sharpen on. He's like, ugh. His hands are just falling off as he misses that marble.
Weirdo.
Awful. Such
right. And then he starts dyeing his hair. He's like combing like dye into it and stuff because he's gonna. You guys, you can't believe the disguise he comes up with because he knows that he can be recognized on sight. He's already been probably arrested for other things in life. And then the girl, obviously Brigitte Nielsen, she knows who he is. Wait till you see, like a master of disguise. Wait.
Yeah, like the Nutty Professor level.
It feels like you're watching a different movie when he gets to the hospital and he's in his disguise.
Yeah,
like Eddie Murphy in The Clumps.
Like look at that. I rewound it and I was like, wait a minute, what just happened? Is this a different movie or?
Yep.
You put glasses on and slick your hair back.
Right. He dyed his hair 2 shades darker and combed it back.
Yeah. Your family members couldn't recognize you if you do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So wait.
It's crazy.
What is this slide doing in here? Can we get back to the movie we were watching?
Yeah. Sorry. This is a wrong movie, guys. Wrong movie.
Totally different movie.
I like this guy. He's got a little. Well, golly, mister.
I thought that was him.
I wish they showed him dyeing his hair, and then that guy shows.
Yeah, I was like, damn, dude, he really does look like somebody different.
Yeah,
he pulled that shit off. That's what hair dye does for you.
Tom Leguizamo. This is John Leguizamo's cousin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dad.
Yeah.
Way back.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. And so he's look at the master of disguise.
Yeah, and he's fucking giant.
He's sneaking to the hospital, and he kills the janitor who doesn't seem to have the same shoulder like deltoids and pecs.
No.
Somehow he fits in.
And he's a foot shorter.
Right. And he gets in the elevator with the big bucket and mop for sweeping or for cleaning. And this doctor or nurse lady kind of gives him the business, says, "Hey, you're supposed to ride the service elevator because this is you can contaminate this one, and this is for patients. This has got to be clean. So, and and he's gripping his knife behind his back, and he's probably doing everything he can to not murder this woman.
Yeah, fighting the urge.
Yeah. So horrible disguise and horrible technique sneaking in, and he left a dead body in the maintenance room. So
yeah, and the look on his face.
Yep.
Like people are gonna notice when you look like that. That looks unusual. You're going to draw attention to yourself.
Is he just keyed up on cocaine? What is
all
this
the
guy
time?
doing?
Geeter Jennings. I don't know. And why do you have that knife out? What's going to happen when you get out of the elevator? You have a sheath for it or something?
Jeff Johnson says he's going to his job interview. Hello, I'm here about the job opening.
You need somebody to put the bubbles on the floor?
Man.
Yeah, kind of.
I know how to put the bubble on the floor. I can't take bubble off the floor.
But I put bubble on all the floor. I go, I take the trash, I put it in the big trash and the dumpster. Oh,
yeah,
man.
I mean,
this guy's going to be a problem.
No, you're hired.
Best interview I've seen all week.
Now, listen, I want to give you this job, but I got to know, do you have a creepy murder van by chance?
Oh, actually, I do.
All right, when can you start? When can you start?
It's blue and no window. He'll be perfect, Johnson. Start in the pediatric ward.
Oh God, no!
Okay.
You're just the kind of man we've been looking for. Like,
put him in pediatrics. The kids will love him.
So
they
here's
like
the
the
tiny
bubble
bit.
on the floor. Sorry.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
Oh no! It's
I
over.
feel like in real life, this actor, Brian Thompson, whatever, he couldn't see out of these fucking glasses. Look how big his eyes are. Like, I think for prop glasses, they should be non-prescription, but I think these are prescription glasses.
They're prescription, man. They're warping
He's
his eye.
fucking nauseous.
His eyes are all gigantic.
He's nauseous.
Yeah.
I'm about to put the dough up on the floor with the berries.
Oh my goodness. But I think, in this movie, this is like you said, Jericho, this movie was written by a 9-year-old, and then he has a gun, and then his car flies over, and then it blows up, and then it was like, it's just breakneck 9-year-old theory of what heroism and murder is.
Yeah.
But there's actually a tiny little bit of good writing right here. Raul from Sesame Street calls Stallone and like, hey, how come you're not at your office back at the police station? Because Stallone's like, I'm going to be at my house going through some files on my computer and some of my notebooks, like looking for criminals. Stallone's back at his Malibu mansion on the beachfront, and Raul is now in his office at the police station. It's like, well, they called me and told me to come down here and talk to you. So the bad guys told Raul to leave the hospital where he was babysitting Brigitte Nielsen. So that is actually a bit of good writing, where they get the two cops to get away from their victim. I thought that was actually an oasis of good writing in a desert of of I don't know what.
I liked their back and forth, him and his partner. Like, he was always giving Gonzalez shit for eating junk food.
Right.
And then when they first saw Brigitte Nielsen, when they were in the room with her, and then they leave the hospital, and that's when he was telling him, I would go back and look at some photos at my house. And he was like, he's like, man, did you see her? She looked beautiful. So I was like, oh, I didn't see her. I was concentrating on the work. And he goes, you fucking liar. Hey, don't talk like that. You're in public.
Right.
So they had like a cool back and forth. It was
they had like
funny.
3 good pages in the middle of this script.
That was
some
it,
good
man.
and a little good dialogue.
We already used up all the good parts.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah,
There's no more good parts after this.
Right.
Well, it's because, I mean, this is the thing though too, because there are concerns that you have to have when you're making a movie like this, because sometimes people there were things that were appropriate to do back then, maybe, that probably wouldn't have aged well, and I think they had the foresight to kind of know that, because you look at this shot right here, man, you Google this stuff and you're gonna find it. Like, when they did the first take on his costume to sneak in, it didn't look like him, but I think
he had that. It was
problems.
it was that.
I mean, I don't think
no.
that would fly today, man. I just don't think that the whole impersonating Aladdin would work. In this day and age.
I
Yeah,
think everything
so-
else is okay, but the headdress might be a little much.
Like
little
Back
much.
to the Future, how Eric Stoltz filmed the whole movie, then they refilmed it with Michael J.
Yeah.
Fox. There is a version of this starring Justin Trudeau versus Sly Stallone, and
That's
this is from that Justin Trudeau version. Thanks for digging that up, Sean. That's
Damn.
amazing.
Well, listen.
It's been a while since I've seen that one.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a crazy flick. Yeah.
yeah. And of course, we all remember the great Justin Trudeau. He's a good action star. Some of you may not have seen this, but he can take a pratfall pretty well. Let's see. Where is he here? Oh yeah, here it is. Here's some of his action. His action.
Families.
Dude, how bad did he get hurt, dude? This had to be fucking hurt.
Move forward. You'll forgive me.
Fuck. Dude, you had to get hurt, dude, falling down a flight of stairs like that. Holy shit.
Yeah. Who knows what could have been if Justin Trudeau had kept acting, you know?
If only.
So
yeah.
Dude, and but seriously, I think yesterday or earlier today he tripped over like this little statue somewhere. It was fucking hilarious, man. That's right. That's why I call him Prime Minister Blackface. Prime Minister Al Jolson. At your service.
There you go.
Good job, Justin.
So these two realize they've been had. He's at the home office, like his Malibu mansion, studying. He's on his Commodore 64, slowly booting up photos. The most inefficient way to look for criminals. And he got tricked into leaving the hospital. And so then there's this cute nurse, and she's talking to a cop. You know, he's making time with the dames there, and it's she's gonna go do her rounds and go look around, and she stumbles upon someone that's been murdered by him.
Yeah,
murdered dead.
Yeah, who's gonna put it like it's another person laying next to her? Put the bloody murder weapon next to her head.
Right.
And can you go back to where Sly was on the phone?
Yeah.
Hey, Gonzalez, I told you, don't call me when I'm cutting up pizza.
You told me that we were going to cut up that pizza together. How can you start cutting it without me at your house?
No, I told you I'm coming back. I'm going to look at some photographs and cut up some pepperoni.
Well, that fucking does it. I want my fucking pizza cutting scissors back. You bring them back next time we're at the station.
Hey, calm down there. I got my own pizza cutting scissors.
What the fuck did you do with mine? My wife gave me those. That's all I have left. You know she left in Nevada.
Hey, I left them on your desk. I told you, eat too much sugar makes your brain all, you know?
All right, well, just get down there. We better get to the hospital before that special needs janitor murders the girl.
Oh, my God.
Okay, I'll be right there.
All right, I'll see you there. I'm sorry I yelled at you. I still love you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, too.
All right.
So it says here on your resume you were in a axe cult.
Clank, 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 clank.
Ah!
Oh, my goodness.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so
in case you guys, and that's so stupid. Who the fuck would put the bloody murder weapon next to the victim like it's laying in bed next to her?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna hide there too, Jericho, I mean, what's the fucking point? I mean, he's literally, he put the victim, the weapon, and then himself right next to it, man. It's like open and shut case. It's like, holy shit.
Dude, making it easy for him.
Yeah, he was a real pinche. So.
Yeah.
Hey, Pinche, what's up, Pinche?
You know, I the Spanish language fascinates me because I'm half fluent in Spanish. My wife fully fluent, and my family's pretty fluent on my mom's side. But the word pinche, I've always wondered what it dictionary definition actually means, because pinche means pinche cabron would be like fucking bastard is what that would mean. But I looked it up because I'm like, I can't stand when I ask Mexican Spanish speakers, what does it actually mean? No one knows what it actually means. It goes all the way back to like a scullery maid is what it means, like a servant. Like you're a low, servant kind of person. Mm. But I had to look it up because I did not know what the word actually meant. But it just means like fucking idiot, like pinche idiota or whatever. So, but yeah, that's your dirty word Spanish lesson.
Yeah,
of the
pinche
day.
mierda.
There you go.
Pinche puto, pinche puta,
Just a
pinche
pinche.
cochina, pinche mamona, pinche mamon. All that shit.
Yes, and
So
can I also get, please, a pinche of mierda on that, please? Thank you.
You can have more than the pinche. You can have the whole log.
But
but hey, I'm a generous guy. What can I say? You know?
Hey, I thought I'd say don't pinche.
Yeah, so murder janitor, he's going around the hospital ward.
Oh yeah.
He killed this old lady for no apparent reason. I guess
fucking...
Oh wait, no, I forgot. Their cult was the Kill Skulls or whatever they are. So
Yeah.
I do like that their mission statement is not like a whole document, it's just one word on a sheet of paper.
Kill. All
You know,
caps.
Yeah.
Right. That's what we're. It'd be hilarious if it was a one-word mission statement and they misspelled it. It was like K-I-L just with one L or something.
Who the fuck is
KIHL
Kyle?
or some shit.
Well, now I gotta reprint all of these. I told you to check your spelling.
That was like an episode of Martin. He was selling T-shirts with this dyslexic dude, and the dyslexic guy made the T-shirts, and they were going to a Whitney Houston concert, and they were going to sell the T-shirts outside of the concert to make money. Then he misprinted, and they said Whitty Hutton instead of Whitney Houston. Lost all their money, dumbass.
Love that show, man.
Oh my goodness! So yeah, so he's zeroed in on Brigitte Nielsen's room. You get a great shot. You can barely see it there, but it's the light through the window with the Venetian blinds, and then his hand holding the knife up, coming into her room, and she escapes to the bathroom. And this is kind of a horrifying.
Well, she was in the bathroom when he came in. She just happened to be in there because she's coming. Right. She opens the door, comes out of the bathroom, and screams and sees him.
She opens the door. She's like, "Do not go in there."
She's like, "Wait! Can you chase me somewhere else? I just blew that bitch up."
So what do? The murdering janitor idiot is out here in the bathroom. Well, you just can't go in there.
She's like, please.
Put the bubbles on you. I'm gonna put the bubbles all over you.
No, just let me get out of here.
All I'm telling you is, this is a straight up horror movie, man. She's in the bathroom. She's got the shower there, and then it goes all shining on you, and the dude's like hacking through the
dude,
door.
That's a fucking fire door in a hospital. You ain't sticking no knife through that. That's a solid core, like 100-pound door. I don't care how hopped up you are on booger sugar. You ain't poking your knife through that fucking door like it's made out of cork board. But that's
like
exactly
trying to
what he
cut a
proceeded
57
to do.
Chevy in half with a butter knife. I mean, this dude is like fucking idiotic.
Come on,
man.
I'll wait out here until it stops being stinky in there. I'll put the bubble in there. You went.
I'm not trying to kill you. I'm trying to ventilate it for you.
She's like, please let me come out. It smells like shit in here.
Oh no.
There's not enough bubble for that in there. Dude, she was taking those big old Swedish dumps.
Right. Yeah.
Those fucking Nordic dumps in that fucking toilet. All that all that dried fish. She's eating.
So yeah, Stallone, he's made it to the hospital. He's running to save his wife. And murder janitor and Brigitte, they're having a war where he's just trying to shove through this door. And the bathroom has two doors, one to her room and then one maybe to another room or something like that. And in the other room, someone had parked a big steel rolling shelving thing. It was a rolling shelving. What would you call that? A cart, I guess. But she couldn't open the door because of it. She was like slamming and trying to get the door open. And meanwhile, he's got his grisly ass knife. I haven't shown a picture of it yet, but it's a giant curved blade. We saw a little bit of it, but the hilt, the hand guard on it has like 8 spikes coming out of it. So it's like really B movie horror style kind of knife here. And he's
one of those knives you would only have as a collector's item.
Right, there we go.
You wouldn't actually use a knife like that. Like that knife is only used for murder. You can't be like, I was going to go fishing. No, that's a murder knife.
No, if you buy that knife, they put you on a list. Actually, you know.
No, I hate to say it though, but it's the kind of knife that if you have it, it's just gonna scream total pussy. It's not like the Rambo survival knife.
Yeah, it's like this totally over the top. You know, like there's no practical use for that. Like if you buy that knife, they're gonna swab your cheek just so they have your shit on file.
But it goes with the theme of the movie, with the nitro in the car, and then he's got the Cobra on the gun, and he's drinking a beer before. It just goes with the over the top.
And he tucks the gun in his waistband.
Right. No, that's
like there's no holster. Just
procedure. You know.
Like Riggs. That's pre-Riggs actually, because this came out the year before Lethal Weapon. So he twirls it around and then tucks it in his waistband. Is where he keeps his pearl-handled Cobra gun.
None the Miser says Brian Thompson, the actor, talks about that knife cutting the shit out of himself. I guess while filming or something.
Damn, I don't doubt that at all, man. Holy shit, that thing.
But yeah, it's a great thing. He finally stabs the knife through the door a little bit, but then he punches through, and he's just like waving the knife around.
Very Michael Myers, very like mindless killer.
She cannot open that door, but finally she shoves all this medical equipment, and she's able to get out that door. And like a smart cookie, she does a false fire alarm, and everyone couldn't hear all the screaming and
where the fuck are all these people? It's like she's running down an empty hallway, screaming in an empty hall at a this is not just a hospital. This is the Los Angeles Medical Center. You mean to tell me on a Saturday or whatever night this is, there aren't stab wounds, gunshot wounds, blunt force trauma, car accidents? Los Angeles. No. Hallways quiet, tumbleweeds until she pulls the alarm, and then the hallways are just flooded with these people who are hiding silently in all of these rooms.
Right, and in the crowd. Oh, go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I know we've got medical folks here in our audience, in our esteemed and wonderful audience. If you have ever been in a hospital for yourself post-op or anything, or just visiting somebody, there are more beeps and machines in there that people are having to check on every 2.5 minutes than you can shake a stick at. The hall is never empty. People are not sitting down excessively in this situation. They are going from room to room to room and back again, and everything is beeping. And if somebody in one of those rooms that's got a little heart monitor on them gets taken out, shit's gonna start buzzing and beeping. You can't just go around whacking people. It's ridiculous.
And
man.
It's the Los Angeles Medical Center. There's 1 million people in there at all times.
Right? Yeah. What a first day at work for this young man as the janitor.
Exactly.
Got a new job.
Honey, I'm home. How was your first day at work, baby?
I almost got the lady I was trying to get, and I didn't get a chance to put the bubble on the floor.
Mama always had a way of explaining things to me that I could understand.
So I could understand them. But tomorrow, the boss man say, he promised me I put the bubble on the floor.
Lieutenant Dan! Sorry.
I'm going to name this guy Jerome Bigglesworth, the janitor.
Yeah, I think it works well.
That's a very nice name. I put the bubble on the floor. I put the bubble on the floor. Put the bubble on the floor.
Jerome, let me ask you, how do you know when you've put enough bubbles on the floor?
There's never enough bubble on the floor.
What if someone wanted to take your bubbles away from you? What would you say to them?
I wouldn't say nothing if they tried to take the bubble that I put on the floor. I'd kill them.
Oh, my goodness. What would you use to kill them? That sounds terrible.
My bare hand.
Oh, goodness. Will you do? Oh, no, Sean, no.
He told us this was going to happen. You can't be surprised. He told us.
You did it again, damn it.
He told us.
Well, Shant, I will remember you fondly, friend. We had time, but it was never enough together.
Never.
Salute. Wait, I got to give you a good salute, you know. I'm not going to give that the one from the Marine. I'm trying to strike someone out, you know.
Oh, that was so terrible. God, that movie was bad.
I think Jerome Bigglesworth was too much for Sean.
Well.
Now, Jerome, we're going to move on here in a second, but One of your friends told me you wrote a little song about the bubbles on the floor. How does it go?
I put the bubble on the floor, put the bubble on the floor. Then I put the bubble on the floor.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful. You should write more songs. Just beautiful. Anyway, those are sharp glasses. We'll have you back sometime, though. Have a nice day, Jerome.
Okay.
All right. All right. So back at the station, the cops are upset that the calamity that happened at the hospital.
Yeah, they're all yelling at him.
Yeah, it's all his fault.
Hey, why is everybody always yelling at me? You know, it's not my fault. I was just at home cutting pizza with scissors like a normal guy, and all of a sudden, Raul couldn't stay in the hospital room. How is that my fault? You know?
There's nothing normal about cutting pizza with fucking scissors.
Says you.
It's me and every other person in the United States of America. That is some weird shit. But yeah, he's getting it from all angles. That's the police chief on the left. That's Captain No Lips on the right. That's the by the books asshole who takes every chance, every opportunity he gets to take a dig at Cobra. He does it. Well, I wouldn't have done it like that. You're too reckless. It's just on and on. Like he does it too much, like to the point where you're expecting him to get up and smack the shit out of him.
Yeah.
He's pushing the envelope. You know, he's getting sick of it. He's pushing back a little bit. You know, I keep trying to tell you guys. I keep trying to tell you multiple kills.
Right,
But
and
they don't want to
at
listen
one
to
point,
him.
I think it's in this scene. The guy all the way on the right, you can see his light blue shirt and his dark tie, and he has the glasses and the lighter brown hair. He's really the one that's always in Stallone's face. And doesn't Stallone get him by the lapels and just like slam him on the table? And the other cops have to bring it up. Is that here? Or is that later?
Not here. No, that's later.
Oh,
It's a
not
little bit
okay,
later.
sorry. Well,
So
never
I
mind.
think he's wearing his jacket in that scene.
Oh,
the
okay.
cool black jacket that he puts on.
That's right.
Like it's almost like it's black denim. Because you know the collar looks like that, and then like the sleeves are kind of short and rolled up. So it might be some black denim he's throwing on there. But you know, again, everything, all of everything to the max in every scene, all the time, down to what he's wearing. It's amazing, and you can see the pearl-handled Cobra gun sticking out of his waistband.
Right there. Yeah,
Mhm.
standing erect and proud. You know.
Yeah, and that's when you're sitting down like that. That gun is either pointing into his dick or into his leg. Like there's no like if you're standing up, maybe it can miss you and shoot the ground. But you're sitting down, that gun is pointing, is up against your body somewhere.
I've always thought the gun in the waistband was a horrible idea. That's just
that's the worst place you could put it.
Yeah.
And the only thing worse is walking around with it up to your head like this. Like that's the only way that's worse.
Yeah, don't do that, please.
Yeah, if you walk around like that.
Died on all episodes or just the ones you've seen there? I couldn't answer that because I don't know what you've seen or haven't, but it hasn't happened all the time. What is happening to our friend Shant here? What is this?
They're pouring out some liquor from us boys to men. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday from the video.
Say goodbye
to what we had.
Yeah, man, classic.
The good times that made us laugh. Come on, Sean, please say you're joking. Say you're joking, please.
I hope so.
Yeah. Well,
we can't do it without him.
Right. You know, maybe we'll have interviews. Maybe we'll have an interview for a new third host for Double Impact. And I have a guy in mind that we could interview. You know, I heard he's a really good interview. He's a go-getter. He's a people person, and he brings his own equipment. I've heard that about this guy. So I have his resume here. I think his name is Jerry. He's Jerome Bigglesworth. I'll give him a call tomorrow if Shant can't come back. So
wait. We got him. We got him.
Let me just say this.
All right.
The bubbles were uncalled for, Jericho. Do you understand me? The bubbles. I'm sitting here wheezing to death, man. I will not make it, but I will do my best.
Yeah, as long as you're trying.
Continue, my dear friends. Freaking
all
genius.
right.
Please go on.
Let's see. So what is he telling her? I don't even remember what they're going over. This movie's so thin, the script in it, you know.
Yeah. He's telling her that, hey, we have to get out of town. It's not safe here. So he's gonna take her to a safe house, and that cop, who is the cop the one who looked up her address and the one who did the fender bender.
Right.
She got assigned to the case. So she will be tagging along to the safe house.
Sneaky woman.
Yeah. Some bitch.
Yeah. So they're going to get out of town to a safe house. And the murder cult axe clanger lady just happened to get herself assigned to chaperone duty.
Yes. Assigned.
Very crafty. Very crafty.
So she's with them.
Yeah.
She's with them. But, this is before the days of the cell phone. So she can't send him a text message on the sly. So she has to wait, until they stop somewhere so she can pass along, her information to the double axe murderer, psycho van gang.
It's Jerome Bigglesworth. Jerry Bigglesworth.
Yeah. But the gang, they're called the double axe murderer van gang.
Yes, absolutely.
But he is definitely the leader.
Yeah.
I don't know if we even talked about this yet, but I gotta say, I thought that was a really interesting angle in this movie. I don't think I've ever seen that before. The female police officer working for the bad guys that's in the gang.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Right. That was such a fascinating thing because you could understand in this flick how people, granted, she's suspicious as all hell the way she's acting.
Yeah, really.
But you could understand how they would overlook her. Because if you got that one guy, when everything goes wrong, he always happens to be there and kind of sneaking off to the phone. But there was this element with her to where she, of the two, when she was in her police role, she seemed so much more different and affable than when she's in her talking to her oily, greased pig of a psycho killer, guy, man. It's like, what the hell?
Like telling him what to do and shaping his mind and all this kind of shit. Like, she's the real leader. He's out there, running the murder van gang. But
Jerry,
she's telling him what to do.
You can't get rid of the model, Jerry. I won't let you have the bubbles anymore.
Yeah.
You understand me, Jerry?
Okay.
I'm serious.
Don't get too serious.
It puts the bubbles on the floor. So scary.
It put the lotion on itself.
So you got some bad guys on the lookout. They're inside of a car.
Bad.
Yeah, we got a couple cars. And you have Stallone and Brigitte in his hot rod. And then you have Raul from
awesome
Sesame
50.
Street. Right, yeah, the awesome 50. And it was a Mercury. So awesome. Tammy or Aruma Faye pointed out to me it's a Mercury, not a Studebaker. I don't know why I said that.
1950 Mercury.
Right. Well, I've lied to a lot of people about Studebakers. It's not the first time, so sorry, guys.
Right. It won't be the last.
Yeah, that's for sure. Wait a minute, look at this. It cuts the bubble with the scissors.
No. How the fuck? Dude, every time I'm like going, listen, there's no way that between the chat and this insanity, we're going to come up with something for Cobra every damn week, man.
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
Great chat.
Oh, God.
Well, I love it. This is the best
We
chat.
love you, chat.
The best
Yeah.
chat. Yeah.
None of the minds are always coming with the heat.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Yeah. So you got two cop cars driving down. Raul's driving one, and Cobra's driving the other one. And then
because that's a very inconspicuous car, by the way.
Right. And is that Oliver Stone? Because it just looks like him on the right there, the movie director. Yeah. It just so looks like him. I don't think it's him, but it really looks like him. You got this, and then you had these guys hiding out too, and one of the guys had a shotgun.
Yeah.
So what they do is they nail Raul's car to isolate Stallone's car, and then this is the guy that was looking here with a shotgunner right here. So they start shooting at him, and they take off to get away. And you get a chase scene through I think it's through Long Beach is where they're flying around.
Yeah.
And Bubble Man is using his shotgun now. So
blasting. And Cobretti, not to be outdone, he's going to start blasting too.
Right.
But of course, the duck like this, the shoulders up around the ears every time they shoot, that's normally enough to keep the bullets from hitting you.
You told me when you were in basic that was part of the training, right?
Yeah.
They said if you're taking enemy fire, just like do that with your shoulders, and then they always miss.
Yeah, they would stand about 2 feet in front of you with a gun that had live ammunition, and they would shoot it at you. And you just had to go like that with your shoulders, and the bullet would actually go around you. That's where they got the idea for that Angela Jolie movie, Wanted, that she would bend the bullets. They got it from that.
Now, does it matter right shoulder, left shoulder, or how they're holding the
gun? It has to be both. It has to be both shoulders.
Really?
Other
I
than that,
always heard the Philly shoulder roll, the Philly shell was all about the left shoulder.
no. In this case, when it's live ammunition, both shoulders. After that, there's really no guidelines, but you got to get both shoulders up or you're dead. So then,
can defend.
Not only is he a badass, who's super duper cool, he can drive like a professional stunt driver.
What you're seeing here, go ahead, Juggo. He flipped the car backwards and still going down the road at 50, 60 miles an hour.
Yeah,
backwards.
he's still flying down the highway backwards, but now he can get a shot at these sumbitches, and he takes his gun, boom, 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 shoots a truck, because everybody knows you shoot a truck once, nothing, twice, nothing.
Yeah.
But you shoot that sumbitch.
Well, they did
3
keep all
times.
the dynamite under the front hood. The bad guys. That's
You
what
keep it right behind the headlights. Back then, it was all your TNT was kept behind the headlights.
Right.
So you get anywhere near that, and then that entire tank of a truck just explodes on the freeway. Never mind those cars behind them going at freeway speeds. You just send this collection of metal and glass up in the air and let it rain down upon the commuters. And then, as a police officer, you don't stop to make sure anybody's okay. You just fucking keep.
He pulled a John Triton right there.
Yep.
That's right.
It's my wife.
Here, take 2 of these Tylenol. I gotta go get my wife. But the thing about it is that was a glorious explosion. Can I just?
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that, and it was one of those things where you kind of realize that there's just something fantastic about an old school, non-CGI, beautiful bit of pyrotechnics that flips a car.
Right.
That's all we had for a time. That's all we had was shit. Like, it had to be practical. There was no everything wasn't it wasn't CGI on top of CGI. Stuff was CGI sprinkled with CGI. It was some real shit, and this kind of stuff is amazing. But this was right before this is early 86 and late 86. They had, if you guys remember, that Ford pickup truck recall because they kept finding gasoline and TNT behind the headlights, and there was a huge recall because this scene was played out, hundreds of times across the country because somebody would, a bug would hit the windshield or something, or a rock would bounce up, and then.
Well, Stallone said in an interview that was a part of the impetus for him to write and produce this movie was he wanted to bring awareness to the explosive front grille of the Ford F-150 because they didn't care. The company, they were just stuffing so much dynamite, nitroglycerin, anything they could get their hands on right behind those headlights. It was insane. It was a wild time, guys.
I hate to beat a dead horse, but it goes back to the whole evil corporations. They're just out to make $1.
Right.
They didn't care, and they were like,
what better way to make $1 than blowing up the front of a truck?
No, but you know what?
That's how you make $2.
Idiocy. This was, in a lot of ways, and I hate to say it, this was the fall of American automobiles and the collapse of Detroit. Like, the idea that as a cost-saving measure, they would take the rear of a Pinto and put it on the front of a truck was absolutely idiotic.
Cutting corners.
Yeah.
Hey, how many people do they have to lose?
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, as many as it takes. That's what they would say.
Exactly right.
So
you'd hear.
Reminds me of the Cadillac that had the airbags wired with 500 pounds of just the visual.
That's a lot. That's a lot. That is a lot.
There's gonna be a hole in the hole in the freeway the size of a baseball diamond if you do that.
You rear end somebody in one of those. It's lights out. And you would hear they had audio from the boardrooms of these evil corporations like Ford Global, and you hear them kill them, and this is what it led to: thousands of people.
Yeah, it was tragedy. Just tragedy upon tragedy. The dynamite.
Tragedy.
I understood the dynamite. I don't know why they put claymores in there, but I'm not an auto engineer, so
look,
I guess
it's the whole military-industrial complex. They had a surplus.
Right.
They needed to get rid of it. Ford said, "We'll do it for money."
Right.
So they jam pack the fronts of these
Right.
vehicles with
Yeah.
outdated military ordnance and
Yeah.
put them on the roadways.
Right.
So
That's your tax dollars at work, people. That is your
so
tax dollars.
really, if you want to get, I mean, can I be truthful here? Is this a safe space for truth?
Hey, let it fly, man. This is a safe space for sure.
Cobra was a documentary.
Oh,
not so much a movie, because this shit happened all the time. Any trauma to the front of the vehicle, and this was the scene.
Right. Yeah. So,
Very
Stallone,
sad.
Stallone should be proud that he brought awareness to this. Finally, he exposed it. And that's what got those trucks. He got them recalled, so no more dynamite in the front bumper. I mean, I drive an F-150. Mine has no dynamite at all.
Same here. I get it checked every year for free because of this.
Yeah, that's right.
So far, no dynamite.
Explosive engine technology. Yes, exactly.
Come a long way.
Well,
come a long
we
way.
might just have to interview Jerome Bigglesworth. I don't know if Jonathan's going to make it. He's holding on. He's holding on by a hair. You can do it, John. Come back. Don't go to the light.
It, man.
Not yet. Not
Not yet.
Anyway,
yet.
So we get a really fun car chase scene. Car chases are classic Hollywood action trope, and in this one, it's a good one. You get that old Mercury Awesome 50, and you get whatever this Chevy Nova or chunk of shit is with the shotgunners in it. But they're going through alleys, and then there's this part where they're going on like these big concrete slaloms.
Yeah, they're getting air,
jumping. I don't know
they're
where
getting
that
air,
is.
man. They fuck these cars up.
Right.
There are so many jumps, you can tell because that 1950 Mercury, that thing is a tank.
Right.
That's back when metal was cheap. We were coming off of World War II. We didn't give a fuck. We got all these families exploding. We got to put them in safe vehicles. Those things were tanks. Right. And if you're getting that thing off the ground like it was in that movie, yeah, that thing's not going to be sailing through the air gracefully.
No.
So it would come down, just taking a beating. And of course, this is another thing. I thought we were done harping on the whole automobile explosives, military industrial complex.
Started.
But he drove through these trucks. There's two trucks. There's a fuel truck to the right in flames, and there's one to the left that is about to be in flames. And he make it through the intersection barely. Mr. Bigglesworth, is that his name? Bubbles. He leans out the window, one shot with his shotgun to the tanker, one shot to the other tanker. Boom, boom.
Right.
There you go. So this was obviously before the great one round tanker truck recall.
Right on.
Because now it takes multiple rounds, but back then, before the recall, you shoot it one time.
Right.
And it's Hiroshima.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Can we talk about this though too? Because there's a really good point I think Joe Mello had there, and I feel like we're a little bit in a similar time period right now, which is coming out of the 70s. You look at some of the cars, and everything just had this kind of like soulless, dead quality to it. It was so manufactured. There was just no style. You look at the cars coming out of the 1950s. You see this Mercury from the 1950s in here, and it's crazy, And with the exception of you got cars like the Charger and things like that, but there is this. We are a car culture. And I really feel sometimes like that kind of, I don't know, that kind of longing for us to be making shit that you look at and go, this is cool, in all corners of our entertainment, whether it's comics, whether it's films, whether it's everything. I want some cool shit. And I will tell you, the thing that gets me is when you look at the poster to Cobra, it's one of the most iconic posters of all time, because it's just if badass was a poster. You know what I mean? And I look at this stuff and I just go, those cars, like a 57 Chevy and things like that. I mean, these things had character, man. And I miss that character. I miss it, man.
Yeah, the body, they're real sleek, had lots of like rounded edges and curves, and like the ass end of it kind of almost narrows out. And we're definitely a car culture, man. And maybe the moment came before this. But the moment that the American muscle car died was last year when Dodge announced that they're going to have only going to have electric Charger and Challenger. And they have this thing in there. I don't know if it's how they do it, but it makes the sound of a muscle car engine.
Ugh.
It's an electric car, but it makes the sound of a muscle car. How about you just keep it a muscle car? That's one of the things that separates. There's no other country that has the muscle cars that we had through the 60s and the 70s, even into the 80s, 90s. You know, if we want to go with like the Dodge Viper or something. But back in the 60s and 70s, there's no other country that has it. There are plenty of cultures. I've seen like Japanese cultures that have, you know, car clubs and shit like that, but that's from America. No one else
Right.
can do that. No one else puts out those cars that sound like that. You know, anything other than that's an imitation.
You know the car from Bad Boys. You know what I'm talking about, the Shelby Cobra, man. Like,
yeah,
it's the kind. Those things to me are works of art, man. Those things are works of art. You know, like I remember when I was in college, I was working on an idea for an action comic book. Like, it was this idea, and the whole thing, I was like, I got to build it around a car, and the car is going to be a Shelby Cobra. You know, and that was that right there. What you just showed, that Mustang.
Yeah.
That was my dream car when I was a kid. Never had one, you know, but it was like the car I dreamed about getting was a Mustang because it's just particularly. I think it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it the 54.5? Like, what was the, God, what was the year that? Yeah, the Shelby Cobra right there is one of the all-time gorgeous cars. But I know the Mustang came out in a half year, if I'm not mistaken, and I think that's what it was. But let me just check.
How could the same people who fucking made this Cobra, and I got to tell you guys, I've been to the Cobra Museum in Las Vegas, or the Shelby Museum in Las Vegas. I have a Shelby t-shirt I wear that I bought there. Look, the Ford GT, right?
That thing's beautiful.
It won Le Mans. Remember, the GT won Le Mans in the 60s.
God's beautiful, man.
We beat Ferrari or Lamborghini or whatever it is. We Americans. The same people that made that also made, let me just find it for you real quick. Also made the fucking Ford Escort. How? How?
Dude, the Escort was a piece of shit. I remember the Ford Escort. Oh,
What
my
a
goodness.
fucking insult to humanity, this car.
Oh, my goodness. But, you know, the
same
Mustangs.
people that made that made this.
The, you know, gas crunch, all that shit, economy cars. But the Mustang, the Chevelle, the Vet, Camaro, Challenger, Charger. I mean, dude,
What
that's
happened in the
Shit, the
80s.
Trans
All those
Am, man.
cars, they were so ugly. The Mustang, the Corvette in the 80s.
it
Have
was
you
a
guys
gas
seen the
truck.
Corvette?
The Nova.
Ugh,
The Nova. That's what Axel Foley drove in fucking
Right.
Beverly Hills Cop. And you look at that compared to a 72 Nova SS. Man, totally different.
Right.
Two different cars completely.
I've seen one of these in my neighborhood. The new Corvette Stingray. I saw one.
Oh yeah, I got a friend of mine has one of those.
Oh,
those things are
Can I
crazy. They look like Ferraris.
Okay, now I'm pissed. Now I have to complain. I'm a tall, strong man, and they don't make sports cars in my size. I feel this is bigotry from little men against big men like me. You don't want me in that car because I'm tall already, and you're jealous of that. And
you know what?
Have the
stand the
balls.
idea of me in that thing too. Ugh.
Have the balls to take out that front seat, Gabe. You sit in the back
Do it.
seat.
like
drive it like Shaq.
like Hightower and Police Academy.
That's what I want to see, man.
Hey,
Take that front seat out.
Gabe, can you look up a black 65 Riviera?
Oh shit.
That's my car right there, man. That's
We need
not
cars
so much
that
a
come
muscle
into it.
car, but that's like the luxury car, the long boat with a big engine in it.
Okay, hold on.
That'd be my favorite, and a Mustang fastback.
That's your Riviera right there.
Yeah, man, and that's what he had in Roadhouse.
Damn.
Yep.
But those things are nice. And, you know, you put rims on them. You know, lower them. You know, there's modifications you can make to them to make them look really, really cool. But yeah, 65 Riviera with the hideaway lights.
Yep.
I feel like there was a good stretch from the mid 80s until just like 5 years ago where the American cars, they just look like a bar of soap with wheels. The Nissan Maxima, the Altima, the Corolla, the Camry, it's like the same car over and over and over.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, guys, it's just metal. Just bend the body so it looks cooler. Like, quit making
Yeah.
these bars of soap on wheels. I don't know, but
Yeah.
we need more of this.
Well, I'm not a motorcycle guy, you know. Like because to me, it's like a frick. I live in New England, man, and you got to have something that'll protect you on those roads. But I'll say this is that one of the craziest cars that I kind of think works for me like a motorcycle is the new. They came out a couple of years ago. The new Morgan 3-wheeler, because it runs with a Harley engine. They started building them around a Harley engine.
Wow.
And it is the weirdest, craziest looking car you will ever see. It's nuts. It's got 2 wheels up front, 1 wheel in the back, and it's this British car company, but they started using the Harley engine on the front of it. And yeah, the Morgan 3-wheeler would be a fun sub for a motorcycle, man. It is a freaking crazy
Is this a guy
car.
here?
Yep, that's it right there. They paint them to look
Weird.
like World War I aircraft and shit like that.
That's tight.
But it is. You see the front of it? That's a Harley engine on the front of the thing, man. It's sick, dude.
I saw an electric motorcycle at an intersection, and as soon as the light turned green, you started go wee, and I mean, it was, I don't know how fast that thing was going, but instantly that thing was gone.
Could you imagine how dangerous an electric motorcycle would be? Because electric motors have so much more torque than combustion motors. You know, it's.
Yep.
I mean, he was through that intersection in the blink of an eye, and you just heard it wee, and it was gone. I was like, "Holy shit, man!" That thing's.
What was your first car?
Wow.
Mine. My brother went off to college, and I inherited his 1979 Toyota Corona, not Corolla. It was a Corona, and I think they only came in burgundy because I would see them occasionally, and it was this. It looks like a Toyota Corolla, but it was called a Corona. What was your first car?
Mine was a 1984 Jeep Grand Wagoneer with the wood paneling.
Damn, man.
Yeah, man. Tank.
I got you guys beat, man. My first car was a Cadillac Cimarron. A disaster of a vehicle that was like the bastard offspring of the Chevy Cavalier. It was like if the Chevy Cavalier had a baby with dog shit. That's what that car was, man.
Yeah, that's not a cute baby. That's not a cute baby at all.
Let me see. I'm looking for this Cimarron, and then we'll get back to the show. Oh, I found your car. I found actually your car.
You probably
it says
did,
Shantan Jetties.
I bet it does.
Yeah, here it is. Right here.
Dude, you're not far wrong, man. It was, Cars Lucas is like garbage. It is absolutely. So here's the thing though too, I gotta say this too, because we're talking about if we're talking about see if you can share this here. If we're talking about bikes, electric bikes, I wouldn't mind having. I don't know if you guys have seen this insane thing, but they actually went and built the freaking bike from Tron.
Well, the light cycle.
Oh shit,
works, man.
Oh.
So it's got the open area in the wheel housing, man, and these things are fucking ridiculous. Look at that.
That's weird.
That is some messed up stuff, man. So yeah,
man, you get going fast on that thing.
Yep.
It's like a Hayabusa 1300.
Yep.
Those big old motorcycles that go hella fast, like over 200 miles an hour. But that thing, like those electric bikes, I mean, instantly, man, they're like top speed. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Nuts. Yeah, man.
That's pretty cool, though. I like that new Tron. It looked good.
Yeah, man.
It looked great. I don't know the storyline. I don't know about that, but it looked great.
All right, so we're in the crazy chase scene with Bigglesworth is chasing down Brigitte and Stallone,
and
she goes,
hey, he just drives through it.
He's right behind us. He's there with those bubbles everywhere.
And I love this. He flicks the little cover off. Right.
My goodness.
And he turns on the nitro in his car, and this thing starts flying. What do you think this car weighs?
Like
right,
4 tons.
Yeah. Right, this car is 6,000 pounds.
That's what I'm saying. To get something that big off the ground like that, when it comes down, there's not enough suspension in the world to save that thing. It's over.
I'm looking up 1950 Mercury weight.
I was doing it too.
This thing weighs. This is 1952. Whatever. 3,630 pounds.
30 pounds.
Almost 2 tons.
Right, it's a sedan.
Almost 2 tons. It's like a truck.
You could jump it, but then it would fall to pieces when it hit
Dude,
the
when it
ground.
comes down, all that weight, dude, your
Yeah.
shocks, everything's exploding out the side of that car.
Oh God.
Right. So yeah, they're going. They've been through alleys and exploding trucks and shotgun blasts, and they're getting away. And he ends up crashing down, but it's Long Beach.
He hits of course, the docks. It all ends up at the docks.
Right. The action
Always
was always
the
at the
docks.
docks.
Yep.
A rare appearance of the docks during the day. Usually the docks are at night in action movies. But if you haven't been to Long Beach Harbor, I think it is the biggest and busiest one in the world, or one of the top 2 or 3. And I went there back in November because I got on a Carnival cruise and went to Mexico. And I'd never been to Long Beach Harbor before, and it was insane. I'd never been on a cruise ship before. I won't derail too much. If you've been on a cruise ship, oh my God, I had no idea how big those vehicles were. Holy cow. But anyway, he crashes into a boat, demolishes the car. They seem to survive the crash. Not too bad. And they get away from Bigglesworth and his henchmen.
Dang it. Couldn't get him again.
Yeah. So is Jerome still back there, Jericho?
Yep.
So when Stallone and Brigitte got away, did she take your bubbles away?
She tried to take the bubble away, but I grabbed her by the throat.
Oh. Now, I don't want to get too graphic here, but I've heard that she didn't mind when you would grab her by the throat, if you know what I mean. So
nobody minds at first, but I squeeze tighter and tighter, and the eyeballs, they start popping out. Then they care. They care.
So was that the last time she tried to take your bubbles away?
Nope. She promised there would be other times she'll try to take the bubble.
Oh, okay. And that's why you sleep with the bubbles under your pillow, the bottle of it, right?
Well, I sleep with a big bottle under the pillow, but I keep a small bottle up my ass.
Okay. So, have you ever blown a bubble with? Now, you know what? Never. I'm not going to ask.
Okay.
I'm just wondering the logistics of having a bubble come out the backside of you. That's all.
That's another podcast.
Okay. Tammy looked it up. I think I was wrong. I looked up the wrong model of the car, and it's even heavier than we thought. So thank you, Tammy. Because
over 2 tons.
I had a 1952, and she's saying the 50 is 4,400 pounds. Unless she's talking about bubble mix. Maybe that's how much Jerry has. We'll have to ask him later.
Maybe.
So.
Right back then, 1950, again, off the heels of World War II, dude,
right.
it was they were balling out of control. Everything was bigger and better and faster, and knew this and knew that because them soldiers were back and families were growing. You got to buy this shit. All these new modern advancements and stuff, for the housewife and refrigerators and all that stuff, because the population was booming. So cars it didn't matter. Whatever they needed to look like, whatever they needed to look that way, whatever materials, however much it weighed, do it.
Drive-ins, man. It was like your apartment you'd take to the movie
highway
with you.
Highway explosion.
Real quick, since you visited the afterlife for 1 second, the dude at the beginning of this, the reverse amortization loan officer that got killed, I've been worried about him. Did he get glasses when he got to heaven or not?
No, he's blind as fuck, man.
They don't have a lens crafter? There's the lens crafters there, right?
No. The lens crafters is in hell.
Fuck.
Yeah. Never been to a lens crafter?
Oh,
yeah,
well.
Man. Seriously.
All right. Well,
wasn't
never mind.
there,
I was worried about him. So
wasn't their slogan,
so
they'll be ready in about an hour or something like that?
Yeah.
I think back in the day it was something like in about an hour. Something about lens. I think that's how they distinguished themselves back then. Lens crafting's been around for a minute.
In about an hour or a week. What do I fucking look like? A fortune teller?
My glasses are fine. I don't care about yous.
Your glasses will be ready in about an hour, or go fuck yourself.
Hey, your glasses will be ready in about fuck you.
So anyway, after the chase and the exploding cars,
there we
bubbles
go.
Everywhere. They cut that out of the movie. There were bubbles everywhere on the highway
for weeks.
The chief, the lieutenant, the sergeant, everyone with a rank in this station is yelling at Cobra. You're out of line, Cobra. You've done this before. The whole thing that we always do in these movies. And the sniveling rat, he's in the front, he's in the foreground on the left there. You can see him with the glasses. He takes his chance to pounce because he's always had it in for the Cobra. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Hey, you know what? Those trucks were exploding when I got there. That had nothing to do with me. You know?
I ain't do nothing. I'm driving
I
through
got
the
there,
fire.
those trucks had already exploded all over the freeway.
Yeah, but still, you look at that face. You're Cobra. You're.
What if he got all like deeply like the mask came off and you found out why he really hated Cobra? He's all and all the women and you're so handsome and
Yeah.
you're beach house. You think you're so cool because you get laid all the time.
Yeah, you're masculine. Look at your 5 o'clock shadow. I want to have sex with you right now.
I bet you wouldn't kiss me. I bet you're too tough to kiss me, huh?
I dare you. No way you'd put your tongue in my mouth.
What if I were to trip and just fall over this desk bent over? Then what are you thinking, Cobra?
Then what would you do, tough guy? Are you gonna pull him down?
Let's say we're at the bar together. Would you push in my stool? Here's the thing.
Oh man!
Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? This guy
a lot of sexual tension. A lot of sexual tension here.
This guy reminds me of the fucking judge in Billy Madison. Do you remember that guy? The guy who's running the contest at the end is like, if there's any any attempt to cheat, especially with my wife, who is a dirty, dirty whore, I'm just gonna snap.
You think you're too tough to kiss me, huh? You think you can't kiss me, Cobretti? You think I'll just fall in love with you after one date, Cobretti?
Oh, I'm just gonna look in those deep brown eyes and just fall in love and just float off the ground, huh, Cobretti?
Oh, what you think I've been thinking about you while I take my bubble bath at home?
You think you're so tough because you're the big spoon and I'm the little spoon.
Yeah, I don't have a hard on. You have a hard on, Cobretti.
You're the one who came over here and pitched this tent in my pants.
He's all, you pinche.
You pinche. Those cholos outside your house were right. You're nothing but a pinche.
Oh my God.
You're nothing but a tease, Cobretti.
Why don't you pinche these cheeks, huh?
Just
Cobretti.
Cutting your pizza and sticking your gun right into the face. All sexy.
You coward.
Oh my God.
We cracked the case on this guy. It's just unrequited love, Stallone.
Yeah.
The guy just wants to love you. I just want to know you, man.
Piece of shit.
I actually feel sorry for him now, you know?
Yeah, almost.
Yeah.
Almost.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
That's all right.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's had enough.
Oh yeah, you think I
You
wouldn't
bitch.
pin you down and kiss you? You think I can't pin you down and just kiss your fucking face off?
Yeah, come on over here, man. Split me open like a coconut. I dare you.
You lucky all these people in here. You lucky.
Do you see him choking me in missionary? I'm sorry, wait, what?
He has his legs spread apart up in the air.
Hey, what you doing? Hey, what you doing?
Knew you weren't man enough.
Knew you were, hey, tell this guy he goes his fucking leg.
This movie's gone to the dark side. Yeah, well, we figured out why he was so. He doesn't hate Stallone. What it really is he loves him, and it's unrequited love. And guys, I mean, we've all been there. It's painful when you have romantic rejection. It's very painful.
Can I give a second to Michael in the chat there?
Oh,
if I
let's
may?
see.
And I
Oh,
agree.
wow. Here we are. Michael Coulter, no relation to Ann Coulter, as I've already pointed out many times, guys. Yo, Gabe, I subscribed to your channel. A couple years ago. I think you're a really cool person, and you are very passionate about what you do. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. I try to make a difference. I try to have fun and entertain, and I think art, all of it, movies, comic books that I do, should lift people up with either joy and laughter or something intelligent and smart and loving. But yeah, that's what we try to do around here, man. Thank you so much for being
Michael.
here. And the rest of you, if you love it, if you like it around here, subscribe to Sean's channel and Jericho's. It's in the description. Like this episode right now and share it out. Just click, guys. It'll just take 2 clicks to do that. And make sure you're still subscribed. YouTube plays with the algorithm if we do live streams sometimes. So make sure you're still subscribed and tell all your friends about it. The show is growing. It's getting better. We're getting a bigger audience. And the three of us are not too bad at this, you know?
Nope.
So
I'll
we're
tell
having
you
a lot of
something,
fun.
too. Michael, when it comes to these guys and when it comes to my brother Gabe, what you see is what you get, man. You're seeing the real deal when you're here. Good dude.
That's right. There's no unrequited love here. I openly love Jericho and Chomp.
Although we will never go as far as what you're seeing on camera right now with these two guys.
Hey, you know, come on. I sent you both chocolates this week.
You did.
I'm trying to crack that nut.
No, they will be sent right back.
I think somebody's cracking a nut right here.
Yeah. So he's finally had enough of his
Right.
little smart remarks, and he's always taking jabs at him. I mean, it's bad.
Right.
So he's finally had enough of his bullshit. He just went through the car chase of his life with the star witness, which is always a good idea if you're police to have the star witness with you while you're being shot at and chased at a high speed through the city. So he's just under the stress of all that. You see, he has his little Band-Aid on his eye. So he's had a bad day, and this little bastard right here, that's enough. So he grabs him, throws him on the desk. Hey, come on, Cabretti. Hey, come on, let him go, Cabretti. And he lets him go. He walks out.
Yeah, it turns out Cobretti was too scared to kiss him in front of everyone. So
Yeah. This time.
Yeah.
So, back to being the coolest guy in Los Angeles.
All right. So they're taking a trip up from LA into the San Joaquin Valley, I guess.
Hey, hitting the road again. Just got out of a bad car chase. Let's hit the road same day one more time.
Right. And the totally not suspicious woman, she's riding shotgun.
Officer bitch.
Oh, beautiful model.
And of course, she's like, I guess she admired his partner's fashion sense, so she went and got her one of those newsy hats, too.
Right.
She looks ridiculous in it.
Yeah, that's from Raul. Raul gave her one.
Yeah. Hey, just in case anything happens, I want you to have one of my fucking hats.
Hey, not for nothing, but you look like you could use a hat.
Hey, you like one of these fucking hats.
She gets the hat. She's like, extra, extra.
Why am I talking like that? Yeah, it comes with the fucking hat.
So
he gets a pickup truck this time, and they get a new car too.
Right.
And they hit the road. And they're going to make it this time. They're determined to make it to the safe house. And they pull over, and they hear they're showing kind of the human side of him. He's like fucking around with these little trinkets at this like roadside shop or whatever. Yeah, let me put this up to your ear. Shit like that. And you're like, hey, he's kind of a funny guy. He's a cool guy. He's human. He's not just this robotic, law enforcement officer with a really cool place to keep his gun. He's more than that. He has a sense of humor.
Yeah, they were trying to show some of that down home, like, homespun. What they cut it out. It was a scene where they went into like a local family-owned pizza joint, and he gets really mad and storms out because they won't bring him scissors to eat his pizza, and he like flips out on the owner, and the owner's like this Italian immigrant. He thought they had a connection, but no scissors, so he left, man. He voted.
Yeah, he was mad.
Yeah.
Hey, cut it the fucking pizza.
Yeah.
Kick him out of there.
What's wrong with this place setting? You got spoon and fork over here, you're good. But you just got the knife. Where are the fucking scissors on the side?
Right.
Hey, you guys go scissors back there.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, he was pissed. The owner's pissed. It didn't work out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're making their way up to the safe house. It's going to be now. For those of you that don't know, California is not San Diego, LA, and San Francisco. Those are three big cities, but geographically, topographically, the area, it's a pinche. It's just a pinch of California. Most of California, believe it or not, is desert in the south, and then farmland. It's farmers. It's redneck farmers and all that. Most of your vegetables, all that, and your fruit and all that, it's coming from here in California, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful country, and there's mountains up there. There's like world-class skiing and everything, and my mom lives up near Tahoe and all that, and it's really gorgeous up there. And so they're driving up through all that, and I don't know where they go. It says like San Remo Sheriff. I'm like, is that a real city? Because I've never heard of it, but they show that later in the movie.
I don't know, but once you get past like San Francisco, a couple hours past San Francisco, you start getting to Mendocino County and all that up in the redwoods. So there's all kinds of very diverse topography here in California, and you can drive for to go where they're going from LA. That's like 7, 8 hours, 8, 10
Right.
hours, and you're still well within California. You're nowhere near the Oregon border.
Well,
And
yeah,
you-
I think for non-Californians from the Mexican border, right where I live, to the tip top of California when you're going into Oregon, right? It's 800 miles. California is 800 miles tall. So it's quite long.
I'll tell you, the drive, the one drive that I remember going on as a kid that just, like, it probably isn't as bad now if I were to think about it, probably is, but was the drive when we were driving from Tennessee, and we're starting on eastern Tennessee, by the way, pretty long state, but driving to El Paso, Texas. You hit Dallas, and the drive from Dallas to El Paso will break your heart, man. It will just break your soul, man.
You drive.
That is a drive.
California to Nevada. It's 10 hours. If you're on the coast, it's 10 hours to drive to Vegas. And there's a place I went to a front sight course, shooting school. And it's in a place called Pahrump, Nevada. Pahrump, Nevada. And it's in the middle of nowhere. And that drive, it's like driving on Mars.
What do you know what Pahrump is famous for?
No.
It is the whorehouses closest to Las Vegas. The legal ones. That's where it is.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Vegas is the casino.
Jericho's like, I definitely didn't.
Front sight, yeah. So
so I was at a gun thing, is what my wife was told.
I was there for the buffet.
I mean, it's a very desolate drive. Very.
I'm not going to get into the gutter, but I'm going to keep this cleanish. But I have a question. There's a gentleman's club, San Diego. You always can see it on the freeway, and it has a big banner on it that says free lunch, free buffet, or free lunch or something. And I just wonder. And this is a serious thing. I wonder, who makes that food? Is there a full-time chef at a gentleman's club? I don't think so.
I think so. It's some of them. There's some of them that serve they have menu you can order from. But I mean, if there was like a really, really good restaurant inside that strip club, like the food.
My wife's never gonna buy that, Jericho. She's never gonna buy that.
Listen.
No, listen, baby. Listen.
Yeah.
It's the best steak in town. You can't get it anywhere else.
Or order takeout. They better deliver.
Legs
or
and eggs.
Pick it up.
Okay? Oh man, I'll tell you though, it's funny because, and everybody knows this, like when you're going through the South, and actually, what am I saying, Gabe? You were just talking about it, but even in smaller gas stations in the South, they have got some of these gas stations have a reputation for their for the chicken they make, for the ribs that they make. People stop there on the way.
That's what I'm saying.
There are lines. That is the stuff, man. I freaking love eating like that, man.
Like it's a strip club. It's a really good food, but you don't have to eat there. You can pick it up, but you got to go inside the strip club to pick it up.
My wife ain't buying that. I appreciate your effort, bro. She just ain't buying that.
They had a 7-hour line.
Like, baby, they got 2 Michelin stars.
But when you eat it, it's just,
I'll tell you this, and this is gross, but a strip club food is the last place I want a hair in my food. So
all I'm telling you is no, you don't understand, baby. There was glitter on the chicken.
Yeah. Oh man.
Real quick, this is near and dear to my heart and most comic book artists. Paul Rouleau, who's had great comments and the chat. You guys are so great. You make this so much fun. I look forward to this all day on Tuesday and Wednesday. This show. I love you guys. I love you being here. Hit the like. Make sure you're subscribed. Pahrump was the home of the late great Art Bell. For those of you who don't know who Art Bell is, his show, he passed away, but his show is now hosted by George Noory. It's called Coast to Coast AM. And if you like Bigfoot, time travel, other dimensions, aliens, and all the wacky, craziest conspiracy theories and government contrails of mind control drugs. Dude, when you're a comic book artist and you're up late drawing, inevitably, everyone I know in this business knows who the hell Art Bell and George Noory are. I just caught it, and I love catching it at night. I caught it last week, and there was a lady hosting on the weekend, and she had these 2 Mexican guys from Tennessee, but they were out in California now, and they were Bigfoot experts. But they also were Dogman experts, which I guess is like a werewolf to them. And he said he was out in California, and he saw a Dogman, and it got away from him. And as it ran up the hill, he caught it in the moonlight, and it had shredded jean shorts on. So he's all, yeah. So it's like it must have transformed that night. And the people that call into the show are so sincere and they believe all the stuff. And I love every second of this show. And what was so great about this Mexican werewolf expert guy, he totally believed in the werewolves in Tennessee. But the incredulity, he was shocked. He was telling the host, I didn't know they had those in California. He was just blown away that the Wolfman lived in California too. If you get a chance in the middle of the night, it's on AM radio.
Oh man,
10 or 11 at night. Coast to Coast AM is a delight. It's so entertaining.
Some of the best. I had a 30-minute commute in the middle of the night. I would get off of work at midnight and I would drive home and I would listen to Art Bell in the middle of the night. Oh man.
Right.
You want to hear some crazy shit? Like you can't believe these people exist. It is so crazy. Some of the people that call in blow your mind. You're like, is this for real?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Jonathan Jetty, longtime listener, first time caller.
Oh man.
Hi,
Shit
Art.
is crazy.
Long time, first time. I got to tell you about the Skinwalkers.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Oh man, it's some wild shit. But the best is if you're on a long road trip in the middle of the night, just put that shit on, man. Oh, it's crazy.
I love radio so much. You worked in radio, Jericho. I've been listening to radio. I'm 44 now. Since I was 16, I got my license. I got that Toyota Corona, and I love radio. You know, I love doing this because this to me is like radio, like we're doing comedy radio here. And that if I didn't do comic books, I would want to be in sports radio or talk radio or something like that because I think it's such a beautiful art form. I think it's really fun, and you make this personal connection with people. It's one way. Like they know me, they know you too. But we don't really know them, but we get a little taste, and it's a delight, man. I love radio. I'm all about it. I think it's fantastic. But Coast to Coast AM, guys, if you're up late at night or you're on a long drive at night, check it out. It's so entertaining.
It is fucking crazy.
If I couldn't have been a comic book artist, and I mean I could do any other profession, I'd probably have been in an axe cult.
Oh, yeah.
It's never too late, man.
Yeah. Well, he tried to start, listen, Shunt, I don't want to embarrass you. He tried to start a garden shear cult, and I told him, dude, come on, you just saw that axe cult and you wanted like a.
But it has to be something you can hold two of.
Right.
Yeah, but you said you wouldn't bring up when I had that terribly failed attempt at the scissor pizza cult.
Right.
I mean, that shit just went.
Well, that's just disrespectful.
That wasn't your fault, dude. That wasn't your fault. Okay?
That's not going to take off in America. People respect pizza here.
Yeah.
You don't cut it in half like a sociopath. What the fuck? You're a grown man. Why are you cutting that little ass piece of pizza in half? And then you grab the little half. It wasn't perfectly in half. So he basically cut the tip off of the piece of pizza and left the other 75% with the crust in the box.
When you
I like to call that move just the tip, you know?
That move, just the tip, should get you removed from our country for 6 months.
I gotta say, as a guy,
what the
I
fuck?
I thought I made up just the tip as a guy. Then I found out everyone tries that scam. So
yeah, and then there was that leprosy joke about keeping the tip, which was a whole different.
Oh
yeah,
whole different joke.
Yeah, that's a little different. Different direction.
Let's
Here we
see.
are. We're almost there. We've got the hats.
Yeah, this is almost like a travel montage.
Right.
You know, they're having some fun, some laughs. Ha! We're stopping on a road, you know, pit stop.
Yeah.
You know, having a good time and getting to know each other. She's talking to Gonzalez. And, fucking no sale. That's what he told the lady. No sale. Because they didn't buy shit. And then they finally get on the road for the last leg of their little journey.
Oh, but we get a flashback to the
clank.
Well, in the 80s, like Jane Fonda had that exercise like videotapes and all those things going. So that's what this reminds me of. These guys are just like working out with axes, you know. Like,
yeah.
Come on.
And 3.
You're almost there. You're almost there, guys.
Feel the burn. You can do it. 3 more.
There was a local San Diego workout lady on when I was in middle school and high school, and she was on at 5 a.m. and she was hot. And I woke up early by accident, like turned on the TV and saw it. I told all my friends about it, and we'd be watching this shit at 5 a.m. before we got out to high school. I forgot her name. Oh man, She was a California blonde beauty. Oh, geez, good times.
Yeah, I remember those videos, the workout videos early in the morning.
Right.
Yeah, those are the shit with Brooke Burke and all that shit.
Hey, she wasn't the only one getting the workout. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Come on, and 2 and 3. Good times, man. Fuck, life before the internet was so much better.
Yeah,
it was.
Things were more special. Oh, hold
They
on, you got to
started off
explain
right
this
to
fucking
eat, and then
catch
a
up.
crime, a international hate crime against potatoes is committed in the next
This
season.
shit, what is wrong with her?
Hold on. I'm not going to go to the next slide, and I'm sorry I got a blip of it. You guys, if there are children around you, they cannot see this, okay? And if you have a weak stomach, you don't want to see what's coming up next.
Yeah.
Jericho, Shantz, one of you, I don't even want to talk about it. Just one of you explain what's going on here.
I think something is wrong with her. Like, I thought she had what my son calls, he's 7, he calls them special effects instead of special needs. I thought she had special effects because she was squeezing ketchup on these fries for like 30 seconds straight. It kept cutting to this scene and coming back, and she's still squirting it. And they look over this person and come back, she's still squirting it. They pan out and get a wider shot. She's still squirting the ketchup on these fries. I don't know if that's a Swedish thing. I thought they put mayonnaise on their fries in Europe. I don't know what this was. I don't know if she just discovered ketchup right before they shot this scene, but this shit was disgusting. She drowned. He's like, hey, you got a life raft? She's like, why? French fries are drowning. You know, because she just squirted it all over him.
Wait, let's role play that. I'll be Brigitte and you be Sly, and I'm putting the ketchup all over. You asked me that, okay?
Hey, you got a life jacket.
Why?
Because your French fries, they're drowning.
At least I don't eat my fucking pizza with scissors, you animal.
They were made for each other.
hey, touche, you fucking Amazon.
Can you just see they have a child, and the child is sitting there with the pizza slice, putting ketchup all over it, then cutting it with scissors.
Yeah, dude, lock that kid up right now. That kid's gonna kill somebody someday.
Let's you and me get together and have one of those special effects kits.
That shit is so funny.
Hold on. Look at None the Miser off the top rope.
Hey, yo, you want me to cut those fries with scissors for you?
Oh my god.
Dude, that is disgusting. Oh my goodness. Dude, I wish she could move her hand. Just see all the ketchup.
Oh, it's so gross.
All over for like 30 seconds straight. She's just squirting ketchup all over these fries.
When I was little, I definitely don't eat.
Definitely has special effects.
You tell me if this is the same for you guys. As an adult, I don't eat too much ketchup. A little dab will do you. When I was a kid, I just go like half the bottle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just put it, and it's disgusting. And I've actually done this when I was like 7 years old. Just put ketchup all over the fries. But this is not the behavior of a lady.
No, I did that when I was a kid.
Right.
I like ketchup, but I mean, do I do that to my fries? No, I'll put some next to the fries and dip them.
Yes.
But to just drown them in ketchup, yeah, that was a very juvenile. That's what I mean. Like, did she just discover ketchup like when she came to America? Because she's obviously a really big fan of it. And ketchup is just ketchup's not like that's not a regular condiment in Sweden, is it? Don't they dip everything in like chocolate or something?
Mayonnaise.
If you like ketchup, I got a lot of condiments in my house. A lot of them, all kinds of exotic ones.
Exotic. Ketchup from around the world.
Yeah.
There's that part in the car accident. The car rolls a few times, and all the ketchup packets that were in her pockets are just
all flying everywhere. They're all splattered. They step on them when they get out of the car.
Keeps it with her all times, man.
Yeah, the car accident they got in was pretty fucking crazy too. Like he had a cut above his eye, and like they hit this boat and the car flips.
It was a good
she's
thing.
bleeding.
Yeah, it's a good thing he took the C4 out of the airbags right before they got out, though.
Well, that's why he got a car that was so old, because he knew that they weren't stuffing it with C4 and nitroglycerin before that.
After this culinary, Abomination. Yeah. Oh, and here's that shot where she's like, "At least I don't eat my pizza with scissors, you animal." Rizzo is outside on the phone talking to the.
No, she's inside the bar.
Oh, she's in the bar. I thought she was outside.
Inside the bar. No, that's a little bit later. It's inside
that's
the
later
bar
when they're in the hotel rooms. That's right.
And he's looking up and he's watching her on the phone talking to somebody.
Right. Who could she be talking to? Could it be Jerome Bigglesworth? They call him Jerry Bubbles Bigglesworth. That was his like full criminal name. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, she again, before cell phones, so she can't just pull her phone out. She has to wait until they go somewhere with the phone, and this is the only phone around, so she had to act like she was calling whomever, but we already know she ain't shit.
Yeah.
All right. I find this fascinating. Diesel. America is the only country that calls it ketchup. Everywhere else calls it tomato sauce.
That's fucking terrible.
Tomato sauce is the stuff I'm going to use to make a tomato
pasta.
Sauce. I'm going to make spaghetti or whatever. Interesting.
Yeah.
I think
the rest of the world is wrong.
In England, they call them biscuits and not cookies. So when we talk about having biscuits and gravy for breakfast, that weirds them out. Also, peanut butter and jelly, I've heard, weirds them out because jelly to them is what we call Jello. So to them, I guess it would be peanut butter and jam.
Yeah, they're wrong. Yeah, but who says peanut butter and jam? We don't say that shit. It's peanut butter and jelly. We even say PB and J.
That's right.
Take that, England.
Yeah, take that.
Who won the war?
Over here we call it the fucking photo. We don't care. All right,
right, governor.
That's what we could. It's what we call it here. Next time, I'll deflate all your balls.
Okay, so yeah, so
the rest of the world is wrong. They're wrong.
That's right. Let's see.
Tomato sauce.
There's no difference intergalactic. He's answering someone. Sorry.
Tomato sauce.
Right.
Ketchup.
Oh no, they don't say tomato. They would say tomato sauce.
Tomato. Would you like some aluminium for your tomato sauce?
Jericho, is Lord Benson the horse there?
He's always on hand.
Now, don't tell Lord Benson that I want to talk to him yet, but he knows he's not an actual horse, right? Or does he still think he's a horse?
He's in and out.
Okay.
In and out.
Could you get him for me? Because I want to ask him about this whole tomato sauce thing and what his feelings are about it. Are Americans wrong or are the English right? What does he think? I want to ask him.
Okay. Yeah, he's here.
Okay. Lord Benson the horse. Good day, sir. So tomato sauce, ketchup. Are we Yanks wrong? We call it, an elevator. You call it a lift. We call it a trunk. You call it the boot. We call it the hood of the car. You call it the bonnet. What's going on here? Why all the confusion?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me.
Of course.
I really appreciate the continued invitation to be a part of your live stream.
Oh, well, it's a delight to have you always, Lord Benson the horse.
Now, the way I feel about it is, since I'm on American soil right now, it's ketchup. Because in this country, they send people like me who are disagreeable to the glue factory. When I'm here, it's ketchup, Heinz 57 and whatnot. But when I get home, across the pond, it's tomato sauce, aluminium, and vitamins.
Well, all right. Well, okay. I hope you enjoyed the oats and the carrots I left in the green room, but I just wanted to ask you that question. Thank you very much.
Of course. Good day, sir.
Good day indeed, sir. Anyway, so she's making her secret phone calls to who knows who. It's probably Jerome Bigglesworth.
Fucker, officer, bitch.
And then,
hey, who you calling over there? Is that one of them party lines or something?
And he's kind of sniffing around, if you know what I'm saying. And she's who, me? Oh, she was just calling her salon stylist. How do you think she gets that beautiful hairdo? She's setting up a new appointment.
Yeah, I was setting up I was getting some new stuff for Frizz to tease my hair.
Right.
And that gun he has is it's like a finish gun. It's like a 9mm subcompact. It fucking looks weird. I didn't like it. I didn't like the way that gun looked. It looked fucking weird. But of course, laser sight on it, everything, all the stuff that's cool.
I'm surprised the gun doesn't have a nitro on the back, like his car.
Yeah, like a knife and a bat and a RPG sticking out of the barrel, like in Rambo. Like, this is 9-year-old boys getting a hold of this script.
Right.
This is everything. Oh, it's cool, and he's
Yeah,
loading
he's
the
in
gun. It's awesome. It's a laser sight.
Yeah, he's in the safe house room with Brigitte, assembling his gun. He's got to protect her. So they can find the thrill kill cult. And, they're having a conversation. She's giving him bedroom eyes. And,
they're in the hotel room together. She says, "Can you come over here with me?"
Yeah, I don't see why not.
And he gets up and he goes over there and sits on the bed next to her.
So, what do you want?
I bet you wouldn't kiss me. I bet you're afraid to kiss me, just like that other officer
said. Hey, I'm not afraid to fucking. Hey,
I bet you're afraid to kiss everyone.
I'll kiss anybody. I don't care.
So they kiss.
Hold on a second, guys. I hate to break this up, but I did not make this. I just wanted to see if the internet does provide everything. I just need to share this with you before I slip away.
Oh, you did, sir. You did not tell me you got your portrait done recently, sir.
It's not exactly finished. It's more of an oil painting, but I do look quite distinguished, don't I? With my monocle.
Is that a new monocle, sir?
Of course. Only a gentleman wears a new monocle every time he steps out the door.
I must say, your mustachios are quite distinguished, sir.
Oh, thank you, sir. I've been working on those whiskers for a long time, and I finally got them perfect.
Is that a new chapeau that you're wearing?
Of course it is. I have so many of those, it's sickening.
I always tell Martha you're the most nattily attired man I know. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Jolly good show, man.
Please pinch Natalie on her rump for me.
Oh my god!
There you go.
We're gonna get through this movie. It's 2
So
a.m. here on the East Coast.
Sean, we're gonna get through it fine. It's you that we have to worry about.
Right. So,
we've lost you, I think, twice tonight, man.
Right.
To say goodbye.
Yeah. Defibrillator right off screen.
Yeah.
Boom.
Hey, I don't want to get too excited. I better put the safety on before we get, the gun's gonna go off here in my hand. The gun's gonna go off down there. You don't want things going off prematurely, All right, love time's over. I feel like I hear or see something outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can only see with my sunglasses on inside.
So then a legion of thrill, kill, murder, death, axe.
They ditched the van
coming in on their motorbikes.
No more van.
Right.
It's the motorcycle phase.
Right.
So now they're all on motorcycles and they're here to kill. Because remember, it was on the wall.
That was their one directive as a group.
It was one word mission statement.
Right.
And so this guy makes the fatal mistake of looking through the skylight. Hello. So he just takes his gun, gives that guy a few to the torso. He comes crashing through the window. And it's just an all-out war. It's
chaos.
He's spraying with that ugly gun.
Yeah, it's I looked it up. It said SMG, but that just means submachine gun, right? So
it's just a little sub, or is it? Yeah, submachine gun, 9mm, some Finnish company. But I don't like it. It looks terrible.
Yeah.
But
Mousy asked, when did he put the gloves on?
I like to put them on right before I get romantic. It helps me with my grip and stuff.
Yeah.
So, that's when he put them on. But yeah, so the bad guys are flying in on motorcycles and they got guns and rifles and shotguns.
Yeah,
and everything.
They ditched the axes.
Yeah, it's sort of like a video game. He's just picking them off and picking them off.
Mm-hmm. You can see if you go back one, you can see the 3 magazine holster that he has. I don't know. That must weigh a lot. Having 3 magazines that long,
right?
Hanging off
Those would be like what, 30 round mags, right? Like a foot long, like that.
They're like 30, 32 rounds. Those 9mm, 30, 32 rounds. Could be more if they're double. If it's
double stack, they could be double stack.
Yeah, and does he have it on the other side too? Balance.
It's a lot of bullets. He's like a 1990s comic book hero. You
No,
know, they
and
were just
that, you know what I was
covered in
thinking when I was
bullet
watching
stains.
this is the Punisher, man. Those are. I remember when the Punisher used to have those strapped to his front to make the skull, man. Remember that?
Right.
Those are the teeth he had for when Zek was drawing him. And we need to return to that, man. We need to return to the Death Wish, you know, hardcore, you know.
Dude, my brother was a big Punisher fan. I remember in the 80s, he would have all these Punisher magazines, and we had like the, you know, like the white gloves.
Yeah,
Dude,
man. That's my Punisher.
Those comics were the shit, man. Yeah, he loved Punisher. That was his favorite comic book.
Yeah, this I got it right here. So yeah, the teeth of the skull are supposed to be some magazines, you know. So
My Punisher.
Now, believe it or not,
Mike
guys,
Zacks,
the
man.
Punisher is woke now. Not even kidding.
Dude,
oh my god, that's the Punisher when they came out with the movie. When I heard they were going to come out with the movie, the one they did with Thomas Jane, they did one like in the late 80s with Dolph Lundgren, but that was
I've seen that. That is a chunk of poo.
So the one they did with Thomas Jane and John Travolta and shit. That's what I was expecting. I was expecting that costume, not just a bulletproof vest that he puts on, but I was expecting that costume, the Punisher that I had seen, you know, my brother, you know, looking at comic books with him. That's what I expected. And I was like, man, what the fuck is this? That shit sucks.
Yeah, well, in the early 2000s, when comic book movies were first starting, they were embarrassed of the source material, Hollywood. So they didn't put them in their tights and in their actual comic book uniforms. Remember the early X-Men movies? They were all in like paramilitary leather.
Black leather shit. Yeah.
They weren't in their bright yellow and blue and like really cartoony stuff. After the Iron Man, Avengers, all that Marvel Cinematic came in, now they embrace the craziness of how the characters look. So that's why they didn't do that. Like the Punisher ends up wearing like a t-shirt with the skull on it. Like that's your costume.
Yeah,
a fucking
fuck
t-shirt. A t-shirt, like a $4 Hanes beefy tee. That's your costume. Okay.
But you can't go back. You can't retroactively do all that stuff. Like when they again, when I heard that the X-Men movie was coming out, I thought they're going to be in the yellow and the blue, you know, with the red X and stuff, and Rogue was going to have her green outfit and all that shit, and they didn't do any of that. How are you going to just discard the source material? This is what people expect. This is what they've been reading for years since they were children.
Hey, the Hollywood executives like, hey, remember that stuff that made everyone like these comic books? What if we took it out of the movie?
Fuck all that, right? Like, look, dude, share the
That's
one,
using your noodle.
Yeah, if you share the image, when people ask me what is the Punisher, it is this. I had this poster on my wall of this painting, and it is Mike Zeck drawn, and then another artist airbrushed and painted it.
Right.
This to me is the Punisher, like back against the wall, just fucking going for it. And I had that poster on my wall, and that's actually a scan of the actual painting. You can tell, you know, because you can see the overlap on it and everything like that. But this is the look right here, right? This is what it was, man. And I don't know about clip to casings if that's accurate, but that doesn't matter. It's I mean, this is the shit, man.
Yeah, the white and blue, the dark blue.
Yeah, man.
That's what it was supposed to be.
Freaking, that's who we're talking about right there.
Yeah, Frank Castle. He's a crazy motherfucker, and I don't even think he was crazy enough in the movie. He's a bit of a pussy in the movie. I'm like, dude, he's supposed to be just a savage. Like, if you're a bad dude, you're getting it. What they took from him, that's it. There's no negotiation. I'm not falling in love with nobody. I'm not gonna. I don't have friends. I'm out here killing. That part of me is dead.
Yep.
I'm out here killing. I'm punishing.
Have you seen that Thomas Jane short movie that they did?
Yeah.
Dude, Jericho, have you seen it?
Mm-mm.
Oh man, what's it called? Laundry Day? Is that what it was called? Man, that thing is sick.
Check that out. You see that?
He messes
Hold on. Let me show you this. Add to stream. That's a cover I did with Mike McCone, an homage to your Mike Zeck cover. I had one of the best gigs ever in comics from like 2016 to like 2019, like a 3-year stretch for Valiant Comics. All I did was covers. Now, what you got to understand, Jericho, about covers, they're easier because there's less panels. Indeed, there's one panel and there's less detail, and they pay more. You get paid like almost double. So it was great. And then it's Glory too. Your name is on the front of books. So I did this one with Larry Stroman shots, right?
Dude, Larry Stroman.
Fucking Bob fucking Layton. I did one. They were hiring some legendary guy. Look at that, Bob Layton, the Iron Man guy, and all that.
That's sick.
Yeah, these are a ton. I did tons of covers for Valiant Comics. So
Bloodshot, man.
When you showed this one, I was like, oh yeah, I did one that was an homage to that cover. So it was awesome.
Dude, yeah, I love that stuff, man. Love
Dude,
action
it was
movies.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Everybody
moving
in the
on.
chat, man.
Moving
Yeah,
on. Hey,
thanks
we've
for
only
being
been
here,
at this
guys.
like 4 hours, right? So
Yeah, it's gone nuts. Rails.
right.
It's what rails?
So they have an all-out
Yeah.
attack. Raul, he won't be on Sesame Street anytime soon because he got shot in the leg. He's down on the
Sure
ground.
did, fucker.
Stallone kills a bunch of dudes. There's a sniper that almost gets Stallone, but he jumps in the back of the truck and he tells his girlfriend.
Oh, and then he throws a dude off the front. So he's in the back of the truck, just picking off these idiots who are lining up in a straight line to get shot, riding behind the motorcycle. He's taking them down. One of the guys rides up to the truck. He's standing in the bed of the truck. He hops in the bed of the truck with Stallone. Stallone just grabs him, throws him over the cab of the truck in the front of the truck on the ground, gets ran over. And then that's him right there rolling on the ground. And he's like, like you wouldn't be alive. That truck is like a ton and it would have ran your ass over and you're dead. But he's alive. And so it's taking these guys out. Then they got cars blocking the road. Just go through it. And so he gets down in the back of the truck. She's like, steps on it, boom, hits the trucks or the cars, go right through them, fucks the truck up. And she goes off the road and she like
Women
stops.
drivers.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. What do you expect, right? Even if those cars weren't there, she still would have did it.
She would have found a way to hit them. If they were on the side of the road, she would have just pulled in.
Still would have fucking hit him like a magnet, like she was drawn to him. So she skids off the side of the road. He's thrown from the truck, but of course he does what? A front somersault.
That's
and
right,
he's fine. And he goes, hey, come on, let's go. Pulls her dumb ass out of the car.
Take my hand. Let's go.
It's all bigger than his. hey, slow down. And so they're running through the orchard and shit, and he's taking some guys out in the orchard. That crazy bitch, Officer Bitch, is still alive.
Right.
And somehow they get from the orchards to a factory. You guys all know the orchard factories, famous on the West Coast.
Right next to the orange grove, they smelt a lot of heavy metals, a lot of metal.
What the fuck was this, guys? I need to know. Because I was reading the synopsis of this, trying to figure out what the fuck it was, and they run through a a grapefruit field or something, is what they were describing it as in the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, wait a second, okay. And then all of a sudden, they go from like, I don't know what, some like, I don't know, movie period piece about the orchard groves, the countryside, to fucking Cyborg. You waiting for Van Damme and Fender and all those characters to come out of here holding human heads.
Well, remember, it's funny you say Cyborg and Fender and Van Damme. It's literally the same production company, Canon Film.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's a little known. If you don't live in California, you may not know this, but we are famous for the orchard factories. So you'll have orchards of all kinds of citrus fruits, stone fruits, avocados, olives, things of that nature. And adjacent, right next to them, sometimes there's not even fences. They just, you go here, you go to the orchard, we go to the factory, you go, whatever, back and forth. And so they ran into the factory. And it's not just any factory. This factory does three things very well. Separate departments, same building. It does melting metal. You're going to find a lot of that.
Metal. It melt a lot of metal.
Melt it. And it doesn't care. Large amounts, tons of it. It's melted. It's everywhere. There's rivers of it. Then you got the steam portion of the factory.
They're the number one steam producer in the San Joaquin Valley.
Yeah, and it used to be China, but we overtook it. Now we're number one in steam production. And then the last one is sparks.
Right.
A lot of sparks shooting out under things, over things, on top of things. It's just fucking sparks all around you. As you can see right there.
Yeah, but you got to work your way up to sparks. Like that's
why I said it last.
They'll start you up in steam, but it's competitive to get into the sparks department.
Only the best of the best.
My uncle was the foreman of the sparks department, actually, in where was it? I think it was Locanto or somewhere. Man, it took him 20 years to get that promotion. So
yeah.
But
And if
hey,
you're lucky-
nobody made Sparks like him, So
Yeah. Well, if you're lucky enough, maybe you get to meet Tony Sparks. But
there you go.
you got to be
yeah.
a man's man to get up to Sparks.
I loved in Commando the steam factory that Arnold is in when he kills the guy that's the gay Frankenstein. Remember that, Sean?
Yeah, dude, that was the weirdest. Man, I tell you what, man. God, I feel like it's Lincoln Osiris talking to fucking Ben Stiller's character. Man, you were really swinging for the fences on that one. That was just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Right. So we're gonna get one of our favorite action movie tropes. We've had so many: the car chases, the exploding cars, getting yelled at by the chief, all that stuff. You're on suspension, Cobretti. And now we have the flame, smoke, spark factory. It's just 80s
Everything.
action goodness.
Everything
It has it all.
Everything all the time.
Right.
So now it's creeping through the smelt steam spark factory. Of course, goons are about.
What's with the pervert mask?
The GIMP. All the steam. I didn't mention this because I didn't know if you guys are ready to talk about it. But next to the smelt steam spark factory is the GIMP factory.
Right.
Sometimes
there was controversy about that because the zoning laws, they didn't want to let them open it up. They thought it'd fuck up, the property prices and all that.
Sometimes the GIMPs will come over there and moonlight as security.
Right.
And so
Jericho, but Jericho, the GIMP sleeping.
has to come out of the box sometime. So it was their turn to come out of the box.
The grossest and creepiest part of that entire movie was when he picks up and he's like, "Hey Zed, spiders caught a couple of flies," and you're just like, "Get out of here, man! Get out!
You hear me, hillbilly boy?"
God, that was the best. That's what you wanted. Nothing less would have done at that point.
It ended badly.
Right. So the bad guys and the good guys, they're all skulking around the fire factory. Stallone picking them off. Brigitte Nielsen is trying to hide, and that ugly bitch cop, she's lurking around too. But guess who's back in the mother-loving house? It's him, Jerry Bubbles Bigglesworth is here.
He's back, Mr. Crazy Spike Knife himself.
Right.
He's back on the scene to finally carry out and not only take out Brigitte Nielsen, who saw his face, but that stupid cop.
Right. Now, Jericho, is Jerry there? I want to ask him a question about the fire factory.
Yeah.
Pertinent. So Jerry, or Bubbles, can I call you Bubbles?
Yep.
You love Bubbles, and Bubbles, they don't do so well around sparks and fire. And I was told it was really hard for you to do this scene, and they had to calm you down, and they had to coach you into this. How were you able to handle all that fire that wants to kill your Bubbles? How were you able to deal with that? And be such a pro.
More bubbles.
Well, isn't that the truth? What can't more Bubbles fix?
Everything. The more sparks, the more bubble on the floor.
Now you like sparks. You don't like fire, but you do love sparks. Now, do you like sparks better than Bubbles?
No, I don't like anything better than a bubble.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'll let you go. I just want to know because I felt bad for you because they said you were really you were crying about the fire was going to burn all your Bubbles and they had to calm you down. And I'm glad you got through it though. You're a real pro, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Don't believe everything you read.
Oh, I won't.
Why is this happening?
So anyway, Jerry Bubbles Bigglesworth is looking for Cobra. and he starts ranting about we are the new order.
Yeah, pig.
I don't know. He's gonna eat his.
Kept calling him pig.
Oh, that's right,
pig.
And the way he says it too, he spits a bunch, pig, and all the spit, you see it get lit up by the fire and stuff.
Oh, and so in the scene where he's calling him pig and he's talking to him and shit. He actually was talking to one of the people on staff, one of the makeup artists, one of the girls, because Sylvester Stallone was too busy watching a basketball game while they were filming this scene.
Wait,
So he
say that again?
So instead of him talking to Stallone when he was doing this scene in the movie, it was one of the staff members, some girl, because Stallone was in his trailer watching a basketball game.
Oh my gosh!
So that's why there weren't shots of him. It was just shots of Bubbles here
You think
doing
you
his
can get rid of my
monologue.
bubbles?
But for him, when he was looking and stuff like that, he was actually looking at one of the staff members.
Wow,
height of celebrity right there.
Stallone was, he's like, I'm gonna be in that final scene for my own movie.
Hey guys, my daughter just texted me. She says, "I'm hungry. Can you get us food when you're done?" I will leave it up to the chat. If you want me to get her some food, hit one. If you don't want me to get food, hit 2. If you want me to get bubbles, hit 3.
Bring the bubbles. Eat bubbles.
I like what an idiot he is. More bubbles.
Oh man.
With the bubble on the floor.
God. Like, I'm telling you, man, I just keep seeing Michael Jackson's monkey bubbles walking around with this guy. Like walking down a hallway holding the hands.
Oh, one thing. Every week I do this. I put a poll up there to try and be interactive with you guys, and I never read the poll. So let me read the poll, then we'll finish.
I never read that shit.
Let's see. Marion Cobretti is the cure to A, crime, B, soy, or C, hot and bothered ladies, D, all of the above. With 131 votes total, 64% of the vote goes to all of the above. What can't Marion Cobretti fix? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Scientists haven't figured it out.
That's right.
Whatever he uses his cool for, man, he can fix it.
That's right. Let's see. What do we get? Did anyone vote? We got a 3. We got a 1 and a 3. We got a 1. We got a 3. We got a 1. We got a 1 and a 3. I think I need. Well, okay, next vote wins. I think it's tied. I don't know. I'm not counting.
So yeah, the final fight, the final showdown between Cobretti and the Psycho.
Right.
And this guy, so he like sprays some shit on him.
I think a whole thing of gas is dumped on him, and then oh my gosh, and then Stallone, that match he's had, he lights it off the grip on his pistol, and he throws the match on the guy, and he blows the one-liner. He burns this guy to death. I think it's this guy, or is it the final boss guy? And he tells him,
"You have the right to remain silent."
Yeah,
it's like
this guy.
I don't know. It could have been the other guy that burns to death. But either way, it's a fumbled one-liner. It doesn't go with a burning guy.
Really
and,
is.
Dude, he sets him on fire, and then 5 seconds later, he's dead.
Yeah.
Like, I know fire is extremely destructive in the heat and your lungs and all that, but it was like 5 seconds, and the dude just falls over dead.
Would you like fries with that? Drops them out. Like, there was nothing, none of the lines they came up with for this worked. It was just weird.
Garbage.
Real quick, my daughter in the chat. I just performed stand-up comedy. I'm hungry, Dad. Oh, yeah. She's in the club making everyone laugh like her papa. That's right. She's actually a professional stand-up, for those of you that don't know.
Hail, Minnie.
Yeah, so, yes.
Quite good.
Yes, she's actually hilarious. We'll see. We'll see if we'll get food. Let me finish the show. Daddy's trying to work.
Daddy's trying to work. Yeah, and then you cut to the screen, man on fire.
Yeah. I'm working here.
Yeah, Daddy's trying to work. Then you cut to that part. Yeah, I bet you wouldn't kiss me, Stallone. I bet you wouldn't.
I'm fucking working over here.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So in this Fire Factory, what you've seen earlier, they showed about 3. They telegraphed this thing so much. There's this hook that's about 1.5 feet tall.
Yeah,
a big, like
biggest
iron
hook you've ever
steel
seen.
hook for lifting all that metal they like to melt. And I see the hook and I'm like, I wonder if somebody's going to end up on that thing later. So, we'll see. Yeah. So yeah, he's got his laser sight. He's going around killing bad guys.
Yeah, and he's not even using it. He's not aiming. He's just holding it down by his waist, shooting people with a laser sight on that he's not even using.
Cobra don't need to hold that up to his face.
Looks cool. So yeah, he's blasting away. He's blasting the bad guys, and he blasts Officer Bitch too. Right. But you can tell that when she fell, she wasn't dead because they didn't show her like bleeding. So Officer Bitch, we're not done with her yet. Don't take your eyes off of her.
So there's more yelling. Yeah.
More yelling, echoing, a lot of echoing in the smelting portion of the warehouse facility of the melted metal spark smoke factory.
Yep. They have their final face off. We get a good shot of that grizzly knife. Oh, it even has a skull on it.
Yeah. What else is that knife for?
Right. I thought this knife was going to have like a little symbol with bubbles on it or something. Boop, 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 boop. So yeah, they face off.
He has a chain.
The big hook was going by on the motor-driven chain.
Stallone has a chain.
Yeah.
And of course he has a crate. And there it is right there.
Yeah, they're fighting it out.
Crazy hook.
Oh, they're fighting it out.
Who's going to get the hook up their ass?
Right. He gives the upper hand. And he gets hooked. Now, one thing that happened that we didn't see here is the Rizzo, the girl, she jumped out of the shadows onto Stallone's back, right? Didn't that happen?
trying to help.
Right. And then she gets caught. Doesn't she get caught in this thing with all these gas burners in it? And he turns it up and kills her? Or is that someone else that gets burned in there? I don't know. A lot of people getting burned to death. A lot of people getting burned to death.
Yeah, you can see the pool, the fucking puddle of melted metal behind
the Terminator
right there.
Comes up, coming out
still
of
in there.
Yeah.
It's still in there. Oh, and in Beverly Hills Cop, is it part 2?
Yep.
Yeah, where they have a poster of Cobra in Billy Rosewood's room.
Rosewood's, yeah.
But yeah, this is he has a chain, so he's like trying to, and there's a couple times. So this is another thing they messed up on. So twice is him with the knife and Stallone's holding his arm and he's trying to stab him, and twice they do that scene in a row. Two times, yeah. 2 times you see this shit, and then finally he starts with the punches like like hitting him in the stomach, like and then he picks him up, and this is impossible, physically impossible, because the hook is hanging, so it's swinging back and forth. It's not rigid and stuck, and even if it was, it's obviously moving around the room. So he picks him up and like hangs him on the hook. So I don't know how you would get this hook to impale him.
I'll tell you exactly how I did it. I lifted him high enough and it went up his pooper.
It's his asshole. Oh, so it's up his ass. I knew somebody's getting the hook up their ass. He's like,
and then the middle management guy from the station comes in. It's like, oh, is this your whore?
Yeah. You dick. You find somewhere else to sleep.
Oh my god.
So this dude's like, mommy. Goes right.
But the reason they go into hand-to-hand combat is because the killer guy's like gonna surrender, and he's mocking Stallone and saying you have to take him to jail.
Yeah,
and you have to let him go to court, and the court's gonna let him go because he's crazy and all that. And he's just laughing at the justice system and pissing off Stallone, who we already know kind of takes the law into his own hands. So so that's why Stallone, puts the gun down, and he's like, well, you can't just shoot him because you have to give him his day in court or whatever, and you already been in trouble for going too far, Cabretti. So that gives justification for the hand-to-hand combat. I forgot to mention that. But then the old hook in the pooper move.
Yeah. Man, if I was Cabretti, I would totally shoot that dude, and then and then tell him, yeah, he tried to come at me. Look at this fucking knife.
Right.
He tried to come at me. I shot him and killed him. The dude's a psychopath who's a serial killer. He's getting shot. We're not gonna. No, we're doing this my way. We're gonna fight. Nah, dude, you're getting shot a bunch of times.
He's not an axe murderer. He's a double axe murderer.
Dude, he both hands. Right. He's getting the whole magazine in his torso.
Right.
They needed Russell Crowe from L.A. Confidential in this, man. Like, he knew how to get things done. Dude.
Damn.
Freaking love that movie.
Well, Lucas Letterly from 3 hours ago, he got it right in the gas hole.
Hey. Sure did.
Oh
shit!
That's a callback right there.
So this is so Stallone puts him on the worst Disneyland ride ever. He just rides the hook. It's a small world after all.
You can fly, you can fly, you can fly.
Is he still holding his knife?
Yeah.
Oh, come on,
Yeah,
let it
he's,
go, man. Come on.
Yeah, he went out with his knife in his
Right.
hand like a
Bubbles went out
cowboy.
like a man. He went out like a man.
Yeah, and then he goes in this furnace of these flame things, and they just totally smoke his ass.
I wish he didn't have a one-liner here. He did have the one-liner on the guy that got the gas spilled on him. He should have had a one-liner with this, like I don't know, something to do with hanging around, or like I don't know. It should have been something like that. So
I think he should have walked outside, reached to the side, taken a grapefruit off one of those trees.
But yeah, he's just looks like he
It should have been like purified by fire.
You know, something like that.
Right.
Hang
Burn in
there.
hell. Always a good one.
Yeah, hang in there.
Yeah.
Some shit like that. But no, he just stood there. And then Brigitte, we hear the fires, the sirens in the distance after all the danger's over with.
Just in the nick of time.
And then he goes,
Yeah, I can't bring you anything. You want something?
He's like, man, I would kill for some gummy worms or some gummy bears.
Gummy bears?
Yeah.
I see you at the hospital.
So he's done with him. There's Gonzalez. He's gone. And then the captain.
All right.
There's Captain No Lips. He's like, yeah, you were right, Cabretti. Good job. He's, I'll take care of your toy for you, his gun. That's weird. Why would the captain take your gun for you? Where's he going to put it? At your house? Like, it's your fucking gun. But it was weird. But anyway, he tells him, and then old
Loverboy
weenie.
Lieutenant is
Loverboy.
Like,
kiss me now.
Those pants aren't regulation, Cobretti. They're way
There's
too
nothing
tight.
under
I can
this
see every
trench coat.
curve of your body.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get you out of those. So
dark.
So he keeps running his mouth like, yeah, good job, Cabretti, but I would have done it differently.
Right.
You did too much. I would have done it totally different. And he's trying to walk away, and he keeps running his mouth, and then finally, you know what? That's it. And so he turns around and he shakes his hand. What did he tell him? No hard feelings. Yeah, no hard feelings, Cabretti. You're a total piece of shit. No hard feelings. And so Cabretti shakes his hand.
Yeah, no hard feelings, but
Catch me outside. How about that? How about that?
Jesus.
So he fucking
no
you
hard
think
feelings.
those gloves
pal.
are real sexy. You think those gloves would feel good on my face, don't you? You think they'd feel good on my skin, those gloves.
So he fucking knocks the shit out of him with his left hand, and then kind of
What
he
if I
holds him
knock
up
those
though.
Fucking glasses off your face.
But he holds him up with his hand though. He won't let his hand go, so he doesn't fall on the ground. He holds him up.
And he says, "No hard feelings, pal."
He lets him go, and he's like stumbles over to the car. And then the Captain No Lips goes, "Hey, Cabretti, I'll give you a ride." And he's walking on the motorcycle, and he's like,
I got my own ride.
And so he gets on the motorcycle with Brigitte.
I
and they
feel
ride off
like
in the sunset.
I feel like the Writers Guild of America, they have their bylaws and all their rules about who gets credit for writing a movie. And I feel like if we do the research, we could find out that cocaine has a writing credit on this movie.
Yeah.
I think so. Yes.
Gacked out.
Right. I knock him out, and then I just get on my bike and ride off.
Yeah,
With
I got my own ride. I get on the bike, ride off.
I'm gonna steal this evidence and drive it away.
Yeah, I'm not gonna stick around for questions, process the crime scene. I'm out of here.
I got my girl, but I'm going home.
All right. And that, folks, is the love story.
That's it.
That is Cobra.
That's it.
We made a new friend tonight, Jerry Bubbles Bigglesworth. Great guy. Great guy.
Yeah, I got a
great
new
individual.
cause of death tonight. A new cause of death.
Yeah, Shant had a pretty hard time.
Yeah, it was not good, man.
We lost Shant a number of times.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. We got that AI pretending to be Shant. We replicated.
No,
the real Shant is gone.
I actually suffer from a Hindustani condition called, rapid reincarnation.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, so I'm just reincarnating.
I thought we got the same.
Like that.
Thought we got the same AI people that do Biden.
There you go.
Doing Shant.
They need better AI on that shit. Thanks. Fucking hell, man.
The same robotics company that does Biden.
Yeah.
Well, another great show. Good job, guys. Amazing job, chat. Hit the like, subscribe. We love you guys. If you haven't joined the channel yet, please do, and you can join Jericho's channel.
Yeah, what the fuck are you waiting for?
Guys, I won't stop you. You can join all of our channels if you want. You can sub to all of them. I will never stop you from doing that.
Yeah,
don't be
I'm a channel member of my channel. These cocaine and whores do not pay for themselves.
Right. Yeah. So next week
we're gonna finish Stallone next week.
We'll have to decide what movie it is.
Yeah.
This was not a great movie, but it was funny. I was angling for Rambo 3 because it is also not a great movie, but it's funny. But I don't know. There's a lot of Stallone stuff out there, a lot of good stuff too. We will figure it out, guys. I don't know what it is.
We shall.
Yeah. So that will be Wednesday, not February 29th. It's not a leap year. So I guess that would be March 1st. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, wow. So next
what's today? Oh, the 22nd. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, man.
It would be either February 29th or March 1st, depending on the year. So yes, March will be the end of Stallonuary. I don't know. And we'll close it out, and then we'll see where we go from there. But we're having so much fun. Thank you guys so much for being here. 7 p.m. Pacific. In the description, there's a link so you can go follow Sean on his YouTube channel. Check out his comic book too. That's in there. Nosfero, beautifully painted book. And Jericho Green, I put his channel in there, and I put a link to my Instagram. Please get me more followers over there. We love you guys. Have a great night and have a great weekend. Okay.
Peace.
Talk to you later.